Hello, I want to thank you for breaking the mold and coming to our site. This is where we start the process of taking back our children. They are our children, given to us by a choice made between two people in love and proof of a miracle. A child made from two people, a woman selfishly giving her body up for 9 months to grow and nurture human life and then to bear excruciating pains to bring that baby to our world. A father, the protector, is a strong individual whose job is to at all costs protect the children from evil and harm. The rules and purpose were established in the Bible. It was a miracle, and we are just letting these demons come to our sanctuaries, criticize our lives, insult our roles as parents, and take our kids, never faltering. Yes, we kick and yell, but at the end, the kids are still gone and life of emptiness begins. That sounds so un-American, but more so ungodly. He is pissed those kids are for our entrance to heaven and we are giving them away. Not anymore. It's time to square the devil in the face and take back what rightfully belongs to us, something that only our Maker can do, and won't if you show your faith. CPS is stealing children around the world for profits, and your government is with them. The system is rigged. You can be perfect in every way. We all were in our children's eyes. It won't matter. These are economically inside kidnappings. You need to understand that. True, there are times when intervention is necessary, but that is not who they target. So stop putting yourself down or someone you know who lost a child to CPS. Stand up or stand them up and fight. Fight like a bear would if the cub is trying to be harmed. Learn from the simplicity of animals, which we are far more advanced and way more backward. The children are the future, not a number on a budget report, not an estimated worth. They are our flesh and blood and made from a miracle. Now that you know what's going on, stand with us and fight so no other children will be used as slaves to the system that we are supposed to control. Shame on us. Time to make it right in your home in God's eyes.
Be prepared to hear what CPS is, and after listening, please be ready to act, for we need everyone for this one. This is a problem that affects every person in the world because the protection of our children and the sanctity of family is a universal human right. It is time to take a stand and demand that CPS be held accountable for their actions. The corruption has run rancid, and our children, the future of the human race, are being depleted by trafficking and family ancestry being erased. Not to mention the broken hearts and river of tears left behind in the wake of family annihilation. Why? For what? Money. Money for the soul of a child, and this is determined by a person inexperienced in more ways than one, yet our system allows them to play God. What have we become as a society, when the cries of children fill pockets with riches and breaks hearts of family and we the people do nothing? How do we turn our backs on an issue as disgusting as this? No person should sleep comfortably knowing this is happening. Children crying for their families while CPS employees celebrate their cash bonuses, high-fiving in the halls of justice. Think this is a lie? Look at Social Security Act Title IV and Safe Families Act. They promote the caseworkers to quickly steal these children from loving families in record times. And what did these families do so wrong? Most of them nothing. Have you ever noticed the children that die have been called upon as many as 30 times? That's because there is no money in children who have already been spoiled by true abuse or born to true drug addicts. No one pays top dollar for that. The money is in the perfect blonde-haired, blue-eyed good family and upbringing. Yes, instant family. Just add kid for whatever price they ask. No one is out of reach from these demons, and they must be held accountable for their crimes against innocent families. How are judges so freely letting children be erased from the heritage they are entitled to? They inflict on the family the same level of punishment given to a murderer or person society has to eliminate, as they are so wretched existence is no longer favorable. Termination of parental rights is the equivalent to the death penalty in more than one way. Think about that for just a moment. Do you know someone who has lost their children, and if so, is the death penalty a worthy and just punishment? That is on the adults. Why do the children then get punished as well? This system is itself cruel and unusual punishment. This is America. We don't treat living people in such heartless ways. For all this to happen, it's corruption from the ground to the White House. That is the truth. Together, we can raise awareness about the injustices done by CPS and fight for the rights of our children.
There are so many of us affected by CPS corruption, yet we isolate ourselves in shame. Not anymore. AbolishCPS.com has been created to show with force what has happened to us is wrong, and we are not remaining silent. We are the parents of those children you have wrongfully taken. We stand to abolish CPS.
Please stop the real abuse. AbolishCPS.com.
everybody. Welcome to CPS Punisher, abolishcps.com. It's the new show, the new way we're going to do things around here. I am your host, the CPS Punisher. Tonight, for our opening night, I have a very good friend of mine, a very exquisite man, a man that has a lot of passion and a lot of rage and a lot of things that this country has to offer. It is my good friend, the Angry Citizen, is joining me tonight. Dana, how are we doing, my man?
I'm doing very well. God has blessed me. Thank you. Honored to be here. Yeah.
Well, it's a Saturday night in Maine, Dana, and here we are, hours apart. It was a beautiful day. It was a day that Maine is made of, right? A nice day in Maine. But if they only knew what Maine was really about.
You are not with your daughter.
Nope, I am not still. And that makes Maine suck. However, what we do have right now...
It is an abomination. If any father ever is deprived of his child, if government agents come and, steal your child away, then that's kidnapping. It is kidnapping. Plain and simple. You can dress it up. You can say we're saving the child from this horrible person that presents an imminent danger to them. But, let's face it, Darren, their record isn't very good. Think about the record of Child Protective Services here in Maine, right? Right now, they're in the hot seat because their record is atrocious. And I'm not disparaging the people in that system, because I know that there's a lot of people, personally know social workers and people in CPS, they're having a very difficult time because of the giant deluge of government bureaucracy and conflicting demands. I see your cat has...
yes, Kitty has come to show herself. Sorry about
video that. Bombed our
she video
presentation.
Yeah,
so I understand they have a very difficult job, thankless job, so forth and so on. But at the same time,
isn't it thankless though? Is it really?
It is because you can make a bad decision and be brutally castigated. If you don't take a child away and the child is harmed, you are a scum. If you do take a child away and you didn't really have just cause to do it, then you have to be, held accountable for that and so forth. It's a tricky position. See?
But what type of a job is that you have the opportunity to play God? You have the opportunity to do the right thing.
You shouldn't, because the law makes that a reality, because if a person, like you and I have had this discussion many times, if you are taking a child away from their parent, you are kidnapping that child. Right. Period. And if you pose as a government agent, government agents don't have the lawful authority to take your child from you. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Right. But what I was saying is they have an opportunity to do a beautiful thing. They have an opportunity because they have this thing called Title IV funding, right? And people are getting this all wrong. They're saying that they got Title IV funding. That's the corruption. Title IV funding states all the way through its document that it only supports reunification. That's it. So the states have now taken this, twisted it up a little bit, and have made reunification services the last thing that they're doing for you. Like, they don't care if you're reunified. They're just going along to get the money from those checks from this Title IV funding.
Right.
However, they're not following the guidelines, because how can they say that they're going to terminate your parental rights, but yet reunification is still the goal? So these agents for the government have an endless amount of money behind them to actually solidify a family, to strengthen a family that might have issues with substance abuse, all of these issues. They might have poverty issues, which none of these things, again, are reasons to remove a kid, but they have all of this money and all of this funding to take a family that's broken and support them, reunify them, and make them solid, and they don't do it. They are selfish pieces of crap. They want to get their bonuses that they get for, adopting a kid off. They want to hurry up and press the envelope so that they can get another one on the board, another $3.5 million. Do this math, man. So there's some discrepancies to say what the worth of the child is by this set of start and finish, anywhere between $1.5 to $3.5 million, right? So X amount of dollars goes to Child Protective Services. X amount of dollars goes to the state. More of the money goes to the state, which is why I sit here and say that these states are advocating abuse and neglect to raise their numbers to balance their budgets. So let's just go at a $2 million mark, right? A child a minute is taken into custody by CPS, never to be returned by their kids, to their family ever again. They take them, they hold them, they send them off to a kinship program or to whatever. That's not even the other kids and families that they investigate. We're just talking about a child a minute for families that go beyond the level of just an investigation, right? So we got $2 million a minute that let's just go at 2 million to call a spade, right? So $2 million a minute times 60 is what? 112 million, right? 120 million. 2 million times 60 minutes is 120 million, right?
Yes.
Right. 120 million isn't an hour. So 120 million times 24 is, Alexa, how
understood.
Much is 120 million?
Your point is valid. There's
huge
money.
Wait till you hear this money. Wait till you hear this. Alexa, 240 million. Oh, shoot, I forgot what the number was now. Anyway, it ends up being trillions, it's trillions and trillions.
Yeah, I was going to say, the point is it's a lot of money. We get that.
It is so much money. It is so much money that I could almost buy a broken family a home, put food in their fridge for the rest of their lives, support system. They have all of these means, and they're not doing it. They're just tearing families apart and spreading waves. I mean, that's just it. And how an organization, I'm glad that, the director from Maine just stepped down. Todd, I'm so glad that he just stepped down. Because he obviously was failing this thing in Maine. Maine, Dana, Maine is the number one state in the United States for abuse and neglect by double.
Yeah, it's very rural, and there's a lot of lack of opportunity here, high taxes, a business unfriendly climate, poverty, unemployment. Yeah, we have a lot of very prominent issues that cause that to be the case.
But do you believe that? Do you actually believe that Maine is more than a LA or more than a any of these states out here that have major cities? I mean, heck, Maine probably has the population of LA. I don't know what those numbers are. Don't hold me to that, obviously. But you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't know either. What I'm saying is that these numbers are freaking astronomical. And the way that I see it is that Janet Mills screwed up that surplus that LePage made. And the reason that our numbers in the state of Maine are so high and are increasing is because they're trying to balance that surplus budget out and get that back that LePage had just made. You can't tell me any different. How do you hire more people, get more funding and all of these things, but yet you're adopting at a higher rate? You're taking more children at a higher rate. There are more kids that are dying in this system than are being helped. Now, I get it. Sometimes things do slip through the cracks. That happens. But here's the thing. It happens more often than not in CPS. And you know why? Because no one wants damaged children. They don't want them. They don't mean as much to anybody. They're very hard to adopt. No one wants, when people go to adopt these kids, man, unfortunately, they don't want a screaming, alcoholic, opioid affected baby. They don't want these things. So these babies get shoved out like they mean nothing, when they are the ones that need the money that is funding. They need to be paying attention to these families and leave these other families alone that are having a little skirmish between a mom and a dad, are having an argument. That's where this needs to be in these focuses. And people need to realize what's going on, because people are uneducated about how CPS really works and who they are and what they're about. Because you don't ever know about CPS until it's your turn.
They intrude on your life.
And by then it's too late. You've already
or if someone someone you're close to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people do you know? How many people do you know, Dana, that are involved in CPS?
I personally know several, but that's because I know a lot of people. The average person would not know, very, very infrequent that the average
Right.
person would know someone that's involved with CPS that actually and know their story, not what CPS says or what the agents say. You
Right.
know, so yeah.
But where is it that we bring education is obviously the forefront thing that needs to be done. But you need to get education awareness to everybody. And how do you get that out in front of people that are going to just shrug this off as it's never going to happen to me? And like, how is that introduced to those people? How do you do that? Like where, when, how? Because the rights.
That's a tough question.
Mm-hmm.
That's an impossible question. Think about it. People don't care about a thing until the thing affects them. It's a sad reality. It's where we are. So people hear about a corrupt system of some sort, but they don't necessarily worry about it. They're not going to do anything about it because it's not intruding on their lives.
Right.
So, you're doing a lot just getting the information out. Just doing what you're doing, speaking your voice. We don't know who will hear us, Darren.
Right.
There may be one person,
someone,
right?
Yeah.
5 people, 10 people that hear your voice and start to really think about this and realizing that government agents and agencies, and especially these so-called child protective services, which in many cases is actually child endangerment services,
right,
that rip children away from their homes under false pretenses, or at least very flimsy pretenses, claiming that they are going to somehow safeguard those children, and in fact, in many cases, not safeguarding them at all, but putting them with psychopaths and
yes,
in so-called foster homes that have been supposedly vetted, that means they're safe, and they're not. It's an abomination. And the bottom line is that if anyone, this is my personal position, which I hold to steadfastly, that if any agent, government agency comes to take my child by force away from me, you are kidnapping my child. Period. End of story. And you will be met with every bit of force that is lawfully justifiable in my defense of my child. You will not kidnap my child in front of me.
And you do have a lot of choices. You have a lot of rights. You have a lot of rights, and this is where it goes to the education thing. You're a very smart man and know the Constitution, and your rights are, they come to your home, bye-bye, get out, don't let them in. They don't have the right to come into your home.
You don't have to answer questions.
Right.
You do not owe them any fucking explanations or justifications or answers to questions. You tell them, piss off. Do you have any right to be here? Do you have a warrant? Okay, come back with a warrant. Get off my property. Period.
Right, and this even goes so far as my friend Malibu Dallas. They have an actual letter that they wrote up, and it's available on this thing. It's also available on my site, abolishcps.com. But it's a letter that him and the ADA put together, and it's a letter that goes to the Child Protective Service agents that you put right on your door. And it says, don't talk to me. You don't need to talk to me. There's no reason to. Come to get a town attorney. Go get a warrant. Go get something. I am not I'm not talking to you. And furthermore, if they want to stay there, and normally, they'll come with some police as a side bearer to them. But in all reality, those police have no jurisdiction where they are anyway. You didn't call them. You didn't call them to come with you. The police don't have that jurisdiction. They're there. Right. Thank you very much. You already had the card made out. Perfect. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Policy enforcer. Police equals policy enforcer. They have no rights to come there. They can't force you to come into that room. They can't force you to let the CPS.
No authority. and the first thing you say, okay, angry citizen, lawful jujitsu protocol, white belt curriculum, you have no lawful authority. Lawful authority. Police coming onto your property and asking you questions have no lawful authority to demand anything from you, to order you to do anything. Okay, they have no lawful authority to order you to, come out here or stand there or move over here or back away from me. They are violating their oaths of office. They all swore an oath. And look them in the eye, folks. Watch this, okay? This is lawful jujitsu 101. Look them right in the eye and say, did you swear an oath? When you took that badge, when you put on that uniform, did you swear an oath? And make them say it. And then say, what was the oath that you swore? Boom, baby. You swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. Bam!
Right.
Watch them back off. Watch them dial down their attitude. You say, I am a lawful and constitutional American. I am protected. My rights are inalienable. The Constitution of the United States clearly defines them and states them. All of the Supreme Court decisions have upheld that my rights are absolutely inalienable. You cannot take them away from me. And you work for me. You
Correct.
serve and protect. You serve me, the lawful constitutional American. Watch them dial down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they go right back. We'll be right back with that. That's what goes on there, and they need to be they have to be put into check. It has to be done because they go there with these CPS agents all arm in arm, and they go there to intimidate you. They want you to fall right into their little trap of coming in. Because I will tell you this: the second that you invite a CPS agent into your house, you gave them jurisdiction.
Yep.
You lose at this point forward. From the moment that they cross that threshold in your home, your game is now gone from offense to defense. And they're very good at pressing you as an offensive player. But defensively, you have this right. No, they're not coming into my home. Thank you very much, Mr. Officer. You guys don't have a warrant. Please leave. And if the CPS agent still
don't let them talk you into it. Don't let them, you say no. We come in. No. Well, we want to come in to blah, blah, blah. No. Then they'll say something. This is what they'll do. They'll say, well, we can get a warrant. You say, get a fucking warrant. Excuse my French. Yep. Get a warrant. Go ahead. And show me your warrant.
Right. And you know what you do?
Show me your warrant.
This is when you call and you put that police officer in check, just like you said, because what are they? They're the policy enforcer. And what is that CPS agent doing right now? They are trespassing on your property. So you turn to that policeman and you say, excuse me, Mr. Policeman, I politely asked this person to leave my property. They are now insisting that they're coming inside, and I want you to issue them a no trespass. And they will do it. They have to do it. Because now these people are trespassing on your property. Now you have asked the police for your assistance. You've given them jurisdiction to make a policy determination and make these people be removed. So use that against them.
Yep. And also everyone in America needs to know that police technically have no authority. Technically, okay, they assume authority and they imply authority and they state authority. But real law enforcement authority lies with your sheriff.
Right.
The sheriff is the lawfully elected authority, law enforcement authority in their counties.
They're voted
in America. And if you are having difficulties with anyone, including police, you can call your sheriff and ask for their assistance. Now, I'm not saying they will assist you. There are many sheriffs in America that will shirk their responsibilities and will go along with the paradigm of, well, police have the authority to do this. But there are some sheriffs in America that will stand by their oath and will help you. And you won't get their assistance if you don't ask for it. And you should know who your sheriff is and know what their record is and know whether they stand with we the people or whether they stand with the corrupt elites. Mm-hmm. So if you are having agents An agent is any person that works for the agencies that were created by our federal government without authority. This is critical. They don't have any authority. They claim authority, but they don't have it. They will tell you they have authority. They will say, I can do this, but they're lying. They're lying. They don't have authority. No government agent or agency has any authority unless it was delegated by we the people. If we did not delegate you authority, you don't have it. Period.
That's the question I have for you. That's a good point that you just made right there. Now, if you tell the police officer that, hey, you have no authority, and they say that they do, now they've lied, right? They've just lied to you.
Yes.
What do you do about that? What about
you
that?
You can't, because they will overpower you. At the end of the day, it becomes a power struggle, and it resorts to physical violence. And police they'll say, you need to lie down and put your hands behind your back, whatever, right? And if you say no, which you have every right to do, see, they have no authority to order you to lie down and put your hands behind your back. Okay, the only authority that they have, which could be claimed lawfully, is that they have the authority to arrest you. Mm-hmm. If so, they would have to state to you specifically, I am placing you under arrest. Because after that, if you resist, they could claim that you are resisting arrest or not submitting to arrest, see? But they don't do that. They'll just be like, get on your knees, show me your hands, and get over here, stand over there, you move over there, back away from me, right? Yeah. But they have no lawful authority to order you to do those things. But they'll claim they do because of their policies. See, recently there was an incident where I was this is the embodiment of this, where a police officer, and I think it was New York, maybe in Philadelphia, mistook a young man for a crime suspect. They were looking for this crime suspect, and this police officer was running around through this neighborhood looking for this crime suspect, and he saw someone, and it turned out that the person he saw was a 14-year-old boy who was in his backyard. And the police officer began barking commands at this young man. And it also turns out he was autistic, which is sort of relevant, but either way it doesn't matter, because no one has a right. The police officer does not have any authority to simply tell someone he sees that he claimed he mistook him for this suspect, but still he did not have the authority to do this. He started barking commands at him, you get on the ground, and blah 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 and whatever. And the boy was again autistic, so A, didn't maybe understand what was going on, and B, was terrified and frightened, and just like hang out in his backyard, and wasn't complying with the officer. And the officer shot him with his taser, tased him.
Kidding me?
Now,
kidding me?
Well, yeah, I mean, this happens a lot. That's the problem, you see. And we, the people, accept that, well, this is, and they'll literally say, like, the police will say, well, we'll check our policy. We'll see if this is in compliance with our policies. And every time this happens, I rage. Okay? And I go, fuck your policies. Fuck your goddamn policy. Your policy does not supersede the Constitution. You have no lawful authority to simply look at someone, think to yourself, maybe they are a quote-unquote suspect, and start barking commands at them, and then tase them if they do not immediately comply with your orders. It's ludicrous. And as a society, we have accepted this. We have endorsed it. We have allowed it to happen. If you watch crime shows on TV, they are always, the police are barking commands at everyone, and you better do what you're told or they will punish you. They will literally threaten you. You know, there was an episode I watched of, I think it was NYPD Blue, and Jimmy Smits was on there as his Jimmy Smits and Dennis Franz being the cool detectives or whatever. And they were going to question someone about some crime. And they were talking to these construction workers, and there was one of them they wanted to question. They walked up to him and they're like, hey, are you Fred Smith? You know, you need, and this is the phrase they always use. They go, you need to come with us.
Yeah. What are you telling me what I have to do?
What the hell you mean you need to come with us? I don't need to come with you. Who the hell are you? And they'd be like, you need to come down the station and answer some questions. Well, one of the construction workers says something about, well, hey, he doesn't have to come with you. He's not, a suspect or whatever. He's not under arrest. Well, Jimmy Smits got right in this guy's face, and he's like, I'm trying to do my job and, make people safe, whatever. And here you are throwing the Constitution in my face. That's what he said. Throwing the Constitution in my face.
Yeah.
But what the hell are you talking about? I mean, you swore a damn oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. We're just throwing it in your face. We're making you honor your damn oath. You're literally, and Jimmy Smith says something to this guy about knocking his teeth down his throat or something like that, or getting him a mighty beating or something, physically threatening this guy, and that's what they want to sell you, that the police have every right to do whatever they want, and you dare not question them, and you will do what you're told. And I've had this argument with people online. I have one friend that said to me,
smash your teeth down your throat.
Yep. And this one friend said to me something, when a police officer says jump, I say how high. And I was like, hell the fuck no. Hell no. No, 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 no. I, as an American citizen, have rights. They are guaranteed me. They are endowed to me by my Creator, and they are inalienable, and they are written clearly in the Constitution. And no police officer has any authority over me that is not specifically otherwise granted them by the delegation of we the people. We the people delegate power, and those powers are absolutely curtailed and clearly defined. You cannot exceed them. You cannot say simply give yourself power because you claim it. That's what our government's doing right now. That's where CPS comes in. They just say, we have the right to do this. We can do it because we say so.
What is this book, Dana?
It's backwards on my screen, but Life,
I don't know how
Law of Sheriff.
This is the Law of the Sheriffs.
Law of the Sheriffs.
The Anderson Sheriff Manual, right?
Okay.
So you see it's still backwards, right?
Nice. Right. Yeah.
Well, you can get these online, volumes 1 and 2. Or if anybody wants to get them, email me right here, and we will make sure that you get that. But isn't that right that Anderson Sheriff's Manual is pretty much what it's to go by for the sheriffs to abide by?
I haven't read that. Send me the link. I'll check it out. I have seen a sheriff's manual, and I've tried to track down the origins and had limited success with that. But yeah, the sheriffs are the key. The sheriffs are lawfully elected as supreme law enforcement authorities in their respective counties, elected by we the people, accountable to we the people of our states, and they will save us, because there's no power that's supersedes the sheriff.
They're supposed to have the militia in our towns, in our counties, in our areas.
Well, we do. I mean, the militia is simply the entire civilian population. Like everyone capable of bearing arms is a member of the militia automatically. We the people are the militia.
And the sheriffs too are supposed to be there and run and keep our militia current and good.
Well, the sheriffs have the power to deputize citizens in their counties. And this is a wise move, because the more manpower you have, the stronger your law enforcement capabilities.
Right. It's just so important that everybody realizes that we do have law enforcement on our side, and true law enforcers, and that is the sheriffs. They're the only legal they're the only lawful and legal.
There are a lot of sheriffs nationwide who have Sheriff Sharon Worley, Sheriff Mark Lamb. Here in Maine, we have some sheriffs that are actually pretty strong proponents of the Constitution, including Scott Nichols of Franklin County and Troy Morton. And in general, law enforcement in Maine is aligned with we the people. So I'm actually pretty pleased to be able to say that and mean it.
So talking through all of this, and I just want to take 1 second. Melissa, it's nice of you to be watching us. Hello, how are you doing? sometimes I get lost up in these, but Melissa's right here, and we do have a chat right here. So if any of you guys have questions or want to get in and chime in on what we're talking about, please feel free to hit us up in the chat, because we do see these things. Actually, I'll put the overlay on right now. So Dana, I don't know if you can see it right now or not, but I'll throw it on here so that we can see it. There we go. It's empty. Look at that, it's empty. But Melissa Hara did say hi, so I want to make sure that we said hi back to her. Dana, what do you think the police or the sheriff's involvement need to be in the state of Maine, or how can I get the sheriffs involved in what they're doing, Child Protective Services is doing towards the residents and the people of Maine, and not only Maine, but the rest of the United States? What can we do? What do you think the sheriffs could do for us in these CPS investigations? And this is just hypothetical, off the whim. Like, what do you, because I know you're very knowledgeable about the sheriffs, and there's so much talk about it, but it seems like there's all talk. How do we get the sheriffs, and how do we get them involved so that it does be a part of their job? Like, what can we do to get the sheriffs involved with us?
I think that the sheriffs have to hear from we the people, just like all of our elected servants. It doesn't hurt to drop a phone call, a text, an email, a letter even to your sheriff. Know your sheriff, and if they're not doing a good job, it's okay to tell them, I disagree with your decision or what you did on this or that. There's a sheriff in Maine right now, and I forgive me, don't remember which county, who's currently under fire for some actions that he took, and an effort is in place to remove him, and it may be well justified. So, if we the people know our sheriffs and give them our feedback, then they are more likely to be involved with us and help us with our issues, including with the CPS.
So where do you think the sheriff involvement would be as far as like a CPS investigation? Do you think it would behoove it to tell the sheriffs we need assistance when they come to our homes, that maybe you call the sheriff when CPS is at your house?
Yes,
or
this is a brutal
where
confrontation, but if there are agents at your house and they want to steal your child, you need to call the sheriff, and you need to make them take a position. You see what I'm saying? They may or may not support you, okay? Like any elected servant, they may or may not stand by their oath. But they can't if you don't call them out, and you have to do that. You have to say, I need you to protect me. I need you to say, this is not lawful. You cannot steal my child. You cannot kidnap my child. And make them either say, he is right, you can't take his child, I stand with him, or ally with the agents and say, yes, it is okay for them to take your child.
And then that's just going to be determined by who that person is behind that badge, right?
Yes.
Like, that's kind of like a crapshoot. It's
yes.
But the recourse for after has been set forth now, because now they haven't upheld their oath of office, right?
Yeah. If that happens, let's say you do that, and the sheriff sides with the agents, then you have fact and truth and evidence and the law on your side. You and I have talked about the affidavit. The affidavit is a very powerful tool. When anything that happens along those lines, you document it very clearly and create an affidavit, and then you send it to the offending parties, whether it be the sheriff, the police, the governor, anyone. And the affidavit is a sworn statement of fact made under penalty of perjury. So if you send the affidavit, you're firing some serious ammunition, saying either prove me wrong, or you need to. You're basically admitting that I'm right. And if you're admitting that I'm right, then we can now go to court, and the court cannot refute what I am claiming without being flagrantly fraudulent. Right. Because if I send the affidavit and you don't rebut it, then it stands as fact in a court of law.
And it means so much that you're saying, put me in jail. If I'm lying to you, put me in jail.
Exactly. It's like pushing all your chips on the poker table.
All in.
Right? You're like, I'm all in, man. Here you go. Prove me wrong. I'm calling your bluff. Prove me wrong.
Yep. Boom. And let it be, let it sit. I mean, I think everybody should have, honestly, man, I think everybody should have an affidavit, like pre-written out with their names, with certain, situation at hand on this date, yada, yada, yada. That if any incident ever takes place when you're out and about, that you can write on this thing, freshly remember it in your mind, even from a car accident to an argument with a friend, anything that could cause you further pain and suffering in your life. You know, you can write it down, you can fill it out and sign it and send that son of a bitch, because like you said, if no one responds to that, that becomes the word, right? Like that's
it's fact. It's fact. You can't, if you write an affidavit and someone does not reply to it, does not rebut that affidavit within the allotted time, normally about 14 days, you say that now stands as fact in a court of law. You can't go to court and say that didn't happen or this person's lying. Nope.
Whatever that says is law.
Yep. That's exactly right. It's fact.
So I mean, it would just be like I said, I think that people should have, you know, a pre-written one of these son of a biscuits sitting right there in their wallet at all times or something, right? And you have this, and just have this by your side, because this is like the sword of swords for you to have in the legal fight.
The truth is the sword of God.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is the sword of God, because when you send the affidavit, 90% of the people to whom you send it will not have enough fortitude to try to rebut it. If you're telling the truth, 90% of them, 9 out of 10, are going to fold. There's only 1, maybe out of 10, that will actually think about trying to rebut what you're saying in some way. And 9 out of 10 of those won't be able to do it. So there's only 1 out of 100 person that is conniving enough and intelligent and resourceful enough to create a pretense of a defense against your lawful, truthful affidavit. So the other 99 are going to fall like dominoes. The truth is the sword of God. Write it down, embrace it, own it, state it, stand by it. And 99% of the time, you're going to prevail automatically. And the other 1%, you can still prevail. You've just got to really hold the line, because that 1 person out of 100 is going to lie through their teeth and say, this is ridiculous, and this person is insane. This never happened. I was not anywhere near the location of this incident at the time. Blah, 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 frickety, frickin' blah.
If you've got the affidavit, that's the truth of God, right? Like that's the sword of God, man.
It's the sword of God. The truth is the sword of God.
So it's just, you would just be an idiot to not have one of those at your beck and call. Hey, Dana.
People will use this effectively if they want to. If they really want to pursue it. You know, there's a lot of information out there about how to write affidavits and what to say and how to phrase things. And if you really want that tool available to you, do a little bit of research, you'll be able to use it very effectively. It's extremely powerful.
Well, that's what we need to start doing. But Dana, let's take a quick 2-minute break here. We'll come right back, and hopefully people will be asking us some questions. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Roger.
All right, everybody, it's CPS Punisher. I am him, and this is my special guest tonight, Dana, the Angry Citizen, right here to join me. And we're going to get a little bit hotter now on this next few minutes of our broadcast. Dana, what's on your mind? What do you have to speak of tonight?
So many things. Where do I start? the vast majority of people are too stupid to manage themselves. And I know this because, as you know, I watch mainstream media quite a bit. Part of my job every day, virtually every day. And the stuff they talk about, like just recently telling us how Joe Biden might not be mentally competent.
Joe Biden might not be mentally
competent.
Hey,
we've thought up till now that he was okay, and we just now we're kind of suspecting that maybe he's not all that with it.
Right.
You know, it's insane, dude.
The last election that we had, the last election that took place, man, they said that more people went out to vote than ever. I can't believe it, but you know what? On this broadcast, we go both ways. Obviously, just to save the neutrality of things. But I do have out on abolishcps.com, I do want to bring this up right now. We have Trump and Biden apparel. And let me show this a little bit. We have the CPS Victims for Trump apparel. You can get that at abolishcps.com. Those are all nice t-shirts and sweat hoodies. But I have this made in the red hats. I did this one right here. Make parenting great again. Stop CPS corruption. They're on the red hats just like Trump had to make America great again. We need to get back to getting parenting involved and making it great, because being a parent is freaking awesome. Would you not agree? Like the challenges, the struggles, everything that you go through in everyday life. I mean, it might make your hairs gray. It might get you, wound up and have some more things to talk about than usual. But I mean, being a parent is awesome. And the government enforcing and intruding in our lives and restricting what we can do as parents and as role models for our kids, it's asinine, it's disgusting, it's against our right to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. There's so many things that is wrong with them infiltrating our lives this way. We need to make sure that this next election, we use this as a key to vote. Like, we have to use this next election as a key for voting, because if we make this next election and we don't do this right or proper, we vote for the wrong people, then the CPS corruption movement is going to be out the door for another 4 years. It's going to be, and this thing's getting momentum. I started this thing. Yes, sir. Thank you much for the heart. We'll get a Dana ding on that one. I started this thing. Look, there are so many people that have been involved with Child Protective Services and how Child Protective Services has ruined their lives. So any person, I say it like this, any person that's been involved with CPS, whether an investigation, whether they've taken your kids, whether they've ever done that, yes, fact, truth, fact, all of that, all the time. Make sure you look into that. Google has a nice fact check system, I've noticed. I didn't know about that until recently, but Google actually has a little thing where you can just highlight things and go to their fact check and it will check it for you. I never knew that. I always went through the whole motions of factcheck.org and, like all of those things. But in reality, you can just click on your little Google tools and go ahead and fact check anything. But the thing is this, is that there's so many people in touch with CPS and how they've destroyed lives that we need to get together as a movement and stop trying to have everybody as I'm this person. And I call it Pack It Up. So I started this thing I call this movement Pack It Up. And it says one is tough as a pack. One wolf is tough, the pack is unstoppable. We need to it's time for parents to get together to save these kids. Parents need to show their strength in numbers, because nobody's taking this seriously. No one's taking, like the people that have been involved in Child Protective Services are so beaten, so drawn out, so dragged out, so torn, so destroyed that they do not want anybody to come out and talk about this. But it's time that these people pay attention to what's going on and come out and join us and fight with this. I need help in all areas for people to start looking up candidates, that are supporting the abolishment of CPS, because that's what I'm in. There's no way that you can save CPS the way that it stands. There's too many people with their hands in the cookie jar. There's too many people that are dirty. There's too much corruption. There's facets of medical business and rental business and food, and all of these things have their hands in this Title IV funding that has been out of control, which comes out of the Social Security Act. Like people don't even realize that this funding all comes out of the Social Security Act from 1934. So Like, this is crazy. If you need to do your research, there's just too much corruption. This system has to be destroyed. And I have my bill on abolishcps.com. Everybody can check that out. Go to the section where it says abolishcps.com in the menu, and you can check that out. And there's the bill that I've written. Copy that, print it, send it to your congressman. Let's try to get this thing up and out. Look, there's enough of us in the United States to make sure that no kid gets screwed over if this system falls for a minute. This isn't a necessitative. Is that even a word? Necessitative?
It is now.
But yes, to put that in the dictionary of Darren. But it's not a necessitative. What would be the word? Yeah, necessary. It's not a necessary part of our government. Like, we're not going to fall apart as a country if Child Protective Services gets dismantled for a few days while people figure out how to get back, the kids and get this system into place. Like, we are strong Americans. We can unite together when we need to. 9/11 proved that some of us still have hearts and we still have this concept. So we can let this system abolish and build it from the ground up, and build it around the kids, not around organizations, not around any of this other stuff. It needs to be centered on what does that one child that's being abused that need from all of us. Not what does the institutions need. It needs to be what does that child need, not the institutions that are running it. Because these institutions that are taking this money are spending this money. Why do they all have Mercedes and Benzes and all of this stuff, but yet they're driving into poverty embellished places, and people don't even have a car? Like, this is ridiculous. But yet a CPS agent will roll up in her nice new Mercedes. What is that showing? The track record of the kids that she's removed from a house? Why are they doing this? So this needs to be focused on each child, not on the organization. That's just my opinion, but I think that's the only way that we can make this work. We need to build the trust back up for people that are overlooking our kids. And another thing is, why the hell are we as people, human beings? Look, the Bible says, and I talk about this all the time, don't read the book to get the answer. Look to the animals. They'll tell you everything that you need to know. What happens if you go to a chickadee's nest and try to remove an egg? That little thing will peck you to death until it gets you away from its nest. Why are we as parents so apt to just be like, yes, sir, take my baby. Go ahead, you can have my baby. Because a woman with a badge came in and said so. What the hell is that? This is our most coveted prize that we have. God gave us the tool of God gave us what we need to be God. He gave us creation. He's allowed us to have a part of Him. We are creators now. We create our children, right? So we're destroying what God has done for us, and this is the facts. The facts are facts, whether you're religious or not. He's given us a tool, and we're blowing it. We are all blowing it. We are all taking advantage of the fact that we can have children, that we are creators of human beings, and this is just getting out of control. And we need more. We need more people to realize how serious children are. That they're not dollar signs. They're not any of this stuff. That we are their makers, and they're literally the parents are being belittled. They're being torn apart. They're being removed from their lives. The way CPS is doing this, it's absolutely disgusting. This is instilling fear and everything in these children's lives. How do these kids that are removed by CPS ever feel secure about anything again? I mean, a child is secure to their parents. They come out, they look to their parents to feed them, to clothe them, to warm them, and all this. CPS comes along, rips that child out of their home, which they think is 100% safety net. How do you think a child that grows into an adult now will ever have trust again? How's that ever going to work? This kid will never trust anything again. So the system is completely disgusting. It's completely ass backwards, and it needs to be abolished. Because all that's happening is what I've just stated. And we don't know what the effects of this are, because it's not been going on long enough. It's only been going on since like 93, when the America's Safe Families Act came, when the Clintons put this forward on us and put the adoption, let's speed up adoptions and let's hurry this through so that the permanency isn't harmed in a child. And all they did then was create bonuses, for caseworkers to adopt children out. It's all disgusting, and it's all true. I'm not lying about anything. Go ahead and look it all up. It's right there. All of these facts are right there for you. But a CPS needs to go away, and it needs to be recreated, and it needs to focus on the damaged kids. It has to include them, because why are all these kids dying? That you hear these stories about kids that they've been called on 40, 50, 60 times, and CPS hasn't ever shown up at their house. Yet a police officer calls on me because of a broken bail condition that had nothing to do with my child, and they come here in force. Why? Why is that? There was not even one thing that I had done directly to a child, and I'm put on a list now for the rest of my life that says I can't even be around children. Why? But yet the state of Maine, children are dying by the handfuls, and I mean this, by the handfuls every day at the hands of Child Protective Services. They're missing so many kids between the adoption age and the foster family thing. And this is this program that we say is all good, and we're funding it. That's what I'm saying about that, Dana.
Well, there you go.
And that's that.
So we're coming up on 60 minutes here, brother. Probably to wrap this up.
Yes, sir. What do you got, Dana? You got any last words?
Just if we the people stand together, all things will be made right. The vast majority of us agree on most issues. We just are distracted, divided, and we cannot unify because the dark overlords are constantly telling us that we have to fight among ourselves, and we don't. Most of us agree. Most of us are on the same page regarding these issues, including Child Protective Services. No one wants to see a child taken away from parents so long as those parents are even vaguely capable, and certainly never, ever stolen from parents to be thrown into some foster care hellish environment of child predators. And
That's
all
it,
of us
man.
want to live in a constitutional nation where my rights are preserved, your rights are preserved, and no child should ever be removed from their family unless there is a dire threat. And I think we all agree on that. We really do.
I agree, 100%. Couldn't say it any better. Carrie, thank you so much. I'm glad that I am back. I'm going to be back Monday through Fridays, 7 o'clock. I know tonight we started a little bit later, but Monday through Friday, I'll be back at 7 o'clock. Hey, make sure that you subscribe and like, too, to the channel. It's somewhere, you guys are watching on YouTube. I know this goes out to much more than YouTube, but if you're on YouTube watching this, subscribe, like, do the things that we do. I'd appreciate that very much. Let's try to get me up over 40. I'm setting my goals short, but yeah, Carrie, we're back and coming with a vengeance. So make sure that you tune in with us. Dana, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I appreciate it. You're always a good time. I'm going to try to make you more part of this than you want to be, but I'll through my.
Hey, I'm here to help you. I support you.
I'm coming for you, Dana.
God willing, we'll get your daughter back to you, my friend.
Yes, sir, we will. All right, Dana, thank you so much for joining us. For everybody, thank you so much, Dana. I'll talk to you soon. All right, everybody, that was great. That was my buddy Dana, Angry Citizen. He is awesome. I love that guy. He has, I'll get his information. I'll put it on ballercps.com for everybody because he's got his own thing going on too. That's just amazing. I mean, this guy just loves the shit out of this country, and he will stop at nothing to make sure that that this stuff goes through. He's been a tremendous help to me in fighting for my daughter Nina in the state of Maine. But I'm here to fight for you guys. I'm back 100%. I got a lot of good things coming up for everybody. So make sure you stay tuned. Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Get a hold of me at info@aballercps.com, or you know what, go to aballercps.com, check out the website and message me through there. There's a message system on there. There's the apparel on there. We got all kinds of things on there for you to look at. There's chat rooms. There's all the apparel that I've created for everybody for this movement. If you want me to make apparel for your movement, I'm certainly glad to do that for you guys and get you guys up and running. Let's just show our unity, people. We got to pack it up. We need to come together as one. We need to show this country that we mean business. We're not tolerating these people touching our kids and our families anymore. All right, everybody. CPS Punisher out. Until next time. Thank you very much. everybody. Welcome to this Monday night edition of CPS Victims Hunting for Justice. This show is going to be more or less about how we are seeking for our remedies and what we're looking for to get back the justice that we deserve, because we are victims to this whole fight, and everybody's forgetting about that. Not only are we victims, but so is our kids. Our kids, obviously, first and foremost, they're the most important part of what CPS is doing to us. It's disgusting what they're doing to our kids. And I think that there's just not enough people out in this world that are aware of what's being done to us and our families involved in all of this. So that being said, we're going to get you guys a little bit of education tonight and let you guys hear about what's really going on here. But first and foremost, I got my co-host tonight, Miss Candace Edwards. Candace, a small individual with a huge voice. How are we doing tonight, Candy?
I'm doing all right. How's everybody doing?
Well, I hope that a lot of them are here, and I hope that they're all listening and going to get up on this education thing. Candace and I have been doing this for a long time together. Well, Candace and I pretty much got involved with everything, I guess, similarly at the same era, and it was funny because we would go from group to group, and it would be like, who is this person, because you come running into a lot of people. And then so it's been, and we've created a friendship, and we've had some ups and downs and lefts and rights, but we've been together pretty much through our whole cases. And we're starting to get to that point of getting justice, huh, Candace?
That's right, slowly but surely.
Slowly but
It's
surely.
getting there.
Right. It's hard, right? It's hard because, we sit here, we do these things. We're trying to be like, okay, is this right? Is this right? Because we're not lawyers. We don't know what
Not at all.
Right. Not even close. So you don't know if you're doing the right thing, the wrong thing. It feels like the right thing, but people are telling you it's the wrong thing. And it's all just it's a conglomeration. It's a mess. And we're just trying to make our way through it because at the end of the day, all we want is our kids. That's it.
That's right. And a lot of times, like, at the end of the day, like, with us not being, an attorney and actually going to school, for a lot of us parents, who are in the same shoes, we're just pretty much throwing whatever it is at the courtrooms at this time, So, we all try to do the best that we can, and, we expect the worst but hope for the best at the end of the day. So
that's it. Amen to that. Hey, Candace, we have a special guest tonight, Miss Kayla. She came in here with us right here. Hey, Kayla, how are you?
Hi.
Hi, Kayla. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Considering why we were all brought here, right, and talking about what we're talking about. Kayla, just we had the guest that was going to be on tonight was a last minute no show, and Kayla, thank you so much for coming on tonight. And I hopefully that this happened for a reason, that God made this happen for a reason. Maybe we'll get some goodness out of this. But that being said, I don't know a lot about you, Kayla. Do you mind giving yourself a little introduction about what's going on with you?
So I've had a CPS going on for about a year now. It's been extremely brutal, and still have not got my kid back.
Okay.
How long has it been?
Yeah.
It's been a year.
It's been a year. What do you mind talking about a little bit of what took place to make all of this nonsense happen?
Yes. So it started back in, I'd say, about January. I was hanging out with somebody I probably shouldn't have been hanging out with, and he put his hands on me. I thought I did the right thing. He was in the car with me. My son was 9 months old at the time and was asleep in the back seat. He had put his hands on me. I took him straight back to his vehicle at my house, dropped my son off with a family member, and went and pressed charges, and he went to jail. I had a caseworker show up to my house and completely used it against me, saying that I'm allowing domestic violence in my home, and threw in a safety plan. And during the safety plan, a argument broke out with a family member, without being able to talk to my caseworker, she said that because me and my stepmother at the time got into an argument, my son was in immediate danger, and it occurred on a Saturday. When Monday rolled around, I got a phone call from my caseworker telling me that I was no longer allowed to be around my son, that I was no longer allowed to see my son anymore. I had to my parents' house because when she put the safety plan in place, it required that I was no longer allowed to be around my son unsupervised because this man had put his hands on me. It was a one-time incident. Never happened again. Never seen the guy again. So yeah, during the safety plan, I left with my son. She said my son was in immediate danger and told me that the only time I could see my son was at a CPS office from that point on.
Let me ask you this. Did anything happen to your son? Did anything happen to your son that night when you went out and were on this adventure with this man? Did anything happen to him?
No.
Did he get harmed in any way? Did he get hit, slammed, tashed, thrown around?
Nope.
So, in all honesty, you did a damn fine job in protecting your son from something bad happening when it could have been worse. So you did exactly what you should have. You protected your son. You made sure that he was fine. You removed him from the danger. Life happens to people. We can't, usually you meet someone, or it doesn't even matter. You could know someone for 20 years and they're riding down the road and something tips them off, and you don't know that you're not, no one's ever expecting these outbursts. We wouldn't hang out with people like that, like we're not, you don't. So then now that your son's in imminent danger because his mom does the right thing, protects him from the danger that was in his way, like you should have been as a mom, made everything right. You go to the police, you tell the truth, you do everything you're supposed to do, and these bastards still come and take your kid.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Perfect sense.
Unfortunately, it got even worse there. My child's father was not in the picture, had never even met my child. And it was actually another domestic violence. He had kicked me in the stomach when I was 5 months pregnant.
Oh my gosh.
There was a police report. And when it went to court, he popped up and said, "Oh, now I want full custody of my son." He asked for a DNA test just to make sure. It came back, obviously it was his kid, and they placed him with him.
So now your son is with your ex?
Yes.
The one
where
that
does everything stand now?
In the stomach while I was pregnant at the hospital.
I'm not laughing at you. This is so the person that you were protecting your son from all of these times to be okay, they put your child in the hands of the abuser.
Yep.
Sounds about right. I've heard so many cases. I've heard so many cases, especially here lately, where the parent would be in a domestic dispute or whatever, and they would actually remove themselves out of it. Their children wasn't in any type of harm or anything like that. But yet, these judges, CPS workers, and everything, they put these children in the hands of the abusers, and it doesn't make no sense to me at all. Like none at all. That's not protecting the children.
No, it makes no sense to anybody, right? Like that's absolute nonsense. What have you had the same caseworker this whole time?
So the lady that first showed up to my house putting the safety plan in place, saying that I was no longer allowed to be around my son unsupervised.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Yep.
Is not the that I ended with.
Okay. So when they first sorry, I'm trying to find my pen. I get it. When they first came in and got your son due to the imminent danger, when they first came there, it said your son was in imminent danger because there was an argument between you and your stepmother. Did your stepmother call and say that you guys had an issue, or did the police call, or what took place there?
So what had happened was everybody was sick in my home. My aunt wanted to see my son, so I was like, "Yeah, everybody's sick. You're more than welcome to, hang out for a little bit." Right. My stepmom comes out of the house freaking out, screaming as I'm putting my son in my aunt's truck. And calling names, freaking out, and then turns around and jumps on the phone with my caseworker and goes, she's trying to kidnap my son from me.
Oh.
And because I removed my son out of that situation, I broke the safety plan, and she removed my child from me.
And how long did it take for them to get your daughter out of imminent danger? How many days will they come?
So the first assault occurred January 31st, and she did not come until February 16th.
That's good.
The argument between me and my stepmom was a Saturday, and she never even showed up. This was all over phone. She never handed me a warrant. She never had anything signed by a judge, nothing. She just told me that I could no longer be around my son no more.
Yeah. Whew. Okay. Wow.
Makes perfect sense.
Right. I mean, I don't even know why you're on this phone. I mean, like, wow. So, where
what
are you?
What state are you in?
Your state?
Texas.
Okay.
Texas.
I'm Alabama.
Texas. So where are you as far as your case goes now? You're at, like, you've been in this for a year, obviously. Are you at a TPR? Are you at prior to? Where are you?
The end of the trial. Apparently, the last time we went to court, CPS dropped out completely. During court, I filed a dismissal, and the judge was like, okay, you can state your side of like what happened. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to come out, because I was representing myself, and plead your case. So I did. In the process of it, my first caseworker, I was like, okay, so, when you came to my house, you told me, hey, this is voluntary. You don't have to sign it. But if you don't, I'm going to take your child out of your home tonight, and I'm going to place him in foster care. And I was like, did you have a warrant? She's like, no. I said, did you have anything signed by a judge? No. And it just kept going. She's like, well, like, it was just crazy. She's like, oh, you threatened me. And she would say what she thought a threat was. And I'm like, okay, so where's the threat in that? Well, it was just offensive. I'm like, okay, well, you're trying to say, you don't want my son placed back with me because I'm mean, I'm hostile, I'm this, I'm that. But you keep saying that I'm doing all these things I'm not doing. Is that not a reason to be hostile?
Right.
You're sitting here lying, trying to make me look bad.
Manipulate, right.
Okay, and then it got to like my second caseworker, and she was like, we don't want your son placed back with you because domestic violence in your current home. And I'm like, well, what was that? Well, you broke a window to get back into your house because you got locked out. And I'm like,
oh, wow.
What do you mean that's domestic violence?
Where's
domestic violence? Well, you broke a window. I said, that's not domestic violence. Like, I, went out to eat, and I accidentally left my house key inside when I, left. I broke.
Oh, that's an irresponsible parent.
I was like, yeah, like probably not the best way to get back into my house, but whatever. How was that domestic violence? Well, I guess it's not. I just felt like there was a better way you could have got back into your home, or you could have called a locksmith. But I still don't feel like your son's safe to be back with you. And I'm like, how does that make any sense? There's no domestic violence in that, and that's what you're pleading your case on was, and it's just crazy. So
it's crazy when they get their grasps on you, how hard it is to. Well, I'll tell you this: there's a 12% chance, and this is going by their numbers and their mathematics. You have a 12% chance when CPS gets their hooks into your child to get them back. So that's it, and which baffles me how they're even allowed to get this Title IV funding, because that's specifically for reunification. But when you have a statistic that says 12% chance of you getting your child back, how can you flow this money confidently into a system that is clearly not giving back kids?
absolutely.
the number one thing you have to do in these situations at all costs is keep that kid out of their arms, because once they get them, the game changes. It's no longer about what you did to get there. It's no longer about any of the things before that. Now you're playing their game. You're jumping through their hoops, and you're going by their rules. You know, like you go for a visit, you're 5 minutes late. You live 150 miles away from your visit. You know, like you get an hour. They're 5 minutes late. They're like, oh well, look at, you're late. You can't believe this, and yada yada yada. You know, like you know, we all know this as parents. You're jumping from leaps and bounds trying to get to these things that they expect you to do. Maybe keeping your job, maybe not, losing your job because they want you to go to this counseling and this counseling and this counseling. In the meantime, all of your friends and family have looked at you, shame on you, you're such a bad person, you should listen to the caseworker. And you're sitting there like, what are you talking about? Everybody, I swear, gets a dumb head on. You know, like everybody that's known you for your whole life, they're like, what a terrible person you are. I can't believe that this is you. Because a caseworker wants to lie about you, you know, or they get to go to court and they get to lie on the stand and say all this nonsense about you, and this is okay. It's terrible. And it happens so much. I'm sorry that I cut you off on that little rant, but so what goes on? Now you go in there. What happens next? You're in the courtroom.
So it was like, okay, will you threaten me? Well, it's not a threat. I felt like it was offensive. Well, there's domestic violence in your home. Well, I guess it's not. I just felt like you could have got back into your house a better way. And then the judge is sitting there, okay, well, did you complete everything? And they're like, oh yeah, you know, it's not a drug case, but we made her take all these drug tests, but she did pass them. Well, did she complete everything you've asked her to? Well, yeah. And it's like, okay, has there been any other incidents? No. Well, she has her other kid full time, has no issues. Y'all don't bother the other child. Like, you know, is there any other reasoning that y'all feel like she shouldn't, y'all like have any concerns? Well, at one of her visits, she gave her son Benadryl because he was sneezing and coughing and had allergies, and the dad didn't like that. And I'm like, okay, how is that an actual concern? Because I was taking care of my child, because
right,
you know. And it's like, okay, the only thing y'all are saying that I did that sounds really bad, y'all are already going back on saying, well, yeah, I guess that's not what that is. And the little things that y'all do come up with that I actually did are, oh, well, she gave him Benadryl. She did, you know, she changed his clothes and didn't put them back in the dad's diaper bag. She put them in her diaper bag, and the dad was upset about it. And it was just stupid little things that they're using to keep my child away from me.
Yep. And what did you see? What did you see happening with the relationship of you and your child as this was going on? Like, what was your visitation like? How did your visitation go from this during this? You know, like from start to where you're at now.
My son was with me every single day for 9 months straight. I was the only parent. I was taking care of him. I mean, he wanted me to hold him all the time, and then you slowly start seeing your kid learn how to walk and doesn't want to be held anymore. And it's like weird because you can tell, like, okay, he's not being held anymore. He's not. And then it's like every time my son goes to leave, it's clenching onto me, screaming, Mama. And it's, you're trying to tell people, like, you're hurting my child, you're breaking him, like, you're causing damage. And it's like, oh, well, as long as he's not with you, it's okay. Right. We don't care what happens to him. And my son's showing up covered in bruises, broken, busted eye, like falling off of a four-wheeler. And it's like, okay, go into my casework and be like, hey, like, what the heck? Oh, well, he's not getting beaten. It's okay. They're not abusing him. Like, he just fell off a four-wheeler. It's no big deal. It happens. Okay, well, what about his broken teeth? Oh, it happens. He's a baby. Coming to visits covered in his own, excuse my language, shit, after a 2-hour drive because they didn't clean him properly before sending him with a CPS worker. Oh, it's a baby. It happens. No. That's a
But if you did
job
that,
to take care of a child. And it's like,
but if you did that, what would happen?
Freaking issue. If I did
Right.
it.
Mm-hmm.
I think my son was learning how to walk, and he fell during one of the visits one time, and they tried to cancel my visit because of it.
Because he fell down.
While he was learning how to walk. So he didn't catch his balance yet. He was like barely taking steps, and he fell one time, and they tried to cancel my visits on me.
Wow.
And it's crazy. It's like, okay, he falls one time, you don't want me to see my kid no more, but it's okay for my kid to show up covered in bruises, bloody rashes, infected private parts. I mean,
Jesus.
all sorts of things, and you have no concerns. Like, you're okay with my child being there, and it's wild.
It's almost unbelievable, right? It's almost like you sit there and you're like, wow, you know what? There's just no way on God's earth that this is real. There's no way that this judge, I'm going to get some justice here. You know, there's got to be someone that's able to come in. You know, they're going to step in and they're going to say, this is just a bad dream. There's just no way that so much blatant abuse and neglect and faultiness and lying and all of this stuff can be there and not have this work out in this beautiful, wonderful court system that since a child you've been told that this is the cornerstone of America and this is where our rights and this is where freedom and yada, yada, yada. It's a bunch of crap. They don't care. You go in there, you've done nothing. Your child, like you said, bruised, beaten, cracked, all of this stuff that you tried so desperately to make sure never happened to that kid, or they never had to see the things that they saw before they went to this new foster home that, you know, who God only knows what the hell they're doing there, you know, and it's all over the place. But no one's listening. No one's helping. No one, I don't know if no one cares. I don't know if they don't want to deal with it, but I just don't understand. Did you have any knowledge of CPS and what they were doing before your child was involved? Like, did you know, like, to the full extent of the corruption and any of that stuff? Because I didn't. And I feel very ashamed that I didn't. I came into it this way. But because this is just so horrid. But, you know, like, once you got here, right, like, that had to have been how you were thinking, right? Justice is going to come flying out. I can't believe this.
Yeah.
Oh, Candace, you? I mean, is that how you felt about it? I mean, this story is the same. It's just happened so much, and people need to realize that they're not untouchable from the arms of CPS. If they want your kids, they're coming for your kids.
I'm gonna tell you, it's like this. With me being a veteran, it doesn't matter what kind of status you have. Period. You can be a doctor, you can be an attorney. I personally know an attorney who actually had CPS involved in their home, and that's an attorney. So just because you think you might be, you know, a little bit of a higher class than what most people are, you're not out of the question for CPS to come in and take your children. Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's not about the class. Me personally, I honestly feel like it's got something to do with the bloodlines, but that's a whole different story for a whole different day. But as I was saying, nobody's out of the arms of CPS. They really aren't. They're just there to traffic children. They're not there to protect our families. They're really not. These children are better off with their families being beaten, being raped, being, locked up in a closet or whatever, than they would be better in a stranger's home, period. Point blank. I don't care who you are, what stances you stand on. I've seen too many cases. Too many children have died in the hands of being in foster homes, period.
And if they go there, they shouldn't. That should be it. They should be vetted so well that this whole thing is okay. We haven't gotten to the end of your story yet. We don't even know where we're at with you, but let's take a 5-minute break here. Candace is going to go ahead and inform us on this. Well, it's her topic, but me and you are going to step aside for just a couple minutes, and Candace is going to give us some knowledge, the wealth of knowledge of a little portion of the court stuff. So me and Kayla will be right back, and everybody else. Here goes my girl, Candace.
Hey, y'all. So what I have decided to bring to the table this afternoon is a trial de novo, simply because I know myself. I didn't know anything about them here until just here recently. So I thought I would kind of bring that out to you. What a trial de novo is, it's a legal term referring to a new trial or hearing. Just let me put this little disclaimer in here real quick. I'm not an attorney. I am self-studied, so let me make sure that I tell you all this. You can look all this information up online, and you can find it for yourselves. Anyways, so a trial de novo is a legal term referring to a new trial or a hearing that occurs as if the previous trial had not taken place. This typically happens when an appeal is granted in a case. In such instances, the appellate court may decide that the original trial was flawed in some way, such as errors in the legal procedure, evidentiary issues, or other irregularities that warrant a new trial. Now, during a trial de novo, the case is retried from the beginning as if the original trial never occurred. This means that all evidence, witness testimony, and legal arguments are presented anew, and the judge and jury will make a fresh decision based on the evidence and arguments presented during the new trial. Trial de novo is a way to ensure that parties have a fair opportunity to present their case without being bound by the decisions or errors of the previous trials. It allows for a fresh review of the facts and legal issues involved in the case. Now, a trial de novo can be sought or ordered in various legal contexts, typically after a decision has been made in a lower court or administrative proceeding. Here are some of the common scenarios where a trial de novo may be used. Civil cases. After an unfavorable verdict in a civil case, either party may appeal to a higher court. In some jurisdictions, if the appeal is successful, the higher court may order a trial de novo, essentially starting the case over from the beginning in the appellate court. Criminal cases. In some instances, particularly in cases involving minor offenses or certain types of infractions, a defendant may appeal a decision from the lower court and request a trial de novo in a higher court. Administrative hearings. When an individual or a business challenge decisions made by administrative agencies such as zoning boards, license boards, regulatory bodies, they may have the right to appeal to a higher or court. In some cases, if the appeal is successful, the higher authority may order a trial de novo. Arbitration and alternative dispute. In some arbitration proceedings, if the parties are dissatisfied with appealing the arbitrator's decisions and starting over in a judicial setting. Now, it's important to note a trial de novo and the specific procedures can vary depending on the jurisdiction and the type of case involved. In many instances, there are specific rules and deadlines for filing appeals and requesting a new trial. So it's essential to consult with a qualified attorney who is familiar with the relevant laws and procedures in your jurisdiction. Now, you can typically request a trial de novo in the following situations. After an favorable verdict, if you're dissatisfied with the outcome of a trial, you can appear to a higher court and request a trial de novo. This allows you to present your case again from the beginning, often with a different judges or a new jury. Errors in legal procedure. If errors occurred during the original trial that you believe affected the fairness of the proceedings or the outcome of the case, you may request a trial de novo to rectify those errors. New evidence. If new evidence emerges that was not available or presented during the original trial, you may request a new trial to induce this evidence and potentially change the outcome. Misapplication of law. If you believe that the law was misapplied or misinterpreted during the original trial, you may seek a trial de novo to have the case reheard with a fresh legal analysis. Violation of rights. If you believe that your constitutional rights were violated during the original trial, such as the right to a fair trial or the right to due process, you may seek a new trial to address these concerns. It's important to know that the availability of the trial de novo and the procedures for requesting one can vary depending on the jurisdiction and the type of case involved. Additionally, there are typical deadlines and requirements for filing an appeal and requesting a new trial, so it's crucial to consult with a qualified attorney who can advise you on specific rules and procedures applicable to your situation. Now, you can use a trial de novo on CPS cases. In some jurisdictions, a trial de novo may be available for child protective services cases, but it depends on the specific laws and the procedures of the jurisdiction where the case is being heard. Cases involve allegations of abuse, neglect, or dependency of children, and they often go through a series of administrative and legal proceedings to determine the best interest of the child involved. These cases may involve hearings before administrative agencies, juvenile courts, or family courts, depending on the jurisdiction. If a party involved in a CPS case disagrees with the outcome of a hearing or decisions, they may have the right to appeal to a higher court or request a review of the case. In some situations, this can involve seeking a trial de novo, where the case is retried from the beginning in the appellate court or higher court level. However, the availability of the trial de novo and the procedures for requesting one in CPS cases can vary widely depending on the laws and regulations of the jurisdiction involved. Additionally, CPS cases often involve complex legal and procedural issues, so it's essential to consult with a qualified attorney who is familiar with the laws and procedures governing CPS cases in your jurisdiction. If you're considering seeking a trial de novo or appealing a decision in a CPS case. Now, the statutes of limitations for a trial de novo can vary significantly depending on jurisdiction and the type of case involved. In many jurisdictions, the statutes of limitations for filing an appeal or requesting a trial de novo is governed by specific rules and deadlines established by law. In some cases, the deadlines for filing an appeal or requesting a trial de novo may be relatively short, often measured in days or weeks from the day or original judgment or decision. In other cases, the deadline may be longer, especially for more complex or serious cases. It's important to note that missing the deadline for filing an appeal or requesting a trial de novo can have serious consequences, as it may result in the loss of the right to challenge the original decision or judgment. Therefore, it's essential to consult with a qualified attorney as soon as possible if you're considering filing an appeal or requesting a trial de novo in your case. Your attorney can provide you with the specific guidance on the applicable statute of limitations and ensuring that all necessary paperwork is filed within the required time frame to preserve and options for an appeal. Now, the stipulations surrounding the use of a trial de novo can vary depending on the jurisdiction and the type of cases involved. However, there are several general principles and considerations to keep in mind. Grounds for an appeal, typically to request a trial de novo, there must be grounds for an appeal. This could include errors in legal procedure, misapplication of the law, admission of improper evidence, or the other procedural irregularities that may have affected the outcome of the original trial. Filing deadlines. There are usually strict deadlines for filing an appeal and requesting a trial de novo. These deadlines are set by law and may vary depending on the type of case involved. It's crucial to be aware and adhere to the deadlines to preserve your right to appeal. Notice requirements. In many jurisdictions, you may provide notice to the opposing party in the court when filing an appeal or requesting a trial de novo. This notice requirement ensures that all parties involved in the cases are aware of the appeal and have an opportunity to respond. Standard of review during the trial de novo. The appellate courts or higher court will typically case without differences to the findings of the lower court. This means that the appellate court will reconsider the evidence, legal arguments, and issues presented in the case as if it was being heard for the first time. Scope of review. The scope of review during a trial de novo may vary depending on the jurisdiction and the type of cases involved. In some cases, the appellate court may consider only the issues raised on appeal, while in others, it may have broad discretion to review the entire case. Deposition of the case. After conducting a trial de novo, the appellate court or higher court may issue a new judgment or decision based on the evidence and arguments presented during the new trial. The court may affirm, reverse, modify, or remand the case back to the lower court for further proceedings. It is essential to consult with a qualified attorney who is familiar with the laws and procedures governing the appeals and trials de novo in your jurisdiction. An experienced attorney can help you understand your rights, evaluate your options, and navigate the appeals process effectively. Now, as far as a few examples of some case laws, criminal appeals. In criminal cases, defendants may appeal convictions on higher court if the appeal and success in the higher court may order a trial de novo. One famous example in the case of Mapp versus Ohio, 1961, where the Supreme Court ruled the evidence obtained in violation of the Fourth Amendment must be excluded from trial. This decision essentially ordered a new trial for Dolray Mapp due to the unlawfully obtained evidence. As far as family goes, in divorce or child custody cases, parties dissatisfied with the outcome of trial court may appeal the decision. If successful, they may be granted a trial de novo in the appellate court. However, the standards for granting a trial de novo in family law cases can vary widely by jurisdiction. In administrative law cases, individuals or businesses may appeal decisions made by administrative agencies to higher courts. If the appeal is successful, the higher court may order a trial de novo, allowing for a fresh review of the case. An example could be a zoning board decision that was successfully appealed due to the procedure errors. These are just a few examples, and the use of trial de novo can vary depending on the jurisdiction and the specific circumstances of the case. Legal procedures and case law regarding trial de novo continue to evolve as courts interpret and apply the law to new situations. For most accurate and up-to-date information on case law related to trial de novo, it's best to consult legal databases or seek guidance from a legal professional familiar with the relevant jurisdiction and areas of law. Appeals of dependency and neglect determinations in CPS cases. Trial de novos may be relevant when the parties appeal determinations for dependencies or neglect made by the juvenile or family court. If a party disagrees with the findings of rulings made by the lower court, they may seek a review by a higher court, potentially leading to a trial de novo if the appeal is successful. Review of termination of parental rights, which is TPR decisions. In cases where parental rights are terminated by the court, parties may appeal these decisions if the appellate court finds errors in the proceedings or disagrees with the lower court's decision. It may order a trial de novo and re-examine the case and make a fresh determination regarding determination of parental rights. Challenges to CPS investigations and removals. When CPS removes or initiates an investigation into allegations or neglect, parties may challenge these actions in court. If the court upholds actions and a party appeals, the appellate court may trial de novo to reconsider the evidence and legal arguments presented in the case. And it's important to note that the use of trial de novo in CPS cases can vary depending on the specific facts and circumstances of each case. Additionally, case law surrounding CPS case trial de novo may evolve over time and interpretations. For the most accurate and up-to-date information on case law related to trial de novo and CPS cases, it is advisable to consult legal databases, review relevant appellate court decisions, or seek guidance from legal professionals familiar with the laws and procedures governing CPS cases jurisdiction. Now, how do you use trial de novo on a CPS void order trial de novo? If you believe that a child protective services CPS order is void and you wish to seek a trial de novo, you typically need to follow specific legal procedures within the jurisdiction where the case is being heard. Here's a general outline of the steps that you might take. Number one is to understand the basis for the void order. Determine why you believe the CPS order is void. Void orders typically arise from serious defects in the legal process, such as a lack of jurisdiction, violation of due process rights, or other fundamental errors in that render the order invalid from its inception. Consult with an attorney. It is crucial to seek the legal advice from an attorney who is experienced in CPS cases and appellate procedures. An attorney can assess the circumstances of your case, determine the validity of the claim that the order is void, and advise you on the best course of action. File a motion or petition. Your attorney may file a motion petition with the appropriate court seeking the relief from the void order. The specific procedures for filing a motion or petition will depend on the rules and requirements of the jurisdiction where the case is being heard. Argue grounds for void order. In your motion or petition, you will need to clearly articulate the grounds for why The CPS order is void and involves citing relevant legal authorities, presenting evidence or legal arguments, and explaining how the defects in the order warrant relief. Request a trial de novo. If the court determines that the CPS order is void or invalid, you may request a trial de novo. This essentially means that the case will be retried from the beginning as if the original trial never occurred. During the trial de novo, you will have the opportunity to present your case anew and challenge the allegations or findings made by CPS. Prepare for trial. If the court grants your request for a trial de novo, you and your attorney should prepare thoroughly for the new trial. This may involve gathering evidence, identifying witnesses, developing legal arguments, and ensuring that all procedure requirements are met. Attend the trial. Attend the trial de novo as scheduled and participate fully in the proceedings. Present your case, cross-examine witnesses, and make legal arguments to support your position. Await the court's decision. After the trial de novo, the court will issue a new judgment or order based on the evidence and arguments presented during the trial. Be prepared to accept the court's decision, or, if necessary, explore further legal options such as appealing the decision to a higher court. It is important to remember that the specific procedures and requirements for seeking relief from a void CPS order and requesting a trial de novo can vary depending on the jurisdiction and the laws governing CPS cases in your area. Working with an experienced attorney will help ensure that you navigate the legal process effectively and protect your rights and interests. A void order typically arises from a fundamental defect in the legal process, such as lack of jurisdiction or the violation of due process rights. Void orders are essentially considered invalid from the inception and can be challenged and set aside through legal proceedings or motions. On the other hand, a trial de novo refers to a new trial or hearing held as if previous trial had not taken place. It's typically ordered by a higher court after an appeal has been granted, and it allows a fresh review of the case, including presenting new evidence and arguments. While there might be instances where a void order is overturned and a trial de novo is ordered, they are not necessarily interdependent or directly related in all cases. The specific circumstances of each legal matter, including the jurisdiction and the laws involved, greatly influence how these concepts interact. As such, providing specific case laws where void orders were addressed through the trial de novo may not be straightforward, as the circumstances surrounding the void orders and trial de novo can vary widely across different legal contexts and jurisdictions. If you believe you are dealing with a void order or are seeking a trial de novo, it's crucial to consult with a qualified attorney who can evaluate your situation, advise you on the applicable laws and the procedures, and help you navigate the legal process effectively. Let's see. I can provide you with a general understanding of how trial de novo might be used in a context of family CPS cases. Appeals of dependency determinations in cases where a child has been found dependent by the court due to abuse, neglect, or other reasons. Parties involved may appeal the court's decision. If the appeal is successful, the appellate court may order a trial de novo, allowing a fresh examination of the evidence and legal arguments. Termination of parental rights appeals. When parental rights are terminated by the court, parties may appeal the decision if they believe there were errors in the proceedings or terminations was not justified. If the appellate court may order a trial de novo to reconsider the case. Challenges to placement decisions. In cases where CPS has placed a child in foster care or with another caregiver, parties may challenge these placement decisions in court. If the court upholds the placement and the party appeals, a trial de novo may be ordered to review the evidence. While I can't provide specific case laws, you may find relevant legal proceedings by researching appellate court decisions in your jurisdiction related to family laws, CPS cases, and trial de novo. It's also advisable to consult with a qualified attorney who can evaluate your specific situations and provide guidance based on the laws and procedures applicable to your case. As far as appeals of TPR decisions, If a parent or a legal guardian disagrees with the decisions to terminate their parental rights made by the juvenile or family court, they may appeal the decision to a higher court. If the appeal is successful, the appellate court may order a trial de novo, allowing a fresh review of the evidence and legal arguments. Grounds for TPR appeals. Appeals in TPR cases often involve arguments related to due process violations, errors in the application of the law, or insufficient evidence to support the termination of parental rights. If the appellate court finds merit in the appeal, or it may order a trial de novo to reconsider the case. Scope of the review and trial de novos. During a trial de novo in a CPS TPR case, the appellate court will typically review the case without deference to the findings of the lower court. This means that the appellate court will reconsider the evidence, legal arguments, and issuance presented in the case as if it was being heard for the first time. Deposition of the case. After conducting a trial de novo in a CPS TPR case, the appellate court may issue a new judgment or decision based on the evidence and arguments presented during the new trial. The court may affirm, reverse, modify, or remand the case back to the lower court for further proceedings. Child custody and visitation. The case involving child custody and visitation rights, parties may appeal decisions made by the lower courts if they believe errors were made in the original proceedings. If the appeal is successful, a trial de novo may be ordered, allowing for a fresh review of the evidence and legal arguments related to custody and visitation. Divorce and property division. If the divorces where there are disputes over the division of marital property or assets properties, may appeal decisions made by the divorce court. If the appellate court finds errors and irregularities in the original proceedings, it may order trial de novo to reevaluate the divisions of property and assets. Spousal support and alimony. Disputes over spousal support and alimony awards may also lead to appeals and requests for trial de novo. If the appellate court determines that the original award was improper or unjustified, it may order a trial de novo to reconsider the amount and duration of the spousal support. Paternity and parentage. In cases involving paternity disputes or establishment of parentage, parties may appeal decisions relating to paternity testing, child support, and parental rights. If the appellate determines that the original decision was incorrect or incomplete, it may order a trial de novo to address these issues. In cases where the termination of parental rights is parties may appeal decisions made by lower courts if they believe errors were made in proceedings. If the appeal is successful, a trial de novo may be ordered, allowing a fresh review of the evidence and the legal arguments related to the termination of parental rights. General considerations regarding TPR cases and trial de novo. Grounds for appeal. Appellate courts may review TPR to ensure that the lower courts follow by procedures and apply the law correctly. Grounds for may include procedure errors, violation of due process rights, or failure to consider relevant evidence. Scope of review during the trial de novo in a TPR case. The appellate court typically reviews the evidence and legal arguments without differences to the findings of the lower court. This means that the appellate court may reevaluate the case independently and reach its own conclusion based on the evidence presented. Deposition of the case. After conducting a trial de novo in a TPR case, the appellate court may issue a new judgment or decision based on the evidence and arguments presented during the new trial. The court may affirm, reverse, modify, or remand the case back to the lower court for further proceedings. Now, as far as family law, the use of trial de novo typically arises in situations where parties appeal decisions made by lower courts. Here are some general areas of family law where trial de novo may be utilized. Child custody and visitations. Appeals regarding child custody and visitation orders are commonly in family law. If one party disagrees with the custody arrangement or the visitation schedule ordered by the lower court, they may appeal that decision. If the appeal is successful, a trial de novo may be ordered, allowing for a fresh examination of the evidence and the legal arguments related to custody and visitation. Property division and divorce disputes over the division of marital property or assets in divorce cases may lead to appeals if the appellate courts find errors and irregularities in the original property division order. It may order a trial de novo to reevaluate the distribution of assets and liabilities between the spouses. Spousal support and alimony appeals regarding the spousal support or alimony awards are another area where a trial de novo may be used. Now, you got the domestic violence protection orders and cases involving domestic violence protection orders. Parties may appeal decisions made by lower courts if they believe errors were made in the original proceedings. If the appeal is successful, a trial de novo may be ordered, allowing for a fresh review of the evidence and the legal arguments related to protection orders. Let's see, what else we got? Here's some general considerations regarding a trial de novo in TPR cases. Grounds for appeal. Appellate courts may review TPR cases to ensure that the lower courts followed proper procedures, applied the law correctly, and considered that all relevant evidence. Grounds for appeal may include errors in the application of the law, proceeding irregularities, or failure to consider important factors relevant to the determination's decision. Due process concerns. Appellate courts may closely scrutinize TPR proceedings to ensure that parents' due process rights are protected throughout the process. This includes ensuring that parents have adequate notice of the proceedings, the opportunity to be heard, and the right to present evidence and witness on their behalf. Best interest of the child. While the best interests of the child are paramount in TPR cases, appellate courts may review whether the lower court properly consider all relevant factors in determining the child's best interest. This may include assessing the evidence regarding the parent-child relationship, the parents have provided for the child's needs, and any potential risk to the child's well-being. During the trial de novo in a TPR case, the appellate court typically reviews the evidence and legal arguments independently without deference to the findings of the lower court. This allows the appellate court to reach its own conclusions based on the evidence presented. After conducting a trial de novo in a TPR case, the appellate court may issue a new judgment or decision based on the evidence and arguments presented during the new trial. The court may affirm, reverse, modify, or remand the case back to the lower court for further proceedings. Let's see. I think that's about it. I mean, there's a little bit more about trial de novo. Just, like I said, make sure y'all do, your due diligence. When you're looking this up, speak to an attorney, and just make sure that it's honestly right for your case.
Candace, that was freaking amazing. Like, I just got probably some college kids paid $50,000 for what you just told everybody in those 15 minutes. So that was great. Kayla, you learned a lot right there, right? You fully engulfed in the trial de novo. That was awesome, Candace. And let me tell you guys something. I asked Candace about an hour and a half ago to put in that, to do something like that for me, and she whipped that up. So that was just awesome. And so I'm thankful for her and thankful for that. So trial de novo is the way to go if you can get there and get qualified, because you get a fresh start, right? Is that pretty much the way that this wraps up? You can be qualified, you can start over, introduce new evidence, which is huge, because that's not typical in your appeals or any of those things. You're not allowed to enter new evidence in any sort of case hearings. You've got to go by what's been read. It pretty much kind of like, it's like this: you navigate yourself to the district court, to your TPR hearing, and then from that point forward, there's nothing else that can come out. So a trial de novo is perfect if your attorneys forgot something, if they weren't able to get something in that you were supposed to have, because again, in the appeals area, it's a very special situation to actually get to insert new information. So,
honestly, Darren, a trial de novo would actually be the step right below an appeal. Like, I would do a trial de novo before you do an appeal.
Okay. Well, I'm just, that gives you the opportunity to bring new information that you normally would not have, right? All right, guys, we're back here with our guests here, Kayla, and back in our green room there, we've got Officer Herbert Petty. If we have him, we're going to start using him. He's on call with us. If we have any legal questions regarding the police department and the routines and everything that the police have and what they do with their procedures. We got Herb Petty back there waiting to answer some questions, which, you know what, I'm going to bring him out for a second. Hey, Herbert, how we doing tonight, buddy?
Good. How you doing, Darren?
Good. Hey, I don't know if you heard Kayla's story, but her story involves a bunch about her. She was in the car with her child, and a gentleman that was in there started having an incident with her. Well, Kayla, I'll let you tell him, and then maybe you can tell us what you think about the whole domestic violence.
I heard her whole story.
You heard it. So, what do you think about that madness? That CPS?
Yeah, and I heard how they gave up her child to the person that was abusing her.
Yeah. What say you about that, Herbert? A man of the law. Like, what's your thoughts on this?
I gotta know more about the story. I only heard what I heard from her, and it's there's got to be a little more to that story, because I don't understand why they would give the child to the person that abused her.
Right. Well, that's just it. That's the whole thing with CPS, and that's what we're trying to. So Herbert is new to this whole CPS world, and his cousin.
Oh boy.
Yeah, his cousin and I have been telling him, like he was involved in these procedures, and his standard procedure was to call CPS if there was ever an issue. That would be it. Come get the kid. He didn't realize the trafficking, the lying, and all of these things that had gone on with what goes on that involves these kids and what they do with them and what they do to the parents and how they lie and they get away with that. I mean, Kayla, what happened with your caseworker at the end of your caseworker when you got the new caseworker? What took place there?
It switched to a conservatorship. Is why I got my the last caseworker I had. After my case, the last trial, I had an investigator reach out to me, asking me some questions, and heard that I had some recordings from court where my caseworker was on the stand line. She had let me know that my caseworker was already on a 3 to 6 month, what she called a consequence for her misconduct throughout the beginning of my case. So I don't know if she's currently still working for them or fired, but I had turned over all the recordings I had. And so that's where I ended that at. And the last thing I heard on my case was that, everything was supposed to be in court order, and it was going on 3 weeks ago, but the judge has still refused to sign anything. And I'm thinking it's because, he's trying to hold off signing anything so I run out my time. But it's been about 3 weeks now, and he still will not sign my court order. So I can.
So what did the TPR order come out to? Was it a TPR order that you went to trial for?
So CPS wanted to drop out of the case. They said they were going to give the dad pretty much full custody of my child.
Okay.
It came out pretty bad. I currently am only allowed to see my son one time a month now, supervised. Yeah. So
supervised.
Yeah, and
okay. Hold up. Whoa. Okay, so that they have certain guidelines that, you're supposed to get at least 8 hours a month with your child. Are you getting a full 8 hours from that one visit, or?
My last court date was January 23rd. I have not seen my son before court.
Wow.
I have no idea. When I try to ask what's going on, my caseworker will not talk to me no more. Since that court hearing, the dad will not give me any. I keep getting told you'll receive papers, and that's been going on for about 2 to 3 weeks. And I haven't heard anything. I have no information.
Wow. So you're just kind of sitting in limbo.
Do you know where this child is? Do you know, the foster parents? Okay,
She's with her
you
father.
need to do a welfare check.
Why do you say
If
that?
I was you, being a mother, I would child's okay or not. That's my personal opinion.
Is many bad things as I've seen my son coming back looking like I'd absolutely agree. I get pictures from him, but that's about it.
Wow, I can't
He
believe.
was-
But there's
Any updates, anything.
what is so the order that you're waiting for the judge to sign? What does this say?
It says that I see my son one time a month. I have to drive now 2 hours to see my son. I have to pay somebody to supervise my visit. I pay child support. I have to pay to reimburse the dad for health insurance, but I cannot carry my child on health insurance. I just have to pay dad back every time he pays for health insurance. Like, it makes no sense to me.
All because you protected your child in an incident that happened that you were involved in. Herbert, this is it, man. Like, this is CPS, man. This is what they do. They took a perfectly loving mom, probably clearly from what I've gathered from just seeing her here. I'm no police officer like you, but I mean, this woman seems to be a loving, caring mom that did the right thing when she was in a bad situation. And now they've completely destroyed her life.
Who calls CPS on you?
You're not going to believe me. There was no CPS call. She showed up to my house and told me that she had papers for me to sign, that they were voluntary, but if I did not sign, she was going to take my child out of my home that night and place my son in foster care.
So the police department must have contacted them.
Okay, like Darren,
right?
like Darren said, I'm rather new to this, yes, but I've been listening very carefully. And there's a lot of things that I've learned from listening to his shows. And one thing is, CPS doesn't wake up in the morning and say, gee, we're going to go to her house and take her baby. So somebody made a phone call, some kind of complaint.
Well, I know that my daughter's dad, when he did not get his way, it was calling CPS 24/7.
Well,
no
there
matter.
you go, right? So
that
he heard.
Okay,
so he must have heard.
So when he didn't get
right.
Yeah. So when he didn't get his way, then he was calling CPS. But with your other child, you have two children, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And your other child, somebody had a call.
From what I know,
and they came to
there was no call about any domestic violence. What I was aware of was that my daughter's dad called CPS on me, saying that I had left my child home alone, unattended.
Yeah.
Oh, your daughter called CPS?
No, my daughter's dad.
Daughter's dad.
Okay.
Both of them are,
So when
jealous
CPS
fathers or mad fathers trying to get back at you, pretty much is what's going on here.
Right. Now, when CPS arrived, were they by themselves?
No.
They were escorted.
Did they have the police or sheriff with them?
I'm sorry, what?
Did they have the police or the sheriff department with them?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And the police and the sheriff department didn't say anything. Am I correct? Right. And then CPS showed you some papers. Was that drafted up by the courts?
No.
Who was it drafted up by?
Just CPS. She had no warrant. She had no nothing when she offered me the safety.
Okay. So, did you invite them in your house?
Mistakenly, yes.
That was the mistake.
Yes.
No, that was it.
Yeah.
That was it right there.
Yeah.
You should have stayed right there. You should have, when they came to your door, rang the doorbell, you should open your door and walk outside, close your door back and say, how can I help you?
Yeah.
Then how do we, this is the problem. And maybe you can help with this, Kayla, since you've experienced this. How do we get this across? Because you didn't know. I didn't know. Same thing. Candace is, how do we get it out to people just to at least know that little piece? Because that little piece could save someone that's sweet, nice like you out of this entire situation.
Darren,
one
let me.
that I learned on anything: do not sign anything. As soon as you sign any form, any paper, anything, you are signing a contract with CPS. They're
Right there.
There's
Right
no
there. Absolutely. That's 100%.
I agree.
But what I'm saying is,
I agree with
how do we stop them? How do you get people to be educated enough to know not allow them to have that first step?
I don't think you'll ever be educated enough until you're in this situation yourself. I've learned a lot because of this case. Things that I don't.
Also, Darren, folks need to realize too that CPS is not a government agency. Everybody honestly really needs to realize that the United States is not even a government. At this point in moment, our quote unquote president is a CEO of a business. Therefore, our police departments, they're not even government agencies. They are just a for-profit organization.
Right. They're just it's all about the money. Let's just get that right. But what I'm talking about is this. How do we get people to understand that they don't have authority to just come into your home, grab your kids, and leave? Because we're also freaking scared when they come and do this. You know, I used to say the same thing. Anybody ever tries to come and take my kid, I'll, blah, 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 blah. But then that day comes and they come with 3 black and whites and this, that, and this, and you're pretty much like, sorry, you know what I mean? Like you don't know what to do. You don't know what to think. The lawyer that you have advice is worth of crap, So like, if I would have known, hands down, that's voluntary and all of this stuff. And like if I would have known half of even a quarter of what I know now, I would be sitting here with my daughter doing this show, but I probably wouldn't be doing this show. So, maybe this happened for a reason. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. But we need to figure out how to get this out there and get it to people that, even if it's just a simple bit of, don't let CPS in your door. Even if it's just that little bit, that could have saved you how much?
A lot.
You know what? Maybe we need to start printing out some flyers and start putting, at the go. Don't let these folks in your home, because a lot of people, everybody thinks that they're a government agency. Everybody thinks that they have the right to come to your home and take your children, and they don't. They really don't. Everybody that I've been dealing with here recently, I've had about 3 or 4 parents per month that, said, hey, look, I'm worried about, CPS, and I have to straight up tell them, look, ignore them. You don't have to give them, don't have to do nothing for them. They ain't nobody but just a business, like, your gas station, whatever. Like, and like, everybody that I have literally have told them that, they just completely shut them out of the home.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, guys, we are.
But to answer the question about how do we get people to know about CPS? Well, first of all, it's that's a loaded question.
Right.
When you mention about putting posters up at gas stations and stuff like that, you're on the right track, because people, it's like in criminal activities. Nobody knows anything about the law and the rights and everything else unless they fall into it.
Right. And then it's too late.
Like, I think Darren understands. I shared something with Darren that when you hear about the Miranda has to be read. You didn't know that.
Right.
Ladies, you did not know that. You thought that a police officer could just recite the Miranda to you, and that's legal. It's not. He has to read it off of something. He has to read the Miranda, or else everything you say cannot be held against you.
So that's...
And people don't know that.
So the Miranda rights are actually still in effect? Because my understanding, what I got told down here from Randolph County, from where my whole case even started in the beginning with, I asked about my Miranda rights, and they didn't tell me my Miranda rights until I got into the investigations room. They said that they don't have to read those no more.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna give you another part of that too, Police officers do not have to read you your Miranda as long as they're not going to interrogate you.
So if they're gonna,
So you were correct.
Right.
When you got into the interrogation room, they read you your Miranda. Am I correct?
Correct.
Good. Now here's the question: did they read you your Miranda, or did they just recite to you your Miranda?
Oh, they gave me a piece of paper.
No. They're supposed to read you your Miranda.
Oh, that's crazy. I'm gonna write that one down for my book.
They give you a piece of paper. You can easily say, I can't see that. I don't have my glasses.
True.
Oh,
They're supposed to read it off of a piece of paper, off of a card. They're supposed to read it to you.
wow.
Not recite it like you see on television and Hollywood movies.
See, I got
Wow.
told that they don't, the Miranda rights don't even stand anymore. Like, they don't even have to cite them off to you or anything. And, like, you know, here's my thing. Like, okay, so you get pulled over by the police. They're interrogating you right then and there. So don't you all have the right to, like, you're being interrogated. So.
No, when a police officer pulls you over, he says, ma'am, I'm pulling you over for whatever reason. If he doesn't tell you the reason right away, he's going to say, may I see your license, registration, and your insurance card? That's not an interrogation.
Right. No, you know, the whole thing.
Interrogation.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Herbert.
No, I'm going to tell you what interrogation is. Interrogation is you broke into the candy store and you stole a pack of cigarettes and then you went out. Now, they're asking you, how did you break into the candy store? Was there anybody else with you in the candy store? What else did you steal from the candy store? That's an interrogation. But
Well,
after you broke into the candy,
when you get pulled over sometimes,
after you broke into the,
like, I've been known, like, where
go ahead.
when you get pulled over sometimes, like, police officers will literally ask you, where are you going? Where did you just come from? What do you do out so late? That's interrogation.
You could tell them, you could say, you could tell them I'm going home. I'm going to my boyfriend's house. What are you doing out so late? I'm out late because of this and because of that. That's not going to affect you.
My smart mouth would say it's none of your business.
That's
Actually, those questions, those questions he's asking you, basically is being nosy because why am I being pulled over, officer? That's your question. Please, could you tell? I'll answer your question. See, this is how you do it. I'll answer your questions, but then I have a question. Why are you pulling me over?
Right.
I just can't pull a car over because I just feel like pulling a car over.
Okay, so
Right.
let me ask you a question.
But,
What if,
but,
okay,
hold on, but this all lines into the same thing. CPS can't just come and take our kids because they want to take our kids, but they do.
That's correct. And the CPS going to take the kids, from what you guys taught me, they got to have a court order.
Right, but they don't most of the time. And they're supposed to have.
No, they have to have a court order.
You know?
They have to have a court order to come and take the child.
Right.
If they just come because of a complaint and say, I'm taking the child, no, they're not.
This is the thing: is that we are all so used to taking the official person or whatever, and we're so afraid of either being in trouble or whatever that we just go ahead and instantly hand them our child because they come with the police with intimidation, because they use other aspects, they use threats, they use coercion, they use all kinds of things, and this is what we get at. Guys,
That's right.
yeah. So this is it.
And
That's does.
And that's all they're using the police for is intimidation.
Right.
Because like I asked you before, did the police say anything? You said nope.
Because they can't. They're not
When the
supposed
police-
to, right? Guys, we're way past
The police there's nothing for the reason why the police is there is just in case there's a confrontation. That's all.
Well, so they'll say.
well, I mean, just
No, I'm telling you.
expectantly, you would think that there would be protection because these people are literally coming to kidnap our children. That's exactly
Right.
what they're doing. They're kidnapping our children right out, literally out from underneath us. And a lot of us are so shocked at what's going on at the time. We don't, we don't think fast enough. Like, we freeze up at the moment.
I know, but see, like you said before, you got to get something out to the people to understand
Yep.
that no, when CPS comes, go outside and talk to them.
Right. That's something that we need to definitely work on. But this time, I'm really going to say it, guys. We are way past our time. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. It was awesome. Kayla, thank you for sharing your story. I want you to stay in touch with us because we want to definitely hear which way this goes. If there's anything that we can do to help, you know how to get in touch with us. I don't know what we can. We can keep talking about it. Herbert, thank you so much for coming in and being that man. You'll be here every day with us. That's Herbert, the law guy. I think Herbert, what are we going to call you? We need to come up with a nickname.
Yeah, just call me. Just call me Herbert, the law guy, whatever. I'm a retired New York State police officer.
Right. Herbert,
I need to
former
talk to
NYPD
him.
Blue. Yes, you
Hey,
do, Candace.
I've got some
Kayla, you have
serious
any last words
questions.
you want to spit out? Do you have any last words you want to spit out, Kayla, before you get out of here?
Do not talk to CPS. You will aid them in their investigation without you knowing. Do not let them into your house without a warrant or anything signed by a judge.
That's correct. You got it.
Best advice I've heard tonight. Candace, you got anything?
That's it, Candace.
I don't, but I need to link up with Herbert over there.
Yeah,
so if he can connect us.
I'll make sure that I
Sure.
guys all together.
All
right, guys.
You could Darren, you could give her my phone number when you want.
All right, I will.
If you have contact.
I will do that.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much. We will catch you all tomorrow night, Tuesday night, 8 o'clock Eastern time, whatever other time with the math degradations. That's where we'll be. But everybody, thank you so much. We will continue this thing tomorrow night. I just want everybody to realize what Kayla was saying, what everybody was saying tonight is so important. Do not let these people into your house. They don't have a warrant. They don't have a reason to be there. You have rights. You are an American citizen. You you defend your children with all that you can, because once they get them, you have a 12% chance of getting them back. And it's not an easy feat. You go through so much. That it just destroys your integrity. It destroys your inside. It's a painful fight, but your kids are definitely worth it. But the outcome isn't what you need. Also, check out abolishcps.com. That's our website. That's where you can find a whole bunch of information that we talk about on the show. That's where you can find, there's chat rooms, there's news, there's other YouTube places that are playing. Their shows are on there as well. Their podcasts. Check out my podcast also. That's Our Daughter. It's on Spotify. It's on Google. It's on a bunch of those streams. Everything else that you need to find CPS is getting there. Take it easy on the content stuff because we're just getting it going. Candace has a section on there. I think we should get Herbert. We got to come up with a cool nickname for Herbert to get in here. But I think we should have a little section for him. It's got places. It's got a wall of shame. It's got my Abolish CPS bill is on there. It's got apparel like this one, this shirt that you see here. It also has a donation section because you know what? This is great that we do what we do, but a lot of these things that we have to do cost money. And if you guys can help in any way with that, that would be great. Go ahead and support this show. Click this QR code right here. That will bring you right to it. And also at abolishcps.com, that has the link for it as well. That all being said, thank you guys for hanging around. Thank you for watching it if you're watching it again. But I'm CPS Punisher. I'm out of here. welcome to this Tuesday night edition of CPS Victims Hunting for Justice. I am your host, CPS Punisher Darren Guay, and at this moment, here we are. This Tuesday night edition. Whoa, hold on. CPS Victims Hunting for Justice. I'm on here giving some feedback, and I don't want to get that. We're going to take a quick pause. 1 minute here, guys. Let me get myself right here. Hold on. Sorry about this. All right, I apologize for that. All of a sudden, I heard myself again, and I was on the other computer. So now we have no echoes. We have no more worries. We have nothing going on. Tonight, it's another night talking about child protective services, what the wrongs and rights. And well, there's no rights, right? Because we've been given inalienable rights in this world that we live. And CPS feels like they could go ahead and just dismantle those, take those away. Nobody can take those away but our Maker, and that is the way it's endowed into all of our American history. We have a Maker, and he has given us rights to live in this country, and one of those rights are to reproduce and to have children, to pursue the avenues of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And somehow along the way, the Child Protective Services have gone out of their way to manipulate a system that was intentionally made for a good reason and a good cause, to help and service families in need, children that were actually being abused. And we're talking about children that were showing up excuse me, with broken legs, battered, bruised eyes, things of a matter of severity that they felt like someone needed to step in. So this is a big deal in this country, guys. This is the problem, is that we've allowed our government to step in to our homes and decide what we, the people, are allowed and not allowed to do with our children. Okay, when this system was created in the 60s, it was meant to help these families in low income and begin to identify these children that are actually being abused. It wasn't until the 60s, and I'm reading from a little paper here, guys. So this is a short history of child protection in America. It's written by a gentleman named John Myers. If you're interested in this stuff, it's really a good read. But he goes on to say that it wasn't even until the 70s, 1975, that we put this into place, and that it was actually considered a government organization. CAPTA authorized federal funds to improve the state responses to physical abuse. That came along. So CAPTA was the thing that carried the National Center on Child Abuse and Neglect. The center funded important research on maltreatment. CAPTA played a major role in shaping the nationwide system of governmental CPS in place today. In addition, CAPTA marked the final passing of privately funded non-governmental child protection societies. Congress periodically renewed CAPTA, and this important legislation remains in force today. There was no ICWA before all of this. That was added in with this CAPTA. Child abuse reporting laws, coupled with enhanced awareness of child abuse, produced an increase in intervention. By the late 70s, the rising number of children in long-term foster care set off alarm bells with Congress, resulting in the passage of the Adoption Assistance and Child Welfare Act of 1980. All right? That act required states to make reasonable efforts to avoid removing children from maltreating parents. When removal was necessary, reasonable efforts were required to reunite the families. Every child in foster care had to have a permanency plan to return the child home or move forward termination of parental rights. For children who could not go home, Congress provided financial incentives for adoption. That act also provided financial support for adoptive parents who adopted children with special needs. The effort to preserve families, family prevention was a key component in the 1980 Act and a dominant paradigm of child protection in the 80s. In the 90s, however, critics argued that the over-reliance on family preservation sometimes led to tragedy. One of the most forceful critics of family preservation was Richard Gels, who challenged the effectiveness of family preservation in his 1996 book, The Book of David, How Preserving Families Can Cost Children's Lives. Look at the government is put in place for us, the people, right? The government, we run this government. This government was built for us. The Constitution was written for our government to follow, to keep the government in line, and to also the Bill of Rights were to make sure that our freedoms are protected. Our freedoms are raising our children. Our children come from us. How on earth have we allowed in this country our government to walk into a home that's perfectly fine and soluble and livable and all of these things and tell you because you have 3 dishes dirty over here that you're a danger to your child, let alone the funny thing of the imminent danger word, right? Imminent danger. Okay, when I hear imminent danger, I think of sirens, I think of police cars and ambulances and, all hell's breaking loose to the 4th degree. To these guys, imminent danger? Imminent danger is because they felt like saying it was imminent danger. It's just a word to them. And they're taking too many kids. They're taking way too many kids at the definition of imminent danger, or under the definition of using that word of imminent danger, because I'm not sure what the actual definition of it is, but I'm sure that it's something. It means intense. It means right now. It means, how many of you out there, if you guys don't mind, get in the chat here and put on there, how many of you had an imminent danger situation, but the caseworkers took 3, 4, 5, a week, 2 weeks to come and get your child? How many of you? Now, how is that right? That they can hold on to this imminent danger clause that they are trying to state that your child isn't safe, but yet your child's not safe for imminent purposes, but they're safe to wait there 2 weeks for you. Or here's a better one. How about when they come pick up your child and they don't have the car seat, or they're not prepared to take your child with them, so they have to ask you for your stuff, but yet they are in imminent danger? How come these caseworkers aren't riding around with some sort of a precautionary kit in their car? Why? Because they don't care about the kids. That's why. I'm hoping that some of you will write in on this chat and tell me how long this imminent danger thing lasted. Because I think, if anything, that's the number one thing that we need to get discussed, determined, and passed into the rulings of all of this child protective services stuff, is what is imminent danger and what are the prongs that we need to make imminent danger a tool or a necessary item for removal. What would make sense? How many things have to be going on, or what type of incident has to go on to produce an imminent danger position for your child? This is just out of freaking control. And I'm going to tell you this. I need help from all of you. I keep talking about the whole pack it up thing. And that's what I mean this, guys. We all need to get together. I've started the Pack It Up program on my site, abolishcps.com. I'm still building this thing, guys, so please, any help is warranted. Constructive criticisms, shares, anything you guys can do. There's a donate page also. You guys can help me out with that. That's abolishcps.com. It's got a bunch of us that are doing these videos on there, so you can catch everybody else's, not just mine. There's podcast information. I've got my podcast on Spotify. It's called That's Our Daughter. And that was about my whole take up of what went on, and it talks about how CPS is and what they do and how my life was reflected by that. But yeah, please, guys, Pack It Up is the thing. I want everybody that has groups or children or anything along those lines to go to abolishcps.com and sign up on the list. There's a message list. There's this, because I want to make a board in each country, and all of us by names are in each country, and we can show when it comes time for us to make a movement, whether it's you guys out in California or me up in Maine or any of this stuff. We've got a page of millions of people backing us up so that these senators and these congresspeople and this town politicians and all of these people who are denying us our rights as parents, all of these people who are taking away our children because of words they can barely spell, we can show them that there's more of us than them, and our plans, our ideas need to be heard, and not only heard, they have to be fixed. They work for us, people. They work for us. And somewhere along the line, we have forgotten this. And you know who gets to get the short end of this stick? My daughter, your daughters and sons that are out there. The ones that have been taken from our families for no purpose whatsoever other than to cause issues in our lives and for them to put money in their pockets. You know, you can sit there and criticize and say he doesn't know what he's talking about, this, that, or the other. Well, let me tell you, if Title IV funding being hijacked by these people is not enough for you to understand that there's millions of dollars at stake with each kid that they are taking from a family home, and if you're not realizing that the state's governments are actually increasing the amount of kids being adopted and taken into homes, if you can't see all of these things, I don't know. I can't help you. I mean, there's a senator out here by the name of Josh Hawley. I'm sorry, and he is phenomenal, right? This guy is going after all of these people in all of these different concourse areas, but specifically, he has been touching into the human trafficking part, the those type of situations, and he is holding accountable these people. It is intense. I'm just I'm looking for it right here, guys, because I want to play you a clip here of Senator Hawley and the way that he handles what's going on in his side of things. I mean, this guy, he's a great, I mean, as long as this guy is true to what he says he is, so he waited a long time so that he could get into the politics. He didn't even try very hard for national issues because he knew the state side of the politics going to be hurt. So he saved all of his energy and everything for this time now, where he's on the national scene on a great spotlight. This guy is stopping at nothing, and it's awesome to watch. I'm going to put this clip on for you guys right here. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Sorry. Get out of there. Okay. Holly. There we are. Where do we go here? Sorry, guys. I've lost y'all. Let's find you. There we are. Okay. There we go. All right. About that. I'm back. I want to show you these videos here of Senator Hawley and how he has been approaching and making these senators and these Congress people understand how big and how nasty the problem is that we have here. And you guys are going to wait till you hear to share audio, share tab on the screen instead. Okay, we need to do the entire screen. Sorry about that. Go over here, screen 1, screen 2. Let's do screen. So I need to just do this. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry. I know here. There we go. Okay. Got Josh Hawley right there. Okay. Let's put him over here, please. Thank you. I'm getting better at this, guys. I'm sorry I don't have a producer yet. That's why I have the Fundly account. I'm trying to find somebody that can help me do this stuff, because I want this program to be very impressive for you, and I want you to watch it and it's put together. I mean, you can see the structure of it. Also, hey, if you got some questions or anything, you want to hop on this show, get in the chat. I'd love to hear your stories. We had a couple of people aren't showing up tonight, so I've got an empty pallet here. I've got Officer Herb Petty with me, as usual, our lawman, or as far as lawman, I mean the lawman. He was a police chief in the state of New York for many, many years. He's done a lot of service for us. Actually, Herb, you ready? You want to come out and just say hi to everybody? You mind introducing yourself? Let me pull you out here, buddy. Hold on a second. All right, let me get you out. There you go. All right, everybody. This is Officer Herb Petty.
Okay.
Herb.
Hi, Herb. This is Herb. I'm saying hello to myself. Yeah, my name's Herb Petty. I served law enforcement in New York State, and I did that for over 30 years. And I've had very little encounters with CPS, but the encounters that I have had was basically to be there to make sure that order, in other words, keep order at the house where CPS personnel would arrive. My job was, and our job, basically police officers and sheriff jobs, are more or less there to make sure there's no confrontation. We, in and of ourselves, don't interact with the CPS unless there's a confrontation. When we respond to calls, and there are situations where a parent or parents have to be taken into custody, we generally like to reunite the child with a family member or someone that the perpetrator might know that could take care of the children.
Right.
So we generally don't just reach out to get CPS unless there's no one available to take that child.
Okay. All right. Now that's what your understanding was, right? Back when you were in law enforcement. Right.
Yes.
But you're seeing now what's really going on, right? Like you're seeing how these people and their antics and their tactics, it's almost like a bullied Gestapo like thing, right? Like you've seen these videos.
Well, I've seen a lot of situations and heard of situations where CPS personnel did not obtain any authorization from the legal system, like a judge signing a paperwork for CPS personnel to obtain a child. Right, and they would go to the house, and that parents would feel intimidated because they'll see a uniformed police officer and CPS is saying, we're taking your child. And parents just give up the child without a fight. I think parents should ask, well, do you have any documentation from a judge that says you could take my child? And I think in most cases, they probably don't, because when a CPS personnel walk up, they usually have some documentation signed by a judge.
Mm-hmm. Usually.
But when they don't, I think the parents, usually they'll have something. But there are times when they don't. Right. And parents would just invite CPS into the house. They invite the police into the house. And the CPS personnel would say, for whatever reason, they're going to take the child. Sign this over here. If you agree, sign that over here. If you don't agree, well, we're taking the child.
So I know we're suggest, you're my go-to guy when it comes to the legal questions. But you know what? I'm going to share this screen right now. I'm going to get off the Holly thing for a moment. I'm going to share this screen. This is off of abolishcps.com right here, which is, our website here. Let me make sure it shares the audio. Okay. Pick two here. All right. This is a situation. Okay. That, this is a family that a father that has been fighting for his children for it's been quite some time now, but he has the whole thing documented. So I would like to take a look at this now, and let me see if I can get this a little bit bigger for us, and maybe you can tell us. I can stop or whatever, start whenever you want here if you see something you want to get at. But maybe you could tell us about what's going on here and how you see this and what's going on, because this is more or less about what's going on. All right, so let's try to do this here. Okay, what about that, Herbert?
Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. Are you Joseph?
I am, yes.
Okay, I understand you removed your kids from school without permission today?
Not without permission, no. It's
okay, in violation of a court order?
No, in fact, the court order that's standing right now allows me to have my children every Wednesday and Thursday over the weekend.
Okay, so I'll just be straight up with you. We're here to remove the kids from your house. Okay, we're going to sign an emergency order.
Okay, first of all, Herbert, as we hear right here, the police officer is with the CPS agent. Okay, you don't see them. I've seen this video before, so I know what's going on.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Right, I just saw.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I've seen it. So the CPS agent's there. Why are the police approaching this door ahead of the CPS worker if they're there and they're supposed to be just as a sign of like, let's just make sure that we're safe in the public and nothing breaks out? Why are the police engaging first in this situation, would you say?
I couldn't tell you why. I would just say this. A lot of people look out their window. They don't recognize someone. They won't answer the door.
Okay.
There's a uniform officer at the door. They will respond.
Okay. So
it's not just a salesperson.
Okay.
Like it's not a salesperson knocking at the door.
So you think that that's just because so they can identify who they are for sure, and that it's all legit, and that's why you think that they're doing that. That's would be your professional.
That's what I think.
Okay, all right. Well, let's continue on watching this here. Let's see what we got.
And take them out of your house, okay?
Did my lawyer contact you?
No, lawyer did not contact us. No, so we're here to remove the children for safety reasons.
There's another guy.
When the OFP is dismissed, and my lawyer has made this explicitly clear, when the order for protection is dismissed, we revert back to the standing order, which is the divorce decree, which says every Wednesday and Thursday, Mr. Cross has his children. Every other Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Mr. Cross has his children.
But if there's an additional court order saying something else.
But there isn't a court order. What's the court order? What's the court order right now that I'm violating?
The safety
plan that you mentioned. That's not a court order.
The judge signed off on it.
No. They didn't. Can you show me that?
He does have the documents.
Can you show me the court order?
So
the court order. Not a safety plan is not a court order.
Okay. This is where I would start to question this again too. Where now this guy is asking these police to see an order, because if you remember, that police officer said, we're here to remove your kid. Your kids, there's 3 girls in this situation. So again, the police officer is taking front row to this situation, right? So once they find out that there's no document that says, let us in, he falls back on, I forget what their procedure was that they called it, but they're allowed to make a determination of, well, we'll take your kid anyway because it's under immediate danger. But again, as a police officer, if you didn't have this paper in your hand that supposedly we're supposed to all get, what would you do as a cop, Herbert? Like, what's the procedure right now?
Well, first of all, I didn't understand why. I didn't hear the CPS personnel speak to the. In fact, it was the officers.
Right. That's all that's been so far. Right. This guy was just speaking up when I just paused it. So, but did you see also the way that other police officer stepped in front and he got in the way of the door too, almost like he was blocking the guy, and he was definitely posing as towards a, an intimidating way. He was definitely there to, beef up his presence and their presence. Would you agree to that?
Yes, I saw it as a beefing up of the presence. I felt that even when they were knocking at the door.
Right. Their strength. All right, let's go on here.
But I don't feel my CPS personnel do not initiate themselves involved.
Right. At this point,
let the officers sit back.
Right. That's what
let the officers sit back and let the CPS officers do their job.
Right. Okay, so let's see what we got going on here.
Right, so there's no court order.
He's sitting back there. Look at him.
The safety plan is not a court order.
And I told you very explicitly last Tuesday that I worked with CPS. No. Let me finish. I told you very clearly last Tuesday when we spoke via Zoom with the social worker. I said I worked with CPS for 5 years. I have no problem working with CPS. I'm fine with doing the safety plan. I have a supervisor with me. You said, okay, that's fine. We will have a supervisor with the children. I have a supervisor with the children.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, supervising CPS children?
No, agreed upon supervisor. So when I let him know I'm going to have another adult with me, I gave him my mom and my sister's name first. He said, okay, I'll contact them. Why didn't you get my children last week? Because she fled the state and took them to Florida. So then I said, all right, I'll do everything I can. I said, I said, quote, I'm not in agreement with the safety plan. I haven't signed it. I'm not in agreement with it. However, because I want to work with you guys, I'm willing to still bend over backwards, even though the order of protection was dismissed. I've been falsely accused over and over again of abuse, but I'm still playing the game. I'm going to go along with it. I'm going to try to have something with my kids. Now it's for my own protection, just so that she's not pulling bullshit out of her ass again. Now all of a sudden go to jail. So I want someone here all the time. I record everything. That's why I'm recording this. Everything I record. So that's fine.
Okay, he's recording, all right, which is good. Everybody needs to take note of that. Record everything, because they try so hard to make you believe that you are not allowed to record them and so on. But as an officer, Herbert, you shouldn't mind, right? This should be not a big deal that they're recording, right? I mean, was this response
Not
good
at
for
all.
that?
Not at all.
They were recording too,
Yes,
or
yes,
should he have, that's it?
That's fine. That's
Should
fine.
we-
My
should we
concern
announce-
is that the parent should be talking to the CPS, not to the police.
Right, he's selling his case to the CPS worker, not the police department. I mean, he's selling it backward. He's trying to sell his thing to the police more but that must show that. So that again kind of shows that he's more intimidated by the police than he is for the man that's really there to take his child.
Right. He should be discussing all that with the CPS personnel, not the police. The police doesn't have a depth of field what's going on.
Right. All right. Well, let's see. Let's move forward with this thing.
I'm tired. My patience is zilch for this. And now I've got MPD here, who I consider trusted allies that are supposed to uphold the law. But they're telling me that we don't get involved in civil matters. That's what Dino was telling me yesterday.
All right. That I want to talk about. That right there, I want to talk about. So if me and my wife, when we had a child with us, if we had our baby with us and we got into an argument, and the police come and they separate us, and we want to choose, which one of us get the baby or whatever, the police department's going to tell us what? We don't get involved in civil matters, correct?
Correct.
Why is it when CPS calls, the police come with them and they side with them? Because this, and again, is really a civil matter, right?
No. You see, when CPS is involved, I can't respond. I can't answer that. Except for by saying that I'm responding to a call by CPS. Is there just securing, make sure there's violence, make sure there's no outbreaks.
Okay.
You generally just stand there. And why the officers talking with the guy? I don't get that. Why the guy talking to the officer? I don't get that. And I haven't heard from the CPS.
Right. Well, let's see if we can get him to talk. See what he has to say.
My children, right? When there's no order in place depriving me of my rights, I am not okay with this. You have lied to me.
Now he's going for
nothing about this. No, it's my turn to talk. You have told me nothing about this. I've talked with you over and over, crying, screaming for months now. That my rights are being deprived. She runs on to the state. Did the police show up? Did she call us in Florida and say that she's fled the state and we need to bring the children back? Probably didn't yet. Bring the cops to my house here to take my children away. That's in the best interest of my children? How is that in the best interest of my children? Answer me that.
We were supposed to work together as a family. We have five teams for this case. So
I'm well aware.
At this time, that's why we want to put the kids on hold.
This is still not, you haven't answered any of my questions. I don't know what this new allegation is. I haven't seen my children for over 4 months. How can I put them in danger? This is the one with Eden.
Of Eden by her dad. And still I haven't met the kids. Since
she
she
went
went
to
to
Scott
Scott
County.
County,
So she got everything was dismissed in Hennepin County. So what does she do? The day before I'm supposed to pick up the children, I'm supposed to pick the girls up last Wednesday. On Tuesday, she calls Scott County.
Okay, thanks. An allegation. This is why I'm crying. Like, are you not connecting the dots?
Right. It's frustrating, and I can see your frustration. I see that. Okay. Listen,
I've done what I asked to do, and now you're going to take my kids away. Like, it's just, I can't let you do that.
Mr. Cross. So me and my partner, we're here for your children. Me and my partner.
All right, there we go again.
Me and my partner are here in the best interest for the children. Obviously, you and your wife.
Okay, there we go again, right? They clearly just said that he was here for the best interest of the children, or not for the best interest. He was there to get the kids, which now tells me that they've already talked to the CPS agent before they went there. CPS told them that we were going there to take the kids, and they also made it known that it was the responsibility of the police officers by somebody, right? That they were there to take those kids.
No, it's CPS is there.
But the police just said he was there. That was the policeman that was talking. He just said he was there to take. Yeah, I'm gonna rewind this a second here, just because maybe I misheard it or something. But let's see here, right there. Let's try that here. There we go. Let's re-listen.
No, I heard what the police said, but his job is just to make sure.
We're here for your children, me and my partner. Okay.
We're here for your
me
children.
and my partner are here in the best interest for the children. Obviously, you and your wife. You know, I'm sorry with everything that you've gone through with your ex-wife.
All right.
We're here for your children. Yes.
Okay.
We all here for your children.
Okay.
But when it comes to the gritty, who's going into the CPS office with a child? The personnel.
Yeah.
The police are going to go back on patrol.
Right, but here's my thing: the police are supposed to be there just for to monitor, like a referee, right?
No, to avoid any confrontation.
Right.
For an order. Now,
Okay.
From what I'm hearing, it was an order to check the child.
Well, that they can't provide.
Or the children.
But that's what they say. But they can't provide one. They're not showing. What they're saying is that they have a safety plan. Then that guy's saying that it's not signed by a judge. It's just a safety plan. So they're operating from a safety plan that was signed, which people always remember. Safety plans, they're voluntary. Don't sign them. Don't sign them. Go see your lawyer first. Do not sign them on your first go. They actually get bonus money from that if you sign it on your first time around. So make sure that you pay attention to the safety plans. Don't just be eager and sign it. If they come with threats and all of that stuff, that's illegal. They cannot force you to sign a contract. They cannot force you to answer questions. But, however, like we constantly talk about, the second that they come through that door right there, they have their jurisdiction. And that's the other thing, is I don't understand why the police have jurisdiction to handle this situation, because they were not called to the address by him seeking help. And if his role from CPS is supposed to be just to like a bodyguard, then how do the police even have any of the jurisdiction to say what they're saying here?
I don't understand why either. Because I've seen situations where the police officer would just put himself out there like that. Unless there's confrontation between the CPS officer and the parent. Then the police officer would jump in.
Right. And I understand that.
But I haven't seen any confrontation between the CPS officer and the parent.
No, not yet. We haven't. So the police. So that's right. So the police should be zipped at this point. Wouldn't you agree? Like they're engaging.
I would agree. And I think the parent has a good point about where's the sign of what is it called? What report?
They call it a well. They have they have the safety order, but then they also have the preliminary protection order. There's a bunch of
no. The order to take the child.
Okay, so that would be a PPO up here in Maine. It's called preliminary protection order. I don't know what they call it.
And it has to be signed by a judge.
Correct.
Okay. So then the parent should be questioned, where is that document signed by the judge?
Correct. 100%. Absolutely.
There you go.
Because if they don't,
that's where everything went haywire.
Right, because if they don't have one, what has to happen, Herbert?
Right. If they don't have one, you can't take a child.
Right. So this is a boo-boo on the dad's part. He doesn't realize that. I don't think, like, he's flailing. He's scared. I've been in his situation. He's scared. He doesn't know what to do. He's flailing. He's trying to look for help. He's trying to grasp at straws because he knows that these kids are only inches away from being taken away. Let's continue with this.
Now, what if parent turned around, opened the door, and went back inside and come back with a court order, and we'll talk.
I don't know. You're the police officer. What?
Number one, the police is not going to arrest them for what?
Well, you see what's coming up that they wouldn't allow. Well, okay, so this coming up only. You know what? You can see right here. This happens next. So let's watch this, and this will answer your question.
With Jessica, but our best interest, me and my partners, for the children. Now, I'm glad that you have a supervisor in there, that you're abiding by that, but if I were you, sir, I'm going to be completely honest with you, okay? This is just me. If I was in your position, which I'm not, but I see your frustration, what I would do is just have the children go with CPS, okay? Hold on, let me finish, sir, okay? Because let's say the children stay here. She's gonna keep making those allegations, right? Oh man, they're at his house. He's probably doing this and all of that's gonna happen.
So I have a supervisor, which I agreed to with CPS. The fact that you're doing this right now seems at best incompetent, at worst criminal bias.
Okay, but let me finish, Mr. Cross. You didn't let me finish.
No, so Mr. Cross,
wouldn't you rather be safe? For them, because you know they're gonna go with CPS, child protection. You know what I mean? So they're gonna be safe no matter what when they go with him, okay? Because he's a professional. They're gonna go with Jessica. I'm assuming, okay?
That's not safe.
Okay.
That is not safe.
So
she injuring someone, emotional abuse, which I've been screaming for months. I just had my daughters tell me today that they are feeling compelled to say things. By who? Who do you think? By my mother. What things are being compelled to say? All these allegations in for protection. How do I prove that I haven't done something? That's why I'm like, my buddy was in he's like, I'm around surveillance in the house. I would love to, but I have terabytes of storage for 6 months of video footage. I mean, I'm doing everything I can. And I can't, this is why I'm so irate now, because I've just sat back and hope professionals do their jobs before, and this hurts me. Now I'm screaming. And that's why I told her, I said, please take my children out of this situation with her. I would rather they be with another family who's neutral. Put them with her.
Sounds great.
Maybe I'll put them with her father. Let my father do that. I mean, with my father.
You told us that you're renting and you'll be patient for 4 months, right? Why don't you be patient for 10 days?
This is the first time I've seen my children in over 4 months. And you're showing up to take them away? Take my kids. The first time I've seen them.
Okay.
Do you guys have children?
How about this? Listen. Okay. We're here to do a job, okay? And it's going to be done today. It's only going to make things worse and more traumatic for them if it turns into some issue with you fighting and trying to resist and stop. We don't want to. We don't. Sign an emergency order. That's what we're here to do today. We can sign a police hold, and that's what we're doing.
What is this?
And the basis there. And so that's what we're going to do today.
So now he supposedly has something that they call a police hold that they are allowed to use if a child is in danger. Do you know anything about that, Herbert?
I don't know the whole thing.
Right. Well, I'm just saying.
I don't know.
What you know about the police hold?
In danger. I mean, I can't respond to that because I don't know what information they have that will cause to believe that the child is in danger.
Right. Well, that's it. They're not even in the door of the house yet. They haven't even gone inside to look.
No.
So this guy's already. This cop has already decided that he's taking these kids no matter what.
Yeah. But what probable cause do they have?
Right. That's it. Other than this guy that says he works for CPS.
We're given the full stories what I'm saying.
Right. Well, they're not supposed to be.
I haven't heard a word from the CPS office.
Right. Just very few. But let's watch this. This gets good right here. Watch. They questioned your thing about how about when they come inside and they open the door, or what would happen if you turn and close the door? You're going to get this answered right here.
And like I said, it's only going to make things more traumatic for them and damage them more.
You don't think this is going to be damaging for them right now to be taken out of this house?
I don't. Not as much as they see us putting you in handcuffs.
There we go. There's the threat.
I think we can all agree on that, right?
Yeah, that would be traumatic.
So they're threatening to handcuff this guy.
Yes.
Well, being taken by officers to their mother's house is going to be traumatic.
Well, we're not going to forcibly pull them out of the house.
I
Obviously,
still
we're not
don't
going to
see
do
an order to take the child.
We're just going to walk them outside. We're going to fill out some paperwork. We're going to get a copy of the paperwork.
They're not going to be okay with that. I mean, this is my children, and they're supposed to be expecting to stay the night with their dad. The first time they've seen their dad in 4 months.
Okay. So we're here.
Anyone comes to me and says this is the best interest of the children are not in harm.
Here's the other thing with that. We're out here standing in the porch, and we haven't even seen the children. You know what I mean? So how do we not know that they're not currently in danger right now?
They're there being strung out, tortured. There's one of my friends. That's what you're insinuating.
No,
That's outlandish. That's outlandish. Okay, so wait a minute. I gotta say this. So this cop just says that's outlandish, but yet they just question the safety of this gentleman's kids inside the house. Again, I have to reiterate, they're there just to moderate and make sure nothing happens. These guys now have taken the front lead role of removing the kids from this house, and they are going to do it no matter what.
Well, it sounds like the situation because the CPS officer still hasn't stepped up to plate.
Right. He said, a little bit here and there, but he hasn't said anything about why or what or anything else. There's nothing.
Yes, and this is where it's very awkward to me. I've never seen a case like that before.
Right. All right. So watch this. I keep thinking that it's right here, but we're almost there. Here we go.
She's freaking out because she has high anxiety. This is not going to help. And the fact that the government is behind this, I have a real problem. That too many police officers who tell me they can't respond to active shootings.
I didn't tell you we can't respond to active shootings.
His partner said that we don't even have police officers respond to active shootings. But
now you're willing to respond to active shootings.
Now you're willing to come to my house and take my children away for civil murder. I know you guys think about it. I know you see. I know you see what's happening here. I would like to be able to at least contact my lawyer.
Well, your lawyer's not going to change our money. Okay. Only a judge. If you're going to magically have a judge said.
Sorry about that. There you go.
That's the only way we're going to take them up.
Okay. So you're going against the standing order based on the CPS plan that has no jurisdiction over.
We're here to make sure jurisdiction. We're going to take the children out of the house.
That's good. That's what I've been trying to say, that I want to see the children.
I can treat the children, but you're telling me that you're going to take them away.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like we're standing here when we can. Obviously, they already saw us clearly. So it's like we do want to see the children.
So he's trying to force his way into that house, huh?
You gotta abide by this safety plan, and
I have abided by it.
Verbally,
Okay, that's fine.
Where's the supervisor, sir?
Where are you going to bring her around?
Well, we don't know.
There you go. There's your answer, Herbert.
Because that wouldn't be like, right?
No.
Well, absolutely.
I didn't hear it. Say it.
Okay. He says, I'll play it again. Let's see. It's right low.
I'm getting echo.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So he says, well, I'm going to go and let me just get it right here when he says it. Here we go.
Safety plan.
I
And
have abided by it. Mr. Muse is the one who told me to have a supervisor. He said, okay, that's
okay,
fine.
where's the supervisor, sir?
Do you want me to bring her out?
Well, we don't
We
know.
don't know when they're going. We don't have to go a lot.
There you go.
Yeah, because that would be polite, right?
No.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm a former Marine. I've served my country.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had an issue with the law. I've never been in a physical confrontation.
Well, thank you for your service, sir. Well, like I said, we appreciate that and everything that you've done. And it's better, like you said, to remain law-abiding, right? I mean, right now we're here to do a welfare check. Okay.
So he just said, no, he won't let him turn around because he's going to lock the door behind them. Okay. So these guys are proving now that their role this entire time has been nothing more than to come, take charge of the situation, and remove these guys' children without knowing a damn thing, without a signed warrant, without any of that stuff. I mean, the proof's right here in the pudding. That caseworker hasn't said more than 5 words yet about why he's there, what's going on, blah, 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 blah. These cops are very adamant about getting inside of that house. And in my own opinion, I feel like those cops are doing this so they can get that caseworker inside. Now they've got jurisdiction.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
You know, and this is a cheap move from a law enforcement agency that's supposed to protect us.
If you want to do a welfare check, I'm
Parent
100%
had history in CPS. That's the reason why they're doing it.
Right, but they're supposed to also take care of us, the citizen, right? Like that's supposed to be part of their daily duties too. And so this is where I don't understand. Now they've clearly taken a side to this. There's no
They
have picked right. They have
but it's obvious that they have because CPS charged them to do that. In other words, CPS spoke to the officers and said, look, by all means, we have to get those kids out of it.
Yep.
You officer should say you have an order saying we should take the kids out.
Yeah. So, all right, here we go. Watch this. This gets better.
against an order. I'm not okay with that.
Well, the court order doesn't say the children can never be taken out of your house. That's just it's the divorce decree that governs who has primary physical custody and whatnot. Okay, but if something else comes up that makes us worried that the children are unsafe, that order does not supersede the safety of the children.
Well, I don't have anything that's telling me that the children are going to be legally removed because I put them in harm's way.
Well, I'm going to give you the paperwork once you get it.
He's going to give them the paperwork. Okay.
We're going to make sure the children are okay, and we're going to grab the paperwork, and we're going to fill it out, and that's going to be the order.
The fact that you're doing this when I'm the one who told you that Scott County just informed me that there was an additional abuse allegation against me. And I said, are you putting the pieces together? A couple days after the order of protection, they were supposed to pick up my kids. She calls Scott County and says, oh yeah, there's this other allegation that I forgot to mention before, but now here's something new. You can't tell me you're not connecting the dots from that.
Well, you're simple with your wife. I'm not going to get involved with that. I'm not
There
going
we
to
go.
children safe. Period.
And I want to help you that. I love the fact that I can change my children safe. I'm not okay with the fact that someone's going to forcibly remove them from a house.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
That's what's going to happen, he says.
So I can see
I'm
paperwork.
going to inside first, and we're going to make sure the children.
Now he's asking and asking and asking.
Fill it out, and we'll give you your copies.
Yeah, you will get a copy of it, sir. With all that.
What do we do? What do you do now? Ask. What do you? Okay, as a civilian, Herbert, as a civilian, you've asked for this guys to produce a signed copy of something or a piece of paper or something to allow them to come into your home and so on and so forth, and they are not doing it. What do you do as a civilian, meaning being this guy, because now your rights are clearly getting ready to be trampled?
Personally, I think there should be a talk with the CPS officer and the police at the point. Because it's obvious that the homeowner, the parent, knows how to stand his ground.
Right. And I mean, where would it apply here? The stand your ground laws, or the castle laws.
Stand your ground, I'm talking about. I prefer to stand your ground. I'm talking about. He knows his rights. The parent knows his rights.
Understood.
And
these people are breaking the law, and you have certain rights that you have to defend your home, right? What rights does this guy have to stop them now from coming into his home?
He's already stopped them to have an entry. If the police were going to enter, they would have been there 10 minutes ago.
Okay. All right. That's fair, I guess.
Police don't sit around trying to negotiate about fulfilling an order or something. They're just going to do it. It's a done deal. So the fact that the office is still out there and back and forth, that's telling me that I don't think CPS has the proper paperwork to children.
So are they just wearing him down, though, to allow him to enter into the...
I think they're trying to wear the parents down.
All right. Let's continue watching here.
I mean, this is beyond criminal.
It's not criminal.
I'm gonna be off.
Say that again. Oh, you're going off?
Off camera for some.
Okay, yeah. So here we go. Continue on this.
If it has to happen, it happens, and we do it if we need to do it. It's nothing we can enjoy. It sucks. I don't enjoy doing it.
Taking children away from a parent, and this is the ironic thing. That their mother is the one who's emotionally treating them and neglecting them. I have been exceptional. It's not even an average father. I go out of my way to put these kids first. And the fact that she's trying to tear them away so that she can replace me with a husband. I did it because my
place me with husband. We wouldn't even be here if we take them out of school.
Now he's turning the blame back onto the guy.
Right. He's supposed to talk to them before they left.
Did you tell me that?
I talked to Jessica.
He talked to Jessica.
Is Jessica supposed to report to me that information? Is today my normal parenting time?
Okay. Like I said, we're here to treat the children. Period. CPS things need to be removed. They have information that they're investigating. Okay. So
Credible, right? Credible. So no matter what, these cops are going inside this guy's house.
Like I said, I'm not going to lock the door and lock us out.
I'm not gonna lock the door. You're welcome to stand here.
Nope, we're going to come in with you.
No, right. You won't. No, he's still trying not to let him in.
We're here to remove the children. We're coming in.
Okay.
Part of that is checking their welfare.
Sure. I mean, I was gonna bring this up too.
Yep, he entered the home under threat of arrest.
And they're in a home with.
Whoa! Look at that place. So dangerous.
We're good. I'm guessing you're probably aware of the whole situation. That's why you're here.
Yeah, I'm just hanging out with my daughter's friends with Sayla.
So, I don't know if you want to come in and just explain what's going on.
Now he speaks. Now he speaks. Unbelievable. And here's this poor guy having to say goodbye to his kids. What's that?
Now CPS speaks.
Yeah, now that they're inside, CPS is talking. Correct.
Yes, sir.
It's ridiculous.
And there was no court order to take the children.
No, we never saw anything. We never saw a dang thing. So.
Okay.
And we all know here what goes on. We don't need to watch this. This is this.
He's gonna place him with mom for now.
I mean, who's taking him? This gentleman is?
Yeah, he's gonna take him and then they're gonna go with mom.
Just all right. Well, I don't need to see this. So this guy got exposed for lying to the police. He got in trouble for it, and he still has a job. Jesus, and he gets charged with a felony. It's crazy.
You said he got charged with a felony?
Yeah, and he said he requested his CPS still try to terminate his parental rights. He still has.
What was the felony charge?
It doesn't say.
See, that's why I said we got all parts of the story, not just pieces of it.
You got car seats in there?
10 months later, he hasn't seen his kids in 10 months. He's got you can also see this on the website.
Put them in my squad car. I'm allowed to transport them without seatbelts per state law. If that makes you feel better.
Without a car seat?
Yep.
Yeah, here we go. We're talking about at the beginning of the show.
I know they're going like a block.
But if we tried to transport our child without a car seat, we'd get pulled over, we'd get fined, all this.
We're not following her around.
They should be a spot.
Press is trying to keep you guys separate. That's all.
I would love to have a team of law enforcement officers that would do my bidding too.
We're not doing her bidding. We're not doing her bidding.
That's the way it's working.
I was
Love
here
you guys.
last week,
Love you guys.
specifically for you. Just so I like to point that out. Just
A
saying.
report doesn't
RescueMyChild.org.
Sorry.
You need to remember that because I don't. This guy needs our help, people. He needs us to. I mean, this was just heart wrenching. This whole story. It's terrible.
Where can your viewers watch this? Is it on YouTube?
No, you can get it on YouTube, but I'd rather you go to abolishcps.com. And on there, you go to the news section and you'll find it there. Like I said,
okay.
There's other news stories there that you get to see. Oh, Herbert left me. Officer Herbert left the building. Guys.
No, I'm still here.
All right.
Herbert is still here.
All right, Herbert's in the house. Herbert, so after seeing that,
still in the house.
After seeing how the police and how they, they interacted, what they did, the things that they did, what say you about that whole thing? Because we got to wrap this up now. After we'll talk about this, but what says you about what just took place there? How can you, as a former police officer and a very decorated and high up police officer, can you say that they were right, wrong? What would they do? Give what you would say to the audience here. What could they do? Give a quick little rundown of what you saw, what you think, man.
Well, my feeling is number one, that the parents should have been talking directly to CPS, not to the officer.
Okay.
It could be very polite and say, officer, I understand, your position, blah, blah, blah. But may I speak to the CPS personnel?
Okay.
Because I'm looking at it from the perspective of, has a crime been broken? Like, was there a crime? And a crime is nothing more than a misdemeanor or a felony. So what was the misdemeanor? What was the felony? I didn't hear any misdemeanor or felony.
No, I didn't hear anything that was going on other than he took his kids out of school on the day that he had for visitation.
This is something that has to do with CPS and the courts and the parents.
Right. So
as police personnel, they shouldn't even get involved.
Right. And this is, I mean, we heard firsthand, these guys were gunning to take these kids out of his house. Like that was their intentions from the get-go, was to go there and take those children away from that man. And no one was going to change his mind. No one was going to tell them any different. It was right. It doesn't matter if you're right, wrong, or indifferent. That's what was happening. And that's what they were doing.
Yes. And they should have showed the individual, the parent, paperwork signed by a judge saying that we have the right to take the kids.
Excellent. Well, guys, you
It was
heard
never done.
No. So, what would you say about this entire interaction? Is this legal? Illegal? Not valid? What do you think about this?
I can't comment on that because, like I said, I don't know the whole story.
Right. But based on face value, if you were to just
Based on face value, I did not see the parent given the opportunity to see why his children are going to be taken away, and a signed court order by the judge.
Right.
I didn't see anything like that, and I didn't see the CPS officer really interact with the parent.
No.
It was mostly the police personnel.
Right.
The only time police personnel do that is when CPS is not available.
Okay. right, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day to those of you out there that are celebrating Valentine's Day. I know it's the tough one for all of us when we've had our children's taken. I don't know if any of you are like me, but my wife and I, even though it's our 11th anniversary today, we don't celebrate these because we don't feel like we are privy to be able to have fun, I guess, right? It's something that happens to you when your kids get taken. It's almost like they've taken your soul from you. They've taken everything from you that was, meant to be for happiness. And it just doesn't feel right when you're celebrating something that that's something that's supposed to be so important, especially a day like this, like a day full of love and everything. It's very hard to overcome the feeling of loss and then try to fill it with a day of love and gratitude. But hey, do the best you can, because if you've made it through this with your partner, then you've done a hell of a job, because it's very tough. The stats are very, very high in breakups. And that's not only if you break up and you make it through, but that's just CPS alone, tearing your relationship apart with your spouse, forcing you to separate from them, saying that the husband is a domestic abuser, or just separating you outright. There's so many people that have ended their relationships due to CPS, and this is all part of their game too. This is what they do to try to take the man out of the house and break everything down, so that the woman herself is now standing with the baby, and then they can manipulate this way. Especially if the woman had become dependent on the man and her husband, like my wife and I, we share the responsibilities. There's things that she's good at that I'm not good at, and actually she's better than me at everything, but there's things that she lets me think that I'm better at than her. And then there's things that she's better at. And then together, we become a great parent, but it works out for our relationship. So when they take away part of that from your relationship and you lose that half, it's tough, man. It's tough to have a relationship when they've removed your other solid one. So anyway, congratulations to anybody out there that has been through this. They're still going through this, that can hold it together to keep their relationships, and then still on top of that, truly still be in love. I mean, kudos to you guys. So happy Valentine's Day to those of you that will take that happy thing. Our guest tonight, guess what? Not from this United States of America. No way. She's from the great. Oh, I got something to show her too. She's from the Quebec, Canada. Her name is Josie. And man, wait till you guys hear this story that she's got to tell. This is pretty intense, but she's a fighter. We were just talking backstage, and she's really something. So I'm going to get out of the way here. I'm going to let Miss Josie go ahead, and she can tell you guys what's going on and how's it going with their story. Josie, how are you from the Great White North?
I'm doing really well. Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody.
Yeah, you too. You too. I mean, it's a tough day. Every holiday is a tough one, but. Yeah. But we have to still manage to live a little bit, I guess, like the world doesn't stop. I mean, it seems like it does, but we got to try hard to push through. And, like, especially in the relationships when CPS have come in. I don't know what happened in your kid's situation or how that went down, but I know in my situation, they tried to put me through the ringer and make my wife think I was the monster of the world and all of this stuff. And she knows better. I'm scared of her. So she knew darn well that it was all lies, but they do that stuff. But
well, imagine me. I was telling my husband that I was suing his boss.
Yeah, that's right. So just even to break this in, right? So Josie, beside everything else that's in this story, your husband was a CPS agent, worker, whatever they are, for 30. How did he not have all the manual on this stuff, or does he still have a manual that he can ship to us and we can look through?
But my husband worked there, but he was one of those innocent guys. He wasn't a social worker, so he did health and safety. Okay. So he wasn't one of those people, but he believed that he was doing it out of being a good guy and having values, right. And he didn't see the whole game until it happened to his adopted daughter, my daughter.
Right.
And then it was like, holy shit. Like, yeah. He was under he never saw anything.
I can't even imagine. Well, first of all, did he stay working there?
Nope. As soon
No.
as we handed in he did, but as soon as we handed in the lawsuit, they switched him to the hospital.
Oh wow! Of course they did. Of course they did. Got him right out of where he was. So he came. Go ahead and tell your story. How do we even want to begin this? I mean, I'll let you, because you got, my mind is racing because I know there's so many things that we want to do here. Because you got a video that I want to throw this up on there.
Today I'll try to talk about my fight right now with my granddaughter, because this is the other fight is the old fight. So this fight is
let's get on the that's perfect.
Me being a grandma. So
all right.
Last year, the 5th of December, my daughter gave birth to my first granddaughter. And I don't know if I can switch my camera or I'll go like this. I'll show you the video of me being a grandma without this is just me on a normal day. I was meeting my granddaughter for the first time.
Okay.
Hold on. Whoops.
Yep.
Do you see it?
Yeah, we see it. Yep.
Darling, don't be afraid. I loved you for 1,000. I love you for 1,000. Time stands still, beauty and old. It's almost over.
Oh no! Why are you? That's no problem.
I will not let anything take my other child and the mom.
That's beautiful. Oh. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
So that was me being. Hold on, my dogs are screaming at each other right now at the same time. So that was me, like living the moment of being
meme and all. You're ready to take on the world now. All your girls are with you, and
I know. I was like,
beautiful
it was
pictures
like the most prettiest thing. And then 2 days later, like the next day of her being born, my daughter calls me to say, "Mom, there's a social worker here. Come here now." And I said, gosh. What? And then I rushed to the hospital. I met with the social worker. The social worker tells me that they're going to do an investigation on Naomi. And I said, okay, why? And she's like, there's a conflict. She goes, there's a potential risk of harm. And I'm just like, excuse me. And then she said, what we'll do is we're going to give you the baby to you as the grandma while we do the investigation. And I said, yes, whatever.
Right,
like,
please, thank you. Yes,
right,
I
accept,
sure.
Right. And so she's like, we're going to come see your house tomorrow morning. And then you can come and get the baby and Naomi out of the hospital, because she was fine and she gave birth and she was coming home. Right. And I said, okay, perfect. And so she tells me there that she knew my husband. And I was like, okay, but like, I don't know. So I come back home that night. I tell my husband, okay, they want to do investigation. We kind of figured it was going to happen. Like we prepared, because we kind of knew, because everybody that Naomi was friends with all got their baby taken. So we were prepared for the birth alert, but we knew that me and my husband would take her if anything happened.
What do you call that? A birth alert?
Yes, it's called a birth alert. Yeah.
And what is a birth alert?
It's when they flag the mom directly from the hospital. So when my daughter gave birth, we have now it's confirmed, because at the beginning nothing was confirmed, but it's been a year. So now I have confirmation of these things. We asked for Naomi's medical records, and in the records now we had that the social worker called the hospital to see if Naomi had given birth.
Wow.
Yes. So that's why it's called a birth alert, just like back with the indigenous people. That's what they did. So it's like flagged on their medical card, right? So as soon as they gave birth, then there's a call that's made to CPS.
Okay. All right.
So that happened, and the next day I was supposed to go. I was waiting for her. She was supposed to come to my house at 9 o'clock. So my
Okay.
two other kids went to school, and I had my coffee, and I was gonna wait for her to come see the house and say everything's good to go. Go pick up your daughter and granddaughter. And 10 minutes before 9, at 8:50, she texted me saying that she wasn't gonna be at the at my house. And
Okay.
then I panicked. I freaked out. I went upstairs. My husband was working from the house. And I said, I'm going straight to the hospital. Like it was like,
Right.
oh, fuck
Lightning
you.
speed.
Like, you
Right.
just fucking told me you're not coming
Yep.
here.
I'm
What's
on
going
the
on? Right.
way. Right. Yep.
So
Yep.
I
Gone.
so I hurried to the hospital, which I live like 10 minutes away.
So you're there in 2
And
minutes.
I get to the parking lot of the hospital. I imagine all hospitals are big ass fucking
Right.
parking. My daughter calls me and she's crying and she's saying, Mommy, they're taking her. They're taking her.
Oh
Like
my
the
God.
fucking worst thing you ever want to hear from
Yeah,
your
it's the
own
worst
daughter.
thing. It's the worst thing that you could
The
ever. Right.
worst thing. And then I'm just
Yep.
like, I'm there in 2 seconds. Like I'm in the parking lot running up.
Yep.
And then I'll show you the videos. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, there's some are in English, some are in French. You can see that I'm very stressed out.
Right.
Like, but I'm calm, but I'm
Right.
stressed. But like, like you'll see. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Fucking shit out of this. Remember how I warned you about birth alerts? Well, guess what? They fucking had a birth alert of my daughter, and right now they want to steal my granddaughter. They do not want to give it to. They do not want me to have my granddaughter because I am fucking suing children's aids because of what they did to my girl. So I need you guys to fucking share this shit out. They're trying to steal my grandbaby, steal this fucking thing out. Please, okay? I'm Chicoutimi in Saguenay, Quebec. Find me a lawyer. Do something. Get the fuck share this shit out, please. They're trying to steal my granddaughter. They will not give her to me because I'm suing the fucking asses off. Okay, TikTok, you guys. Okay, so that was one. And then I get upstairs. I'm in the elevator going up. Okay.
Right.
Pourquoi? Là, vous me laissez pas rentrer voir ma petite fille. Vraiment. Vous êtes qui, vous? OK, mais j'ai le droit d'être ici.
Now, are
C'est ma
those
petite
police?
fille.
Hey,
C'est
Josie,
clair?
are those police? Are those police? Or are
Those are security guards from the hospital.
Oh, okay. All right.
And they're not letting me enter. They're not letting me enter to see my granddaughter. Like not even
Okay.
for the last time. Like they are not letting me enter.
Right.
And so now I'm trying to be calm. Like, why are you not letting me go in? Well, like, why are you already there before I even
Right.
came?
You
Like
shouldn't even
everything
know.
was
Right. You
planned.
shouldn't even know. You shouldn't have a thing here. Let me ask you what? If you hold on 1 second, I'm going to bring Herbert in. Let's ask him real quick about this security stuff at the hospital. Hey, Herbert. Herbert, the law enforcement czar. Oh, we can't hear you, Herbert. For some reason, I lost you here. We had you before. No, sir, not yet. I just want to ask him if he knows what the deal is, like the security guards stopping you, how that works in the jurisdiction of the.
And then after that, they called the police, and then the police shows up.
Okay, perfect. This is the stuff. So Herbert's new to the world of the CPS stuff. We'll get his audio worked with here. If something's wrong with his audio here, let me make sure it's just not me somehow muting him, because that's been known to happen before. No, it's not me. Well, we'll get back to Herbert once he figures this out. All right, go ahead and carry on with that stream. Sure.
Okay, so
right.
it was pretty. That one was pretty short, and then I go off again. Wait, hold on. News, please. I'm at the hospital. They don't want me to take my granddaughter. Please call the police. Call anything. I'm at Chicoutimi Hospital in Saguenay. Share this shit. They're trying to do intimidation tactics. This is a birth alert. They're trying to steal my granddaughter. They don't want her to come home with me. Please fucking share the shit out of this. Go, okay? I really need your help. Call fucking news media. I don't care. Call them. I'm on the 3rd floor in Chicoutimi Hospital. Go. This needs to be public. Go. Okay, guys, I need. Like, you see how fucking panicked I was?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I've been in that situation, so I understand the fear and the panic and the wanting the urgency. You know, you only have seconds. These people are trying to steal your child, for God's
I
sake.
know.
You know, like
And then this is the part with the police.
okay.
Vous ne quitterez pas les lieux.
Non, je quitterai pas les lieux sans ma petite fille.
Exactement, c'est pour ça qu'on est là. La
Ok.
petite fille a été retirée par la DPJ. Vous n'aurez pas la petite fille. Fait que c'est pour ça qu'on va quitter. Vous devez quitter.
Pourquoi j'ai pas ma fille?
Elle a été retirée par la DPJ.
Ben, la raison du pourquoi, c'est quoi?
Elle a été retirée. Vous demanderez à la DPJ.
OK, ben, monsieur le policier,
Oui.
faut vous compreniez, là, que... So basically, I was asking them, why is she being taken away by them? Like,
Right.
why? Like,
Right.
you know, and
Exactly.
the police are like, well, we don't know. They're just taking her. Their CPS is just taking her, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, why? And then they take me out of the hospital.
All right, let's see if we got. I think Herbert may have fixed this. Let's see here. Herbert, are you there?
Yeah, can
All
you
right,
hear
so
me?
we can hear you. We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. To the lady,
So we
to
can
the
handle
lady
this.
with the security guard, it's not the security guard, it's the administration you got to go to. The hospital administrators.
Okay. Now, who would order her in the security guards? Are you saying the administration did that to her?
Yes.
Okay, but then
The
they had CPS.
administration pays for the security guard and gives them orders on what to do. Because I ran a
All right.
hospital, Stony Brook University Hospital.
All right. So then the police came up. Did you see that? The police came up?
The police came up as a result of the security guards calling the police because it was getting out of hand.
Okay. Now, can they get rid of her out of the hospital like that?
They can what's the word, trespass her. The administration can trespass her.
Okay. So that would be it. So they're allowed to go up in the hospital and not allow her to see her grandkid then?
No. It's the administration of the hospital that's doing that, not
Right.
the police.
Right. So they're getting that from there. All right. But the police came into the hospital and told her to leave.
By direction of the administration. The administration says we don't want her in here.
I got you. All right. Well, cool, Herbert. Thank you for that clarification, my man. So what went on next, Josie? What happened next?
Oh, and then after that, I didn't get to see her for 7 months.
Okay. So I don't know how the laws or the rules and the regulations work up in Canada and opposed to the United States. Did your daughter get to see her within the 72 hours did you guys have the shelter care hearing, the 72-hour hearing? Any of that stuff?
Well, yeah, but they had like the 3 days, 72
Yep.
hours, sounds right. Yeah, 3 days. And then
Yep.
after she was placed for like 3 months, and then 3 months, and then 6 months, and now they want to place her
they
till
get
she's
the money
18.
when they get the funding things to go
Yeah.
through, they do these check marks. So you did get the 72-hour hearing though, that one.
Yeah.
Because that's a big deal on both sides. What happened at that 72-hour hearing?
That 72-hour hearing, my daughter was upset. She went back to the baby daddy that was like not really good because she was living down in the apartment.
Right.
And she had a C-section, and yeah, and I didn't see her until like maybe a week later because she was
Wow.
like she's mad at me at that time because she knows
You couldn't stop her,
they're
right?
doing it because of me.
Right.
You know what I mean? She doesn't know what to do. She just lost her baby. She doesn't
Right.
want to come see mom because mom's going to be like, what happened? You
Right.
know, there's
Mom's
like
the reason, right? Mom's the reason in her mind anyway. Her mind, mom's the reason.
her. Well, there is, there is no reason. Like
Right.
when you're in the hospital and you don't hurt your baby and you don't do anything. Like what?
No,
Why?
she didn't have drugs, right? She wasn't on positive on drugs. She wasn't
No.
any of that stuff. She
No.
was just this. This is really the only thing that happened was that you were suing CPS.
Yeah.
And that's it.
She had a baby daddy that wasn't supposed to be on the birth certificate, but he was there because that's what young girls do sometimes, right?
Right.
So he was there, but the next morning when all this happened, they made her panic. They made her sign his name on the birth certificate because she's like, I'd rather the baby have 2 visits than 1. And she put his name down, and she thought it was going to be better if she has a daddy's name on it. And yeah. And then
So
she
what?
left with him.
Without the baby, though, or with the baby?
No.
So what reason did they say that they were keeping that baby?
Well, it changed. Well, at the very beginning, they said it was a conflict of the couple. And then when I said conflict of the couple, she's not even with the couple. Like, she's not even with
What
the
the hell is
daddy. Like,
conflict
she
of
was living
conflict of the
downstairs. He
couple?
had another apartment. And I was like, I don't get it. And then after they changed it in the 72 hours to a potential risk of harm.
Oh, there we go. Yep, potential might happen.
Yeah, potential. Like, anybody could potentially hurt someone, right?
Right, and they could potentially be walking out the street with your child and get hit by a bus, and no one saw that
Exactly.
coming.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous, this
It
potential
is.
stuff.
It is.
So at the 72-hour, what did you say that again? The couple was what they said at the beginning?
At the first thing, there was a conflict between the couple, between Naomi and the baby daddy.
So that's why they were saying they were taking the baby at first.
But that's what we thought. But like I said, today we now know that it was a real birth alert because she called and asked if Naomi had given birth.
Okay. All right.
Do you see, like, she tried to cover her tracks,
right?
But now today, what we know now is that we have confirmation that she called the hospital to see if she given birth. So she was on the list. You see, so
right.
None of it is true. Like,
right.
None of it. It's all been.
So that's how they knew, because they were calling in and checking, seeing where she was or who she was or whatever.
Yep.
Because did they have any contact with? I know that because you had the past incident with her, obviously. Yeah. But no, from that point forward, was there any CPS, anything when she came home?
No, when she came out at like 17, so she was like 3 years that she didn't talk to them. So, but what we think here in Quebec, like, I mean, many moms and grandmas, that if we look at all of our things that we have in common, one is our kids were in foster care is one big thing, and two is when the moms, the teenager, the moms, like the young moms, are on welfare. They have a program here that's called OLO, like where welfare gives you like extra cheese, extra milk and stuff. So all these moms were on this program, and we think that it's kind of like called in by them.
Okay, like a list for them. Yeah, it was like a list for them to hunt off of.
Yeah, so when they're on, because my daughter was on assistance on welfare. I don't know if that's what you guys call it there, but assisted living or whatever. Yeah. And so automatically we think that there's like when they get that special check to get more milk and stuff, that they flag. That's where the flagging starts, and then when they give birth, they call the CPS, and it's like, we're coming to snatch your kids.
Right. So they basically have someone either inside the hospital, either taking notes and calling them, or their caseworkers already have their eyes on something going on. And they're probably like, did you guys notice anybody following her when she was pregnant? Was there any, you didn't see any sort of signs that they were stalking her out then?
No.
So then chances are good they had just someone sitting at the hospital. Yes.
Yeah.
And then when the baby comes out, they say, "Hey, George, we got one right here. Come on and get it."
Well, they know because they're getting those little coupons, right? So there's like a social worker that comes in and makes sure that the baby, if she's going to her prenatal classes and stuff, right? So it's all like that. When you see it from like after, now you realize what the whole thing was. We're gonna help you. We're gonna give you coupons, but they put the date of birth, so CPS knows to call. Oh, when is she due? Okay, so that week we'll call and and wonder if she gave birth.
Okay, I get it now. I get it. I was a little confused there for a minute, but I get it now. So they know. Okay, by inadvertently giving you these coupons and stuff, they're getting to be able to find out when you're going to have that child, so they know what days to look for, how to look for it, and so on.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. Now, so we get the 72-hour hearing. They say it's whatever the BS reason there. Then we go to the 3-month hearing. What have they changed? What have they done there?
I think at 3 months they started saying that when Naomi was a child, when she was in their care, she got diagnosed with borderline personality.
Oh gosh,
borderline
okay.
personality disorder. Because back like 10 years ago, that was like the new thing, right? So
That's
borderline,
the new ADHD, right?
Yeah, so she got diagnosed with borderline, and so
Okay.
3 months later, they started to say you can't have this child because they knew her and they said you have mental health reason, blah blah blah, right? So then
Right.
they tried to use that against her, and then when they started using that against her, I went to see a psychiatrist, and I got her diagnosed, and the psychiatrist said he analyzed me, he analyzed her, and he said your daughter is not borderline personality disorder, does not have borderline personality disorder. And I'm like, excuse me? Like, I went like for like 3 years to therapy with her. I did everything with my daughter when I thought she had the diagnosis, right? So so he's like, no. And I was like, well, why would they give her a diagnosis? And then they said, because when kids are in CPS, they like diagnosis because they get paid more per child.
Of course.
Of course.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, so now they're using it against her. But then I hadn't. So this new psychiatrist was like, no, she's not borderline. She's very well spoken. She knows her feelings. She's like, And so I was like, wow. So we went and brought back that report to CPS. And of course they didn't like it.
Right. They never do.
No. We're keeping it.
And that's crazy. That is, I don't know how they get the money and in Canada. Like, I don't know the funding. I haven't looked into that at all. But I imagine it's probably pretty darn close to how our structure is, which is the CAPTA, and then it goes down from there. But it is all about the money, and people don't want to hear it. They don't believe it. They think that it's a farce. They think people like us are wearing tinfoil hats, that we must be terrible people. Because I'm going to be honest, I was one of those people that when CPS, if you would have told me before my situation, if CPS came, if someone came, CPS took my kid, I'm like, you must be an awful person, man, to have CPS come into you. Like, I knew nothing about this. I knew not a darn thing. And I couldn't. So when it happened to me, I was like, oh, if anybody ever tries to come take my kid, I'll blow. You don't, until that you're put in that situation, you have no idea. And by the time you learn about this stuff and they're coming to take your kid, it's too late.
Yep.
You've gone too far in. Hey, right now we've been on here for 31 minutes. Josie, let's hold on 1 second. I'm going to bring Candace in, a small individual with a huge voice. She's going to give us a little law update. Candace, how you doing tonight, sweetie? She's got potato mouth.
I'm doing all right.
There she is.
Yes, I do. I was eating dinner.
Candace, what do you think about
I was eating
this?
my Valentine's dinner. Stop. How's everybody doing?
That's commitment. Well,
Good.
You've been hearing this? What do you think about this story, huh?
It's a little crazy. It's a little wild, but I mean, it's not unheard of. I actually, personally, with my second child, I actually had CPS come straight into the hospital. And I don't think I've told you this about Lillian, Darren, but it does happen.
Right.
Unfortunately.
That's just crazy for no reason, too. No reason other than just because
my daughter was 2 days old.
Oh.
And the program that she was talking about, it's called WIC down here in Alabama. It's where you get the extra cheese, the vegetables, the milk, the bread.
There you got that too.
Oleo, right? You said Oleo?
Yeah.
Yep. OLO. Oleo.
Yeah, Olu,
yep.
yeah.
Oleo. Yeah, that's great. Well, Candace, me and Josie are going to step aside for a second, and we're going to give this show to you. Let's hear what you got to say about this eve.
All right. Well, what I've got to bring to y'all today is going to be what's called judicial qualifications. This is something that you want to do before go to appeals and actually to be able to question jurisdiction on a judge qualifies. I'm sorry, guys. Here we go. What judicial requires to is the criteria or the requirements that individuals must meet to serve as judges within the particular jurisdiction. These qualifications vary from one jurisdiction to another and can include a combination of educational, professional, and personal attributes. Some common judicial questions or qualifications may include legal education. Typically, judges are required to have a law degree from an accredited law school, and in some jurisdictions, higher degrees in law or related fields may be preferred or required. Legal experience. Many jurisdictions require judges to have a certain number of years of legal practice as attorneys or lawyers before being eligible for judicial appointment. This experience helps ensure that the judges have strong understanding of the law and their legal procedures. Character and integrity. Judges are expected to exhibit high levels of integrity, impartiality, and ethical conduct. Background checks and character assessments may be conducted to ensure that judicial candidates have the requisite moral character for the position. Judicial temperament. Judicial candidates should demonstrate, I'm sorry, I can't speak tonight, guys, the ability to remain fair, impartial, and composed even in challenging or contentious situations. Judicial temperament is crucial for maintaining the integrity and credibility of the judiciary. Legal knowledge and competence. Judges should possess a comprehensive understanding of the law, including relevant statutes, case law, and legal principles. They should also demonstrate the ability to apply legal reasoning and analysis to complex legal issues. Judicial selections process. The process for selecting judges varies widely across jurisdictions. It may involve appointment by the executive branch, election by the public, or a combination of both. In some cases, judicial candidates may undergo nomination and confirmation procedures involving legislative bodies. Residency and citizenship. Some jurisdictions may require judges to be residents of the jurisdiction they serve or citizens of the country in which they preside. Continuing education. Many jurisdictions require judges to participate on ongoing legal education programs to stay abreast the developments in the law and maintain their competence throughout their judicial tenure. These are general qualifications, and specific requirements may vary significantly depending on the jurisdiction and type of the court. It's essential for individuals seeking judicial positions to familiarize themselves with the specific qualifications and requirements established by the relevant governing bodies or authorities. Questioning judicial qualifications typically occurs within the context of judicial appointments or elections or during the initial stages of legal proceedings, where a judge's qualifications may be relevant to the case at hand. However, the process of questioning judicial qualifications may vary depending on the jurisdiction and specific circumstances involved. In many cases, if there are any concerns about a judge's qualifications or impartiality during the legal proceedings, parties to the case may raise objections and motions to recuse the judge based on specific grounds such as bias, conflict of interest, or lack of qualification. These objections are typically addressed by the presiding judge or the appellate court if the issue is raised on appeal. When questioning a judge's qualifications on appeal, it is essential to have valid legal grounds supporting by evidence or legal arguments. Appeals generally focus on errors of law or procedure rather than challenges to a judge's qualification per se. However, if there are substantial concerns about the judge's qualifications affecting the fairness or the legality of the proceedings, they may be raised as a part of the appellate process. In some jurisdictions, there may be specific procedures or rules governing the questioning of judicial qualifications during appeals. It is important to consult with the legal experts or attorneys familiar with the applicable laws and procedures in your jurisdiction to determine if the appropriate course of action. Overall, while questioning the judicial qualifications may be valid concern in certain circumstances, it is essential to follow established legal procedures and standards to ensure that the objections are raised appropriately and effectively addressed within the framework of the judicial system. Questioning judicial qualifications typically involves assessing whether a judge or judicial candidate meets the legal and ethical standards required to hold position. Here are some steps of the consideration for questioning judicial qualifications. Research the qualification. Familiarize yourself with the qualifications for judicial office as outlined in relevant laws, regulations, or judicial codes and conduct in your jurisdiction. These qualifications may include educational requirements, legal experience, character, integrity, and other criteria. Review the candidate's background. Investigate the background and credentials of the judge or judicial candidate in question. Look at their education, professional experience, legal practice, judicial decisions if applicable, and any relevant disciplinary history. Assess legal and ethical standards. Evaluate whether the judge or judicial candidate meets the legal and ethical standards required for judicial office. Consider factors such as integrity, impartiality, independence, judicial temperament, and adherence to the ethical codes or conduct. Seek information from reliable sources. Gather information from reliable sources, including the official records, professional associations, legal publications, and reputable news sources. Verify the accuracy of any claims or allegations regarding the candidate's qualification. Ask relevant questions. If the questions of the judge or judicial candidate are in question, consider raising concerns through appropriate channels. This may include submitting inquiries to the judicial nominating commissions, professional associations, government agencies responsible for judicial appointments, or relevant oversight bodies. Participate in judicial selection processes. If your jurisdiction allows for public participation in the judicial selection process, considering attending public hearings, forums, or meetings where the judicial candidates are evaluated and questioned. Raise questions or concerns about the qualifications of candidates during these proceedings. Advocate for transparency and accountability. Advocate for transparency and accountability in judicial selection process. Encourage the adoption of clear and objective criteria for evaluating judicial qualifications, as well as mechanisms for assessing and addressing concerns for judicial candidates' qualifications. Legal challenges and appeals. In cases where there are serious doubts about a judge's qualifications or eligibility for office, legal challenges or appeals may be pursued through appropriate legal channels. Consult with legal experts or attorneys knowledgeable about judicial ethics and procedures to explore the potential avenues for recourse. It is essential to approach questioning judicial qualifications with diligence, respect for due process, and adherence to legal and ethical standards. Upholding the integrity and independence of judiciary is paramount for ensuring the fair administration of justice. Here are a few key points to keep in mind when questioning judicial qualifications. Focus on objective criteria set forth in laws, regulations, ethic codes, etc. Avoid subjective critiques of judicial temperament, ideology, etc. Research thoroughly and cite credible sources, evidence regarding any deficiencies in education, experience, characters, etc. Raise concerns through the proper channels, judicial review boards, nomination proceedings, oversight bodies, etc. Follow appropriate procedures. If a judge's impartiality is in question in a specific case, file a recusal motion citing a valid legal grounds, personal bias, conflict of interest, etc. For appeals, focus on procedure, legal errors rather than qualifications alone. Qualifications may be relevant for determining if an error occurred. Avoid unsubstantiated accusations. Question qualifications in a professional manner with supporting facts, documentation. Consider whether concerns warrant legal remedies, disciplinary reviews, disqualifications, appeal, or voluntary recusal or resignation if unfit. Balance judicial independence with reasonable accountability. Questioning should not become a political tool. Maintain respect for the office, even when qualifications are doubted. Follow protocol benefiting the dignity of the judiciary. The key is raising legitimate concerns through proper procedures, backed by facts and legal, ethical reasoning. Judicial qualifications should withstand rigorous and respectful scrutiny. When questioning judicial qualifications, individuals or entities may examine various aspects of judges' background, experience, conduct, and fitness for office. Here are a few key areas that may be subject to scrutiny. Legal education and training. Reviewing a judge's educational background to ensure they have received the necessary legal education from accredited institutions. Professional experience. Evaluating the judge's professional experience, including the years of practice as an attorney or a legal practitioner. This may involve assessing the breadth and depth of their legal experience in different areas of law. Judicial experience. If the judge may have on the bench, including tenure as a judge in lower courts or specialized tribunals. Ethical conduct and integrity. Scrutinize the judge's record of ethical conduct including any history or disciplinary actions, complaint lapses. Impartiality and biases. Examine the judge's record to assess their impartiality and objectively in presiding over cases. This may involve reviewing the past ruling statements or affiliations that could indicate bias or conflicts of interest. Temperament and judicial demeanor. Evaluating the judge's temperament and demeanor in court proceedings, including the ability to maintain decorum, respect, and fairness in interactions with litigants, attorneys, and other court personnel. Legal knowledge and competence. Assessing the judge's knowledge in the substantive and procedural law, including their ability to evaluating the judge's communication skills, including their clarity in explaining legal reasoning, ensuring or issuing rules, and articulating decisions. Community engagement and service, considering the judge's involvement in the community activities, legal associations, and public service initiatives that reflect the commitment to the legal profession and the communities that they serve. Diversity and representation, assessing the judge's commitment to diversity and inclusion when the judiciary, including the efforts to promote representation of marginalized or underrepresented groups. When questioning judicial qualifications, it's important to adhere to legal standards, procedures, and ethical guidelines. Scrutiny should be based on objective criteria and relevant legal considerations rather than personal or political motivations. Additionally, any concerns about a judge's qualifications should be raised through appropriate channels such as judicial nominating commissions, oversight bodies, or legal proceedings as warranted by the circumstances. Well, Darren, that's all I got for you tonight.
All right, Candace, thank you so much for that. And that was amazing. So wait, basically what you're saying is this: question those judges, make sure that they're legit when you get on the stand with them, right? You want to make sure you want to see all their documents. You want to see, what do you want? What are you looking for when you're checking this stuff? When you're making sure the judges are accurate, you want to see their oaths of office, right? You want to see what else?
The oath of office. The oath of office and the bonds, you can actually get that online. You have to go through the Secretary of State and request that through public records. And you can also pull them from the clerk's office.
Okay, cool. All right, Wes, Candace, well, you can get back to your Valentino dinner, and we'll catch you tomorrow night.
All righty, thank you.
All right. All right. All right, and here we are, back to Miss Josie. Josie, so in your crazy story here, we got Herbert, the law enforcement czar, still sitting back there with us. Where are you at now as far as this goes with your case?
Well, right now with my granddaughter, we the 5th of December, so like a year, like the baby was a year, we got the judgment from the judge. And we didn't like it. When I say we, it's me and my daughter. We didn't like it. And we asked her lawyer, and remember, my daughter is on social assistance, so she's allowed to legal aid, right?
Yeah.
So we asked my daughter's lawyer, legal aid, if we could appeal the decision. The lawyer wrote back, and like I said, I'm military, so I keep everything, photocopy, receipts, everything. Her lawyer wrote back saying, "Oh, I don't think we should appeal. It's complicated, blah blah blah." Okay.
What kind of lawyer would say that?
I know exactly, and I have it. I have the text, like literally, and then I panicked. And I said, no, and then I started researching everything I could about how we make an appeal. Right. And so I made the appeal myself because you only have a window of 30 days to send it in. Right. So I hurried it like the last day. I handed it in. I got it done by the bailiff guy. Like everything was done. Sent it.
You're like running down the hallway trying to get it in there at the last moment.
Exactly. But I got it on time, right? And then so I got it in the 5th of December, I think. And then the 18th of December, on a Saturday, I get the bailiff guy coming and knocking on my door. And I'm like, okay. And it was a reject. So CPS rejected the appeal. They're trying to reject the appeal.
Okay. So they answered that. Their lawyer answered that appeal and said, no, this is bogus, or he wrote the brief back.
Because now they're mad because they're like, a grandma, because this is Naomi's case. Naomi's on it.
Right.
I'm the grandma. So they went back saying you can't appeal because you're not even on the
You're not even on the docket.
transcript.
Right.
But I said, but I was smart about it because I knew they were going to do that. So I said I appeal only the part where the judge talks about me.
Mhm.
I'm not appealing the whole decision. I am appealing where he says grandparents, and he
Right.
says so we went to court and like at the end of January to see if the judge accepts the rejection. And
Okay.
and I was lucky. I'm hoping to God that I'm lucky because when I went and I had a binder made up with all my evidence, with the birth alert, everything. And when I went to do the rejection, I handed her in the evidence like a couple days before. So she looked at it and she accepted my book of evidence. So I was like, okay, I think she has 30 days to answer to see, but I'm hoping that she says I want her to have an appeal. So I'm there right now. I'm waiting to see if the rejection is accepted. If not, then I get to appeal the case.
Right. I don't think this is one thing that we need people to realize too. And I'm not a lawyer, so don't take any of my advice about this. But I think what needs to happen here, where what's happening is, are these court appointed attorneys are really working themselves on the side of the CPS agents. We all know this. It's
100%.
no secret. They're not trying to help you in any way. Their loyalties are with the court. They go to Christmas with these people. They have Christmas parties. They're all hand in hand. Some of them are trying to get into the attorney general's office. They're trying to do all of this stuff. So, we need to pay attention to what we're doing when we're going into our trial for our termination of parental rights in most instances, or for your instance, because what people don't realize is just because when you get an appeal, you don't get to appeal everything. You can only appeal what was presented to the court at that moment in the trial. So if you don't get that information into that trial, it's dead in the water. You can't bring new information. You can't do anything like that. So, and what these attorneys which get hired by the states for us, they make sure that they lethargically put as little in there as possible. When they go to court for you, they barely bring up any information. Like you're like, tell them about this, and they never tell them. So those things are never. And so we need to really pay attention in the appeals process, in the whole process, to make sure that we're getting stuff put in so that we can appeal it. I mean,
and it's hard too, because then you have like the other woman was saying, there's like reasons to appeal. You can't just say, oh, because I don't like it. So then you have to find what they did in the law that was not okay, how they broke the law, like how like they didn't follow the law. Like for me, one of the things he said on the report was there is no possibility that she can have the baby, but she didn't write the reason. Like there was no substance. Like where you're saying these things with no reasoning. Like continue. You can't just say no, she's not getting the baby. But we all know, because of my supposed death threat, that he can't write it because I'm not guilty.
Right.
But he knows that there's a death threat that's there.
Of course.
So I'm a horrible grandma.
Yeah.
So there's no way he can leave me a baby.
Right. Well, to be all about this anyway, what is the deal? Why are they keeping their granddaughter? Like, what is their reasoning now? Is it still, what is it?
Oh, now the new reason is Naomi is violent.
Okay.
So they took out the mental health, and now they're giving her a new reason. And me, it's because grandma does TikToks.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I did a podcast for when they took my daughter, and my counselor was the one that said, Darren, you need to do something to get out, because I wanted to do something. I had to. I never knew about CPS being like this. I never knew, like I was waiting for this old glory here to come flying through the courthouse and save my kid, and that never happened, obviously, because it doesn't work that way. But I did a podcast where I went out and I spoke out against CPS and I spoke out against everything. And man, didn't they put the hammer down on me? I mean, they stopped my visits from my daughter. They stopped everything. Like they just treated me like I just.
They sent me.
How
They
dare
sent me
you? How dare you speak out against us?
They sent me a cease and desist letter to say stop doing TikToks.
Really?
Yep.
Wow, I don't know how Canada is, but the last thing I checked in this country is our First Amendment right is not only it's not only a right of us to have, but it's expected. If there's corruption in our government, the people are supposed to speak out against this stuff and allow everybody to learn and know that our government is up to this, because our government here, and I think you guys are pretty much similar with us, but our government works for us. We don't work for it. Like
somehow people forgotten about that, because
right.
I even like I said, I wrote to everybody. I did everything. I made complaints. I made ethicals. I made a complaint about the judge, and then nobody wants to do anything.
Yeah.
I even went to the anti-corruption team in Canada, and they said, "Oh no, CPS, we don't deal with that." Nobody, everybody has their eyes closed. The mayor, the politicians don't want to touch it, because here in Quebec, it's owned by the provincial government. So CPS is like different every province, but in Quebec, it's really run by the government. So nobody wants to touch it. Nobody. And the only tool since I've been vocal about it, like I'm very, I always say, if you have nothing to hide, hide nothing, right? Like I don't hide anything. So people have been watching me and a lot, and I thought I was the only one. And if you would see the number of grandmas that write out to me saying, how can you help me? Like, you're so strong. I'm so happy I'm not the only one. I was honestly like shocked to see that it wasn't only me. It's happening more and more, and people are finally starting to wake up and talk about it, because the only way we're going to make the system known is if we use our voice, because that's the only arm we have. Like, that's the only tool that we have against them, is to use our voice.
It's and we have to, and we need to build the confidence up, because this isolates you so bad as a parent. You don't feel like you're worthy of anything. You're too embarrassed to go out and face the public, because the first thing they're going to ask is, "Where's your?" Yeah, exactly. And like, you must be, and my family, everybody's families, it's they just completely ignore that they've known you for 40 something years, and then they immediately listen to this caseworker who's 23 that just got out of college, right? Like, that's because these people
read
don't
it
see
in a
what
book.
Right? Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
And the worst part too is that, like I said, it's like, okay, you either have the two of them. You have the 20-year-old that has no kids, that just came out of school and thinks that she's gonna tell people how to do it, and then, or you have that very old social worker that's been in for 30 years, that's taking so much antidepressants and anxiety and depression and burnout pills that she doesn't even care anymore. Emotionless.
Take the kid, put it in. Like, it's crazy.
Where's my bonus? I can get more pills.
And if people say, that's just, I've always said, those caseworkers should be drug tested, because you aren't going to tell me that they're not sucking up the whatever, but they are, and they should deserve to be drug tested. They should be at all times. You know what I mean? Like, if they want us to be drug tested, then they too should be drug tested. Like an eye for an eye, because I'm sure that they got skeletons in their own closets. So what's your plans as of now? Like, what's your plans for what's going on? You just sitting and waiting? Are you
well, like I said, now I'm waiting to see the rejection of the appeal. Now I had my criminal court that was supposed to be Monday, that got pushed to the 3rd of June, which, like, I am very not happy, because like, it's just wasting time. And the worst part is, like, I had 3 witnesses, CPS witnesses. They had 3 CPS witnesses. So at that court, there was 6 employees from the same CPS that spent their morning in court for nothing, while they're not giving services to our children. Like, do people realize, like, I'm not the only one? So, like, how many days a week are they in court for stuff like this?
Right.
and they're there asking government for more money, for more services.
Right.
Well, work there and like
they're asking for more services. This is the funny thing. They say that they're asking for more services, but yet their plans are to take your baby, and they're only doing this for the money. You can't tell me
because
that
because it's a wheel. It's a nice squeakly. It's a nice whatever squeaky wheel that runs well
the
now.
grease. I can't even think of
Greasy
it now.
wheel. That's it. That's my French. Yeah.
Do you have, what is your plans? Excuse me 1 second. I just gotta type this. But what are your plans for the future now? Are you like gonna just drop out of this thing? This
No,
movement?
man. I'm
Are
a
you in this
fighter,
for
man.
long
I'm
haul?
military. I never back down. No
All
way.
right, because I bet you.
I'm still talking on it on TikTok, and I'm still showing everybody what my life is. I like there's days that I'm happy, there's days that I'm sad. I get to see my granddaughter now because it was 7 months that I couldn't see her. And then it was 15 minutes every week. And then after it went to half an hour a week, and now we have an hour unsupervised.
Oh wow, so you're getting up there.
Woo! There's like progress, right?
Right.
But
it's something, because a lot of people don't even get that,
But I don't give up. I won't give up until I get there's like I think I have to be the voice for Quebec to be like, this has happened to me. I'm a good person. I'm a veteran. I have 2 kids. If there's one thing I know on this earth is that I'm a good mom, and people see it, so I'm just going to continue. And then after I get my grandbaby back, I'm going to make it mission to help other moms.
All right. Well, I'm thinking that maybe we got a place for you here with our abolishcps.com world, that maybe we can get you started in here helping us out, if you wouldn't mind.
I would love to.
We need to really get this out here. And the only way that we're going to do this is to get more people and more people and more people. And what is your TikTok just speaks volumes, how many people are listening to you. So you have quite a voice already. And I would love to get you on our team helping us out with this. So if you don't mind, we'll definitely carry on this conversation a little bit more.
Sure.
We're definitely approaching our time. We're over here. Let me ask Herbert here if he's on. Herbert, you still here with us, buddy?
Herbert's here.
Herbert.
Yeah.
All right. We're wrapping this up. What do you think, buddy?
Yeah, I think that she would be a very good asset to the show. And she should also tell her friends on TikTok about your show so they can express their thoughts and ideas.
Right.
100%.
Yes, that would be great. What do you think about her story, though? About just they took her kid for no reason.
Yeah, it sounds like it's happening to lots of people.
Right. And that's not no reason. Let's get this right. She is suing CPS for what they've done to her previous daughter. So she's being gang stalked and being, just being torn apart because of what she's doing, her actions. And that's wrong, man.
Right. But I think she hit it on the head before when she says, as long as they hold on to her, they're making money. As long as they hold on to the child, they're making money.
Right. And that's what they do. They push on for those times. They got to get those 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, to get those checks.
Right.
All right. Well, Herbert, you got anything else to say, buddy, before we cut it loose tonight?
No, except one thing I want to mention to her. When you ever encounter security guards at a hospital, don't fight with the security guard. You want to speak to the administration.
All right. Well, I guess they wanted us cut short today. So, good evening, guys. Welcome to this my mother's birthday edition of CPS Victims Hunting for Justice. I'm your host, CPS Punisher. You know, I'm getting more and more calls and more stories about people that have done nothing. And when I say they've done nothing, I mean nothing. And I know that there's so many out here that can relate to this story, because all of us sit there and say, what the hell did we do to lose our kids? Like, what did we do so drastic and portray onto our kids that is so drastic that the government has decided that they need to sit in, take our kids, and never give them back? I mean, I don't see it. In my situation, it had nothing to do with my child. It had, my kid was nothing but loved, protected, safe, the whole nine. And a lot of these other cases that I'm hearing, it's the same thing. You know, maybe they got arrested at a concert for having some pot on them, and CPS comes in. Well, that had nothing to do with being a parent, because you kicked off your shoes for a weekend at a concert, and all of a sudden you're losing your child because you relaxed and just took care of yourself. That's nothing about what took place with your kid. You come home, you're not smoking pot anymore, and you're taking care of your kids. That's it. We are adults in this country, and we've been given the right to do certain things, and we should take care of that. As parents, you deserve that right to go and relax on a weekend without your child. That's what it's for. It's why it's called vacation. So what CPS is doing is wrong. They're avoiding the whole question of, is the food at home adequate? Is the safety of the child adequate? Is the house adequate? Are their clothing adequate? Are they going to school? Are their medical needs met? They're not touching any of those things. They're actually attacking us on our actions that are on the external parts of being parents and us as personal people. And that's not what these rules are about. So tonight I introduce to you a guy that is hit these prongs, that has done nothing. He is a victim of CPS bias. He's a victim of, I don't even know what you want to call it, when people call on you for no reason. We'll figure out a name of that. And also backstage, we also still have, we got Herbert, the law enforcement guru, back there to make sure that he can answer any questions that we have. But I'm going to introduce you guys right now. We got Austin. Austin, how are we doing tonight, man?
Good.
So Austin, you are one of those people that have done nothing, and you are being punished for it. So why don't you go ahead and just give these guys a little bit of background, a little bit of your story, and let's see what we can come up with for you.
So this all started back in Benton County in Minnesota. Okay. And my mother had made a report on me saying that I was drinking. I destroyed the house. I destroyed my son's crib. I destroyed his toys, everything. And the cops showed up with CPS, and I mean a lot of cops, and they had me stand outside with law enforcement, and CPS went into the house alone.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the house was clean,
right? So
and my mom,
so she just called on you because she was angry about a situation, or
no?
She
my mother has done this my whole life. She's done stuff like this.
Oh man.
I mean, she's been deemed like mentally not okay.
Okay.
She lives in Wisconsin, and she gets paid, checks for being on disability, and she's not okay up there.
Right. So she kicks out these wellness checks on you. That's what she does. She calls up and says you need a wellness check. How many of those would you say your mom has done on you since you're being a father?
Well, I mean, I've been out of the house since I was 15, and she's made reports on me ever since I moved out.
All right. I'm gonna, you know what? Let's bring Herbert in here early. We're gonna call him in early, and let's talk about this real quick. Herbert,
yeah.
What do we do when people are overabundantly calling on, like for instance, Austin's mom, who's constantly calling on him to do these wellness checks? Like, what is law enforcement's role in those, and how do those work?
Well, what I heard, Austin, your name is Austin, right, sir?
Yes.
Okay. What I heard Austin say is that your mom said that you trashed the place, you wrecked the crib or something like that. Did you trash the place? Did you wreck the crib?
Nope, they showed up right away, and the house was spotless, clean. Like I said, they piss tested me right on the spot. I was clean. Everything that she said was not proven.
Okay, so there was no damage to the house.
No.
Good. When the police took you outside, did you have any alcohol in your breath?
Nope.
Okay. So then, when CPS came out, what did they say to you?
They told the cops, they went to the cops right away and they said everything's fine.
Good.
All right.
So then everything's fine.
But what I'm questioning you is this: is what about? So he's been saying that his mom does this all the time. At what point did the police department put into play, like, go calm down on this guy? You know, if they get the call from the mother.
Well, because mom is an adult, let me ask you: have you had mom seen by a doctor?
She's been seen by a doctor herself and has been deemed mentally not stable.
Okay. And has the doctors talked to you about getting power of attorney or stuff like that?
No.
Well, if she's not mentally stable, do you think she's mentally stable of taking care of her finances and everything?
No.
Okay. Then you should push to see her by neurologists. And if you could get 2 neurologists to agree that she's incapable of taking care of herself, then you can get the POA for her, whether she wants you to or not.
Okay. So that would be the way that he could distance himself, is someone doing something like that?
Yeah, but you got to get mom to see a neurologist.
Right.
And it has to be.
Right. My question is based on, like, how does he protect himself from these false claims? Is more or less like, how does he go about this? How does he protect himself from that?
Can you stay away from mom? Is there any way, or you have to live with mom, or mom lives with you?
No, yeah, she lives out of state. I haven't had contact with her for almost 3 years now.
So mom is calling from out of state to the police in your state.
She calls CPS directly.
Okay, so then how many times has CPS showed up because of mom's calls?
About 3 times, 4 times.
So you need to speak to CPS and say, listen, you've come over here 3 or 4 times. Everything's in order. Why do you keep responding to my mom who's not doing well? She's she's mentally declined.
So there's nothing though, but there's nothing that he can do immediately to stop the harassment from his mom. Would be like a restraining order or one of those?
That's a good question in terms of restraining order for mom. That's a very good question. But right now, I'm thinking from the point of the person that's really harassing him is not his mom, it's CPS who's doing their job. Their job is to respond to any calls. Like me, my job is to respond to any kind of call.
Right. All right. Well, I just wanted to wonder, because we're hearing a lot of these things where these family members are calling, and we just, like, this is just where it ends up, So what happened next? What happened next? So CPS comes 3 or 4 times. When does it become real serious for you?
That last time that she called about the reports of me damaging the house and stuff, there's been an open case almost pretty much since then.
Okay.
And that's going on 3 years now.
Well, it shouldn't be open. I'm sorry for interjecting, but it shouldn't be open case if CPS comes and they see that you didn't trash the house.
Yeah, there's an open case still.
Wow. Yeah, but it's unfounded.
Right.
CPS came to the house. They didn't see damage to the house. Therefore, the accusations is unfounded.
That's the way it's supposed to be. So what happened after they left your house that day? They said everything was good.
So after that, we had some more meetings with them. They were doing their investigation. And then about a month into that investigation, me and my girlfriend and my son moved to a different county. That county that we were in, transferred it to the other county. And they didn't take the case at that time, but my mom immediately made another report they didn't look into that one. Then my daughter was born, and now they're bringing up those reports that my mom had made.
Okay. All right. So now they're using your past against you.
Yep, the reports that she made that they had already looked into and said that wasn't true.
Yep.
And we have been dealing with them since. And they
did they substantiate you or unsubstantiate you or find you unfounded before or any of that stuff?
No.
Did you sign a safety plan or anything?
They tried to do one. We didn't sign it. We didn't agree to it.
Good man. But yet they still kept the case open. What are their grounds for keeping the case open with you?
Because I'm red flagged. That's it. And then they won't, in court, they will not admit that they're using those reports that my mom had made. But
so what are you red flagged from?
Because I went to prison for violence.
Okay. So you okay. So you did your time for violence.
Yes.
And that in and of itself is the red flag.
Yep.
So now if anybody calls, if I call on you, I don't even know where you live, but if I found out and I called on you, and I said, oh my God, he's yelling at the kid in the house, there's something going on, they're going to respond because you're red flagged.
Yep.
So right, man, you do your time, you know.
Yeah. So I think that the real issue is the fact that you've been red flagged is why they're responding to everything your mom says. Every time your mom coughs, they respond.
But here's where it becomes concerning for me. I started looking up their policies and procedures.
Yep.
And the red flag simply means that they just have to come out here and make sure that there's no maltreatment and nothing wrong with the house, with the children, make sure they have food, a safe place to sleep. And then they don't even have to take it to court. They can just let it be that.
So they can go to you unfounded. They can go to you for pretty much no reason, is what you're saying.
For somebody that's red flagged, yes. But that only happens when a child is born. In my situation, is when they get notified.
Okay, so when this child was born, you immediately were red flagged into CPS. They came to the hospital and they said, this guy is red flagged. And they did what to the baby? Like, where are you at now as far as the children?
I have both of my children.
Okay,
I never
good.
lost either one of them.
Okay, good. But they're still harassing the hell out of you.
Oh yeah, we're still in court.
What do they say?
What? Good.
Yeah, go ahead, Herbert.
Okay. What are you in court for?
I don't know.
You got to find out why you're in court. You've already served your time. You served your time. You're out. You have children. CPS has not taken your children. And I understand the red flag part, but why are you in court? Who's bringing you in court for what reason?
CPS, the Isanti County Health and Human Services, is the one that filed the petition to terminate my parental rights. But I have since filed an appeal with the Court of Appeals, and then there's an appeals division with CPS, and I had my court hearing with their division, and the judge that we had for that case said that she received an email from the CPS supervisor, and in that email says that there's no safety concerns, there's no maltreatment, and no preponderance of evidence. That judge herself said she was confused at what's going on. And
yeah, I can understand that.
Right.
And I don't know.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm lost myself, and we've been battling them nonstop. And the best part is I communicate with the CPS supervisor in a different county. And she's one of my lifelines, surprisingly, on how to deal with this. And she said the only thing you can do is continue to ask them why they're involved.
Right.
keep asking that and record it. That's what she told us to do. Keep asking them. And we do that every visit. And they have not provided us a reason.
Can you go to the CPS office itself?
I wouldn't necessarily want to go there, only because I've filed complaints against the supervisor and the administrator, and I mean,
what kind of filing did you do?
I filed the complaint with the Board of Social Work.
Good man.
And
yeah, but what was the complaint? What was your complaint?
Oh, that she had told me that if I don't cooperate with them, that they will remove my children.
Right. They cannot do that. They cannot hold you.
What do they want you to do? How do they want you to cooperate?
They want me to put my child, he's almost 3, he's not quite 3. They want me to put him into an early school program. I don't want him going to a public school.
Okay, now we getting down to some other stuff here. So now it's really now about the school. You wanting or not wanting to put your kid in the school. So what do you want to do? You want to home teach, home train?
Yeah, but the where that issue becomes a problem is he's not even old enough to go into school yet.
Right.
So he's preschool.
Right. So this shouldn't even be a topic of issue. They're reaching because they, like I said in the intro, they have those bars that they got adequate medical care, adequate clothing, adequate schooling, adequate food, adequate shelter. Those are their 5 things that they come around on. So they can't get you on the other ones, but they're going to try to hammer you on the schooling now. And we all know that they come around on people for the homeschooling. They try to do that all the time because outside of homeschooling, and I don't want to sound like a tinfoil hat guy, but you don't have homeschooling, you don't have control of vaccinations and all of that stuff either. So that's their way of trying to get control of the child. It's not right. If you want to homeschool your kid, then you should be able to homeschool your kid. That's your right. That's your constitutional right to be able to, or not your constitutional right, but it is your right to raise your child how you feel fit. It says that right in all of our freedom documents. So they have no reason to be attacking you for that matter, especially one, like you said, your kid's not of the age that they shouldn't be worrying about school. And 2, you guys are saying as parents, we got this.
Yep.
What school do they suggest your 3-year-old child go to?
It's a program called Help Me Grow or Early Education
like a Head Start.
Or something.
It's like a preschool. It's like a preschool. It's a preschool.
Yep.
A preschool.
Yeah, but like I said, the concern is he's not old enough to go into this program.
Right. Exactly.
Is your child on a spectrum or anything?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's that, man. They have no bearing in what they say. They should not be. They are infringing on your rights as an American now, telling you that you have to do something with your child. And if they don't, then you're going to take your kid. That's what do they call that? Not coercion, but extortion. I mean, they're threatening you. Right. They're threatening the fact that if you don't listen to us, we're taking your kid. You have no contract with them. You have no safety plan. You have no any other ties with them. So I don't understand why this is even sticking and why this is even keep going into the courtrooms. Like, why are they even allowing this in the courts to go through?
Again, it circles back to I've slowly been picking this county apart. And I Googled our judge's name, and this not much popped up when I just put her name in, but when I added the word corruption at the end of her name, a story pops up.
Right.
It's right on Google. And you read this story, when she was a county attorney, she wasn't charging people with crime. She was letting it just sit there. She wasn't looking into it. She wasn't charging this. And a lot of it was, she was letting sex offenders go. She wasn't charging.
There it is. Yep.
It was just sitting there in her office.
Mm-hmm. Let the pedophiles go. Yep.
What state do you live in?
Minnesota.
Okay.
Have you called the family preservation guy? Or what's his? I'm going to think of his name here real quick. But I believe that they're from Minnesota. He's from Minnesota. I know he is. And he's gotten a lot of laws and everything changed out there in Minnesota from the child. Let me get his name for you. Hold on 1 second. Let me look here. They're a great group from Minnesota, man, and they might be able to assist you in this because this is what their deal is. The Family Preservation Society. Give me 1 second, I'll find it. But how many times have you gone to court with CPS about this? Austin. We lost Austin.
Oh.
No, we got him. I can hear him.
Hello, Austin.
There he is. Austin's back. Houston, we got Austin. Austin. We can hear you, Austin. There you are. Austin, can you hear us?
What's going on?
Oh, it's them. They did it to our phones again, Herbert. They're cutting us out. They don't want us talking the truth.
So act like Austin can hear you and tell them and come back in again.
Yeah, try to sign up and fire back in with us there, pal.
I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, Austin, we can hear you.
Austin. He'll come back to us. He'll get back. He's a smart dude. He'll figure it out. Let's put him out on the side and pops up there. Let's do that. Herbert, what do you think so far, my man? Till Austin comes back with us, what do you think?
Okay. So Austin's not on with us, right?
No, he's not here. No, he's not with us right yet. No.
He's not with us, right?
No, he's not with us right now.
Okay. As I listen to Austin, and we're not on the show, right?
No, we're on the show. Show is live.
Okay.
So
So as I'm listening to Austin, I knew there was more to the story because his mother's calling. It's unfounded. CPS comes. It's unfounded. Now they want him to go to court. Court for what? Everything's unfounded.
Right.
Now comes the school thing.
Yep.
What I think we should check on is Minnesota about when is a child supposed to be in a preschool? Is it required in that state of Minnesota that a child has to be in preschool?
Right. That's a great question. That is
See, that's what I would like to know. Because if it's a requirement that a child has to be in preschool, unless the parent signs some kind of waiver saying that they're going to keep the child home, then that might be why they're harassing him.
So we're going to do that right now real quick. I'm going to step over here. We're going to do that while we wait for Austin. All right. Let's see here.
Can you look up Minnesota requirements for school?
I am looking that up right now. I'm grabbing my phone, also telling Austin to sign back in here. You know what? But this is still, if this is what they're basing their investigation on, Herbert, this is tiddlywinks in comparison to what some people are doing.
Right. It's tiddlywinks, but he does have a red flag. But he doesn't realize he's fortunate that they haven't put a court order to take his children.
Right. Exactly. He is very.
He still has his kids.
And that's surprising too, that they're trying to take his rights away, and he still has his kids. So he's not of imminent danger to them, obviously.
No, not at all. If he still has it, because they'll come with that court order and they're coming to take the child.
Yep. So that's good. I mean, clearly he or his girlfriend have not tried to do anything. They're not guilty of doing anything wrong, except for be good parents and want to monitor their kids. I mean, that's the only thing I could see there. All right, I just got through to him there. So let's see here. Minnesota. We're going to look up Minnesota. All right, here he's trying to come back in here. Let me see. While we wait for him to come back in, let's see. Austin, can you hear us? Austin, can you hear us? We can hear something in your background. I guess not here. Well, this is going to be a shame. Well, let's take a look at Minnesota. What do we look under? Minnesota. Oh, also, we had right here in the chat, Herbert, we have Kenneth Alt. Kenneth Alt, we see you all the time, man. We appreciate you watching us. Kenneth wants to know about where you can find active state statutes. That's a great question. There's a website called the Children's Gateway, the Child Information Gateway. All right, Austin's coming back here. Let me get that link for you, Kenneth, and I'll get it up here so that you can get some information yourself. But now I want to thank you so much, man, for being on the show, watching us. You're an awesome dude. If you ever want to get on the show, go ahead and get in touch with us. You can email me at me and Herbert at info@abolishcps.com, or you can get a hold of us on abolishcps.com on the website there. So please do that. And I know that you got questions, so if you want to get on the show with us, please go ahead and get in touch with us that way, my man. But now, as far as the Minnesota School Department, what am I coming up with here? What am I coming up with? Minnesota age. Alexa, what is the age for a child in Minnesota to be lawfully in school?
From findlaw.com. The state of Minnesota requires children between the ages of 7 and 16 to attend school or receive an equivalent education through homeschooling.
Okay, Alexa, in the state of Minnesota, when does a child of young years have to go to school?
In Minnesota, all children must start attending school by the age of 7.
Okay, Minnesota state law is age of 7.
Okay, now ask Alexa, is there a requirement for a 3-year-old to be in school? Is
Alexa,
there a requirement?
Is there a requirement for a 3-year-old child
I'm
to be
having
in
trouble
school?
hearing. Can you say that again?
Alexa, is there a requirement for a 3-year-old child to be in school?
In most countries, 3-year-old children are not required to be in school. However, it is common for them to start attending preschool around their 3rd birthday.
Okay, so it's not required. It said it's just common.
Okay.
So just
Now,
common
could you
isn't enough.
ask your viewers to hone in and chat, send you a chat on that, because they could do research on Minnesota in terms of requirements for preschool.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So you guys heard Herbert. That's a great thing, Herbert. If you guys are out there and you can hear us, if you can find some information for us and put it in the chat right here, we'll throw the chat up right there. Boom, there you go. This will be live right here while you guys are watching. And let us know what you guys think or what you know for facts, please. That'd be great. Let's try Austin again. Maybe Austin, can you hear us? We can hear Austin's music. Now we've lost Austin.
Do you have Austin's phone number?
I do have Austin. Here he comes back again. Let's see. Come on, Austin. Austin. We got no dice. You know what? I'm going to try to call him here. No Austin. All right, let's see if we can call him here.
Call him and tell him to go completely out and come back in again.
Or maybe I can just get him to talk on the phone.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Austin. Hey, my man. Yeah, we're losing you here. But let me see if I can get you, maybe if you mind. Did you try to re-sign in? And it keeps coming in. Right? Now, let me see if we can get you on the, maybe you can just do this over the phone like this. So let me see because we can hear you on that side. Can you hear us? Yeah. You can't, you can see us, but you can't hear us. Okay. Hold on one second. You want to just do like a test? I'm going to put you on speaker and let's see if we can get you on the microphone here. Hold on one second. All right. Austin, go ahead and talk. Let's see if we can hear you.
Hello?
Do you
Hi,
hear him,
Austin.
Herbert?
Yeah, I can hear him.
All right. So you can hear us now, right?
Yep.
All right. Perfect. So let's try to do
Darren,
this.
tell Austin what you did and found out about 7 years old.
Yeah. So Austin, we looked it up. We looked up what Minnesota state laws are as far as children going to school. And the age by law in Minnesota is 7 years old. Now, the recommendation, or it's not unusual for kids to go to school by their 3rd birthday, but the law states it's the age of 7.
Wow.
So they have no right to keep pushing you around like this, saying that it's required that your child get into school. So I don't know if you want to take that and use that and put it in your court records. How are you guys represented?
So that's a funny situation too. My girlfriend has a lawyer, a court-appointed one.
Yeah.
And I represent myself.
Okay.
But this same lawyer speaks on both of our behalf in court. So I'm not allowed to talk, but she talks for both of us.
Okay.
So what? Let me understand this now. Why does your girlfriend have an attorney?
Because they filed the TPR on her as well.
So her girlfriend's, we're going to have her girlfriend on at a separate time. She was just working tonight. So she's involved with this also, as the mom, obviously.
Just for being with me.
So because you were...
Okay.
So, yeah, that's funny because my wife lost her rights for associating with me too. So I feel your pain on that one. And that sucks to be, because what they do, Herbert, is they say that you're not willing to take your child out of danger. However, there's no danger here. I mean,
exactly.
When have they ever found any danger?
They didn't, and they say that in court. They've said that. I have a paper that says that there's nothing wrong.
This is crazy. So you have it from the CPS, but that's the old CPS, right? Or the new one?
This is the county that we're dealing with.
Okay. And they've said that. What is the court? What's the hearing called that you're going after?
Where we're at right now, it's I don't know how to say it exactly. Intermediate disposition hearing.
Okay, intermediate disposition. I'm going to take a look at that. See what the heck that is in your state. What they.
While he's looking that up, Austin, is this going to be the first time you're going to court in a new location you're living?
No, we've been to court with this county 7 times, 8 times.
Oh my God. So when you went there time number 3, what were they saying?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You said you've been there 7 or 8 times. So when you were there the 3rd time, what were they saying to you?
The 3rd time. I'm trying to see what the third.
Every time, is it something different or is it the same thing every time you go?
Well, our first one was the admit deny. That one was pretty basic. And then we had our pre-trial. And then trial was our 3rd court hearing.
And then you had a 4th one, you said.
The 4th one was a disposition hearing.
Well, they're really dragging us out.
They're getting money for it.
And in our trial, everybody went on the stand and said that there was no safety concerns, blah, blah, blah. And then they had tried bringing up the reports that my mom made. Well, the lawyer that we have, or my girlfriend has, that lawyer said, why didn't you guys take that report then and keep the investigation going if they were worried about it? Because that was the county that dismissed it. And they didn't have anything to say.
What I don't understand is why they keep bringing up this other county when it's this new county and new. Oh, because they're the ones that passed it over the jurisdiction.
Yeah,
yep, I kind of that one county, and now we're in this county dealing with them.
And the only reason that this county's there is because the other county contacted them because you moved.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Well, I must say, when you were off the phone, I was telling Darren, you're very fortunate because if they wanted your child, that child would have been gone months ago.
Yeah, you've done something right to stop them or something. Because how they're terminating, this is the other question is, how are they even talking about terminating your parental rights when your kids are still standing right next to you? This makes no sense.
I don't understand. I don't know what's going on.
Like, it makes no sense that Are you ordered to do drug tests?
Nope.
Is your girlfriend?
Nope.
Your girlfriend's only playing all of this is because you and her are together, right? She's not clearing jeopardy because she's associated with you, right?
Yep. She's only involved because of me. Yep.
Yep. Just like they did with my wife. The same thing.
Okay.
And for you, we have no involvement other than the fact that you're a good dad and you want your kids. And it was a phone call put in by a woman that is, I guess, by medical conditions, unable to make decisions. I mean, I don't want to say crazy, but I mean, she's not right in the head, so she's harassing you constantly. And CPS is using these harassing phone calls against you when they were unfounded. See, this is just like this circle of nonsense, but obviously they have their mucks into something that they want to have from you. I mean, there's obviously a reason, whether it's penalizing you because you have that red flag, whether it's someone did something, you know, I mean, this is just absolutely absurd. Let me, what was that? What was that again? Intermediate, what was that?
Intermediate disposition hearing.
Okay, intermediate disposition. I mean, have you thought about filing paperwork for harassment and asking them to an order of protection against them?
No, I don't know how to do that kind of stuff.
I mean, because it seems to me, right, Herbert? Like, this is harassment at its finest.
Yeah, but from what you guys have taught me, it's really CPS. It's not the court. CPS is bringing this to the court, so he's got to try to communicate with CPS. Have you pissed them off, CPS?
Have I made CPS mad? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Then that starts it right there. So you just open up a beehive with them. So what I'm trying to say, the court is not coming after you. It's CPS that's using the court to come after you.
Right. But they're all one and one. This judge has already said he's not dangerous. Why is this judge even allowing more hearings to come through?
What? I don't. It's not making sense to me. Everything's clean. Everything's good. They don't think it's that bad that they will take your children away, because they would have done it. It would have happened.
Right. That's the thing. There's no imminent danger for them to be able to do this. The only time they can take your child is if there's an imminent danger situation. But here's the other thing. You still have the children. So how can they even be basing on terminating your parental rights? This just doesn't. Somewhere someone is trying to do something. That's for sure, because this is crazy.
It's not making sense.
It is a crazy story, and I don't understand what is going on. I have recordings of them saying that there's no safety concerns. I have a letter from them saying that, like it was said in trial. It's been said multiple times. In our last court date, the judge said that she's going to keep the case open because of me not cooperating with CPS, and that's why it's been extended until March 4th.
But you don't have to cooperate with them.
That's what I told them. You show me the law that says I have to cooperate with you guys.
Okay, well, let's just go there for a second. Other than the child going to school, what else do they say you're not cooperating with?
So the next thing would be a public health nurse. That's the two things they want us to do.
What's the?
They want your child to go see a nurse.
The public health nurse is somebody that just comes to your home to check on the kids. It's CPS.
It's them.
Okay.
It's them. So,
and you have opposition to the nurse coming to your house, or you going to the nurse.
Yeah, I don't want them coming here. That's CPS. That's still them.
Right.
Right. Now let me ask this though. They wanna. Has anybody from CPS seen the children?
Yeah, I just had a phone visit with them today. I showed them 2 children, and then we hung up.
No. Has they physically seen the children?
Yeah, they've been to my house.
Okay. And they saw the children?
They've seen them.
Okay.
So they know they're healthy. They know they're fine. Everything's in line. They've done nothing wrong. He's obviously blatantly said that he's done his time for the crime that he's committed. So as far as I'm concerned, and so should society be, you did your crime, you do the time, and then you're done with it, right? You've paid your penalty, so move on, because that's just bunk anyway. That they can still hold this against him. I mean, that's what we have jail sentences for, right? Is to do your time and then you walk away. That shouldn't be held against him anyway. He's paid what society's penalty was, so that's that.
But if they wanted to hold something against him, they would have taken the children. They haven't taken the children.
No, they're trying. But that's what will happen when he goes to that TPR hearing. I'm pulling up right now what the permanency timeline is. I got it right here. This will just open for me.
I don't know what grounds they would want to take the children, since the children are fine, the house is fine, everything is in order. Why would they want to take the children?
Because I had said that there's the 5 prongs. You have food, clothing, shelter, school, health.
He has all that. He has that. And the kid doesn't have to be in school. He's 3 years old.
Right. And then the health do your kids go to a doctor already? Do they have their own doctor and physician?
Yeah, they go to a doctor.
Yeah.
And they also go to WIC. They have to go to WIC meetings.
Okay. So if they have the WIC meeting stuff, then they should already have their information, because WIC is funded by them.
That's what I'm saying. Yep.
Yeah. So that makes sense.
When you shared this with your girlfriend's attorney, what does he have to say?
Her attorney, I believe, works with the county as well. And why do I say that? Because we asked her to help us with the appeal, and she said she's not willing to do that. We have asked her.
No, but you shared with, you're sharing the story with us.
Not willing to do that. This is all on email.
Okay, you shared the story with us. Okay, how about your wife, since that's your wife's attorney, share the story with her attorney to see what she thinks and what she feels. She doesn't have to represent you.
Attorney doesn't want to hear any of it.
Oh, she doesn't want to hear it?
No.
Oh,
no, these public pretenders are crazy, man. They'll only hear what they want to hear. They're only going to give to them what they want to hear. It's insane. And the reason, I will tell you this firsthand, that the only people that win these cases, and this is a fact, you can look it up. Don't question me about this, but I will tell you can go to fact check. There's a better percentage of winning in these cases if you defend yourself than if you go with a public pretender. And that is a fact. The people that win these cases are people that go there on their own accord, and they fight them with the laws at hand verbatim, because you know what? These public pretenders are going in there and they're only fighting for their own cause to get their bonuses that are attached to what they get for adopting these kids. And that's a fact. They all go to Christmas dinner together. They all spend Christmas together. It's a conundrum how they're all tied together. It's a circus. It is, why is it that you can only go to their counselors? Why can you only get piss test by their people? Why can you only get a lawyer that's their stuff? You go ahead and try to fire your public pretender and the courts refuse it.
That's what they've done with us.
They refuse it. And how is that? Why is that so?
I don't know.
No, well, I mean, that's the superficial question. It is because the fact is they're making sure that they get that child legally, obtain it properly, so that you can't fight it in an appeal. The people that win these cases are people that go there on their own accord, and they fight them with the laws at hand verbatim, because you know what? These public pretenders are going in there and they're only fighting for their own cause to get their bonuses that are attached to what they get for adopting these kids. And that's a fact. They all go to Christmas dinner together. They all spend Christmas together. It's a conundrum how they're all tied together. It's a circus. It is, why is it that you can only go to their counselors? Why can you only get piss test by their people? Why can you only get a lawyer that's their stuff? You go ahead and try to fire your public pretender and the courts refuse it.
That's what they've done with us.
They refuse it. And how is that? Why is that so?
I don't know.
No, well, I mean, that's the superficial question. It is because the fact is they're making sure that they get that child legally, obtain it properly, so that you can't fight it in an appeal. That's it. Because you can talk over and over to all these people that get represented by public pretenders, and every one of them, either they're not telling the whole story, they're not putting in facts that you think are pertinent. They'll tell you that you're underestimating or you're not understanding the law the way that it's written, and it's this, that, and this. Come on. It doesn't get much clear. Why is there so many? 12% of these kids, once they get taken, are returned home. 12%. That means there's either a shitload of awful lawyers out there that aren't being able to win these cases, or it means that they're in bed with these guys. I mean, that's the only. How is it that there's a 12% chance that you get your kids back, and CPS is wrong 86% of the time? We got a problem here. We have a bigger problem than what is just at hand here. There is a conspiracy brewing, and people need to start realizing this, and we need to start picking it apart and finding this. This poor dude has done nothing. His kid by law isn't supposed to go to school. Short of him lying to us, there is no problem. His kids go to health. They have their own doctors. They're clear. You don't have to go. There's no rule. He doesn't even have a contract with them. There's no safety plan. There's no nothing. But yet they're still hauling him into that courtroom. What happens if he doesn't go to one of these court dates, though? Probably going to be arrested or something like that, right? That is corruption, corruption, corruption. I mean, if short of him telling us that he's just full of malarkey, and there's a lot of other reasonings, which I don't see why he would be on the show with us telling us that. Like, this is it in a nutshell, man. This is them. They got their mucks into someone, and they're not going to let go.
Well, I took my skin out of the game because I don't hear anything on my end. In other words, from a criminal point of view, that anything's wrong.
Right. So this is the thing, Herbert. This is like all the time with these people. So what do we do? You know, if you were with law enforcement and you heard this lady calling your police department 27 times, not saying that that's the number, but if she called 27 times, isn't there a point where you're going to say, like, okay, guys, when Mrs. So-and-so calls, let's just put this one to the side? Or are you obligated to answer every call?
No, we're obligated to go to the call.
All right. That stinks. That's like CPS. So that makes it too, just like CPS. The only thing that CPS is by law supposed to do in any of these cases, in Malibu, Dallas, my good buddy taught me this. The only thing that CPS has to do is go to a call that they answer. And that's it. That's the only ones. That's the only move that they have to make, is to go and make sure that the children are safe.
The word that you were looking for before with his mom is referred to as cognitive decline. And I'm not a doctor, but I just know that because I ran into situations where we're being around people. They're not like full-blown Alzheimer's or full-blown something along those lines, but they're on a decline. Once they have something in their head, like in her head, her son is messing up with her grandchildren.
Right.
Speaking about grandchildren, does your mom ever get an opportunity to see the grandchildren?
No.
Has your mother ever asked to see your grandchildren?
I'm sorry, I might not have heard that. My mother has seen my children. She has been around them. Well, my son. She hasn't met my newest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has all this started after the newest or before the newest?
This started when my son was a few months old.
Oh.
He's almost 3.
Okay. So this has been going on with her for a while.
Yep.
And what kind of demands do you want to share with us does she have on you that you feel she's after you?
My mom's been after me my whole life. I mean, I believe she has what do you call that?
Cognitive decline?
She's always trying to like get me into trouble and then try to be the hero afterwards. Like,
oh, okay. What do they call that? That is a
Munchausen syndrome.
What is it?
Munchausen syndrome.
Munchausen syndrome. That's like the 4th time this week that I've heard this. So she comes through, tries to be the hero. I mean, she gets you in trouble and then comes through and rescues you at the end, or tries to.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And this has been going on seriously my whole life.
Now I know why they don't do it, because they have to, but don't you think there should be a cap on the number of calls someone has on them that they get these investigations? Like, is there something like that in the law enforcement, Herbert, where like, Darren calls every other day, so we're going to investigate his calls, or 5 calls, that's enough for us to be responding to, or there's too many calls or whatever? Is there something like that?
I'm gonna have to get back to you at only because children are involved.
Right.
Grandma is calling about the grandchildren. It's kind of hard pressed not to go make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, I agreed with that.
It's kind of hard pressed.
It's just unfortunate that he's got to go through all this harassment.
Yeah.
I mean,
falsely reporting. I want to go with falsely reporting a crime, but there was no crime. Falsely reporting an incident, which is a crime. Falsely reporting something, that in and of itself is a crime. Falsely reporting something, but it's you're Minnesota, right? So I could check on that. Get back to Darren with some information, because I could speak to Minnesota.
Yeah, we'll get Herbert. The man, he gets things done too. He gets answers where most can't get answers. That's for sure. I mean, maybe Herbert can come up with something really good for you.
I could speak to Minnesota PD, and I could find out what the heck that's all about. Not you, nothing to do with you personally. Just like a hypothetical situation I hit him with, and I asked him, like, how often do we roll to that person's house? Just because somebody in another state that says it.
Is this still going on? Does those things still happen?
With my mother calling?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, the last report she made was in December.
Okay.
Oh,
and we never heard about it. They didn't look into it. They didn't say anything about it. Nothing. So.
Okay.
Okay. I was under the impression this is an ongoing thing.
Well, I mean, December's just behind the back of us here,
Yeah, but she didn't call in January, and we haven't heard from her in February.
Because she's got the investigation, I'm assuming.
Could be that, but
right. So
she doesn't have an investigation. The court has. She's not involved with the investigation. Am I correct?
No, they keep bringing up what she says.
No, but she's not involved with the investigation.
She's not involved with any of the court hearings or anything. Like, she's never been involved with them.
Yeah. So she's not a witness.
No.
All right.
She's just the caller.
Yeah. They may have stopped responding. They may have stopped. She may have been calling as recently as 2 days ago, and they're not responding.
And maybe it's because that they're still involved, and we just had a visit with them, and so she's still making these reports, and they're seeing us.
Well,
I don't know.
But they're using it in that court.
Now, do you know if mom is calling CPS?
What was that?
Is your mom calling CPS?
I don't know if she still is, but yes, she has many times.
Okay. And then CPS came out and did a wellness check, right?
Yes, and that's where this case is based off of now.
Okay, I got the thing here for you guys. All right, here we go. Ready? This is the Minnesota. Actually, you know what? I can't share the screen. I was going to share the screen here. Sorry, but this is what it says right here for where you're at in your hearings. Let's see. So in Minnesota, it breaks down like this. It goes the emergency protective hearing. Then there's a admit and deny hearing. There's a pretrial hearing. There's a court trial. There's an adjudication hearing. Then there's a disposition hearing. Then there is the intermediate disposition review hearing, which is when a child is in foster care or care of a non-custodial parent held at least every 90 days, when a child in trial home visit held at least every 90 days, when a child under protective supervision of a parent from whom removed held at least every 6 months, and when a child, and then best practice is to hold them more frequently. So that's where you're at. Let me, you know what, I'm going to send this to you so you have this. So there's, that's where you're at with them. Court trial. Wow. So, I mean, I guess the way that looks is that they could be open with you for quite some time. I mean, that's crazy. Do they give you a date when they say that the TPR hearing is to be held?
No, we are scheduled for another disposition hearing for March 4th.
Okay, so that must be the intermediate disposition review hearing. Right?
On my end, it just says intermediate disposition hearing.
Right. No, I got you. Right. Because there's the disposition hearing, then there's the intermediate disposition review hearing. Wow, there's a lot here when this goes on. So the next one after that, if just going in order, is permanency progress review. And that's when a child in foster care or care of non-custodial parent held not later than 180 days after court-ordered placement, only one PPRH per case, and not held in TPR or permanency proceedings. That's the next spot that. So
he doesn't fall in that category because his child is not in placement.
Right. So again, here they are bringing him to a hearing that he doesn't belong in.
No.
Wow, this is crazy.
Absolutely. Maybe when you go, that will be it. This might be, if we go to court, this might be the end of it.
On February 9th, I got a letter from, how's it go? There's the CPS supervisor, and then the one right above her. I can't think of what that would be.
Director?
Anyway, she sent me.
Is she a director or something?
Yes, the director.
Yeah.
She sent me an email and a letter. I got it in the mail. And it says, we are considering dismissing this case, but we cannot do that until the Court of Appeals are out of the way.
Oh, my God. But what is it that you're appealing?
This is where I was working with Malibu and someone else.
Jets? Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so you guys are trying to appeal the decisions that they've made already. I got it.
Yeah, basically just looking at the whole case and being like, what the hell is going on?
Right, yep. That makes sense.
And the Court of Appeals didn't want to hear it because it wasn't a final order.
Got it.
But we were arguing that if we wait until a final order, that final order could be removal of my children for no reason. And then we have to go through an appeal to try to get my kids back. And it would just make no sense to wait until...
I'm not hearing any reason for removing your children.
I know they have no reason to remove them, but
I can't hear where they're making something up to remove your children when they're saying everything is fine. And when the director even said, she sounds like she's on your side to, not push anything.
Well, I think it's because I've been fighting back with the help of Malibu and Jess. Then all of a sudden, now they want to dismiss it. But before then, they didn't. They said they got substantial evidence.
But where is it?
That's what I'm saying. Right. We went to trial, and everyone said that there's nothing wrong. And here's my other concern about their trial process. And I told them this right from the beginning. If we go to trial, I'm going to lose no matter what. And they were like, why would you lose? I said, well, because there's no jury. There's nobody else. It's literally just CPS and a judge.
Well, you can request a jury trial.
I wasn't given that option.
You have a constitutional right to have a jury trial.
Well, I guess that's where they get us.
I know that a lot of states say that they don't offer it, but you can ask and request one if they're, and I'm pretty sure that they have to grant you that. I'm not a lawyer, so don't take me on that one. But I know that we've heard many times through my years of doing this that if you request a jury trial, they have to come forth and adhere to that because that's a constitutional right. But Minnesota may not offer that. But something tells me that I just heard something about Minnesota also with that, because I thought that they got. Let me get you the information here too. Writing my list of information to send you here, Austin. I'm going to send you the Children's Justice Initiative. And I'm going to send you the some information about another guy. But I mean, overall, here we go. We got another night of no answers, really. I mean, what is the resolve here? And the resolve is leave these people alone, right? Stop harassing them. That's it. And that's all that's happening to this poor guy and his wife. Short of him not telling us the truth, man, he's done nothing. And CPS is just sucking them in, threatening to take their kid. That's no good to live your life like that, worrying every day that your kids are going to be taken. The stress that you're under for that is just immense, and it's disgusting that some government agency in our country would sit there and put the American people up to that bar and hold them to it for months at a time. Something has to be done. Something has to be done.
I know my story sounds crazy and it like maybe doesn't make sense, but like I have everything to back it up. I have emails, text messages, recordings, court documents. I'm working on getting the transcripts because the things that were said in court are unreal. I have all of this to back it up, and like I said, I speak to a Ramsey County supervisor who dealt with us before and knows that we're good people, and that's why we talked to her.
Right.
And she was a good worker because like I had started mouthing off to her like I don't like CPS and blah blah blah, and she's like, hey, don't talk to me bad. I'm not one of them bad ones. Yeah. I'm one that will fight for you to keep your kids, and I don't like CPS either, and that's why she's in that field. She'll tell me that all the time.
Yep.
And she's also helping me fight this county, and she's the one that told me, get on that appeal, file that appeal. Always ask them why they're involved. Like, keep pushing it. Don't give up.
Oh man, I hope to God that you're right. I hope that she is.
What's the bad mouthing that the courts are doing? You said something about bad mouthing.
No, him bad mouthing CPS is what she's saying.
No. It was something that the courts was doing to him.
Oh yeah. Our last court hearing, the judge said she was going to keep the case open because of me not complying with CPS.
And the compliance with CPS was the 3-year-old not going to school, and you're not allowing a nurse to come in and see the kid.
Yep.
Was there anything else CPS demanded? Is there anything else CPS demanded of you?
Nope. Those are the two things they're not even in the court order. When you look at our court order, there's literally nothing. Nothing. But those are the two things. And then we were arguing with the CPS supervisor, and then she's like, well, your 3-year-old, well, he's not quite 3, he's almost. And she's like, well, he doesn't talk, so we can stay involved for that reason.
Oh, wait. Let's go there for a second. I only know this from talking to many people, that a child at a certain age has to be able to say 20 words. Is your child able to say 20 or more different words?
No. I mean,
okay.
Maybe close.
Okay. I think that's what they're hanging their hat on. I've heard something about that before, that a child at a certain age, I remember if it's 2 years old, 2.5 years old, has to be able to speak 20 different words.
Look that up.
That's kind of insane. I mean, there's some children that I've seen at almost 5 years old that don't speak.
And it's definitely not a law. I'm stuck out here, guys. I'm just typing right here. That's this other keyboard.
Yeah. Okay. But I'm giving you something to look into. So speak to your pediatrician. You have a pediatric doctor, right?
Yep.
Okay. Make a phone call to the medical assistant because you're not going to get the doctor. So make a phone call tomorrow to the medical assistant and say, is there an age requirement for my infant, my child, to have to speak a certain amount of words? Just ask that question. See, speak to pediatric, medical assistant, and just ask that question. You heard, just say, I heard that a child has to be able to say 20 different words at a certain age. What is that age? And what's that requirement all about? Because CPS may be hanging their hat on that. That's why they want the nurse to go in there and try to see if that kid could speak those 20 different words. There's no specific words, just 20 different words. You can't keep saying mommy, daddy, no. He has to say bathtub, floor, mat, washcloth. He has to say 20 different words.
I mean,
and that kind of makes me
him and his words.
No. It's not about you understand the words. It's about the 20 different words. I want you to inquire. I'm asking you to inquire about that in Minnesota. You do that. Yeah, you do that.
That way you can have something to come
because it's kind of clicking together now because they're pushing a nurse. See, they didn't push anybody in to make sure that you have enough bedrooms and that your toilet flushes and you have hot water. No, they're pushing to get a nurse in there to check on the child. So then I started thinking about, thought about somebody tell me about the word thing. Then I put it together with somebody told me about these words that little children have to speak. Then I'm putting it together with them telling you, oh, you got to get this kid into a school. And I'm saying, gee, maybe they're talking about a speech therapy type school so the kid can speak the 20 different words so that it could qualify and pass with the nurse coming to the house. Now, I may be totally wrong with all this, but I'm just trying to put it all together.
Right, but here's the thing: where does that make you a bad parent? Enough to terminate your right.
He's going to find that out when he speaks to his pediatric division, and then you're going to say, "Look, I got CPS on my butt, and my kid's not speaking 10 words or 15 yet. Is that why they might be on top of me?" Your medical assistant would know because they know about all that stuff.
But then to me, it's like they're not here for the speech. They were here for a different reason.
Right.
And then not only that, but why are they now telling you that they will dismiss the case? I don't know.
It's like
I'm just going back to the fact that they want a nurse to come in. That's what I was going to.
Right, but they're grasping at straws, clearly.
It sounds like it. Because the kids, like you said, that his situation passes the sniff test, the smell test, so to speak.
I mean, I'm at home alone with both of my children right now, by myself, watching both my children.
It's crazy.
And it's been like that since they've both been born. And
so
part of why I feel like they're involved is my girlfriend was a foster child in that county, and her foster parents live in that county. And in that county, she was sexually abused by her foster parents and went to court over this. And the gentleman, I guess I don't remember if he was charged or not, or if he beat the charge. But regardless, they went to court because of the sexual abuse that was going on with her foster parents in this county.
Right, so this could be lashback from that.
I don't know, but she was part of the foster system.
Right.
I don't see how, because this girlfriend, is this the mother of your children?
Yep.
Okay. So the mother has children. She was a foster child herself. I don't see the relationship there. I don't see that where there would be an issue.
The system is the system. It feeds, it preys on each other. This is what we're finding a lot of. Anybody that was a foster child, CPS typically is banging down their doors at one point.
Yes, that's proven.
So, well, guys, we are way past our time. Wow, I didn't even realize that. I thought we were only in through this. Hey, Austin, you got any last words?
No, I'm just gonna keep speaking up about my case because it's a wild one. It makes no sense, but it makes sense. I will not stop speaking about it.
All right. Hey, I'm gonna give you a shout out after the show too. Are you cool with that? Or how about you can call me when you're available? How about that?
Yep.
All right, when you're free up. That'd be great. All right, Austin. Thank you for coming on tonight, buddy.
Okay, Austin, I have a last word myself, Austin. My last word is tomorrow. I want you to call pediatrics and inquire about that 20-word thing. Just so we could dismiss that. Okay?
Yep.
Just dismiss it. Just so we could throw that out of the way to throw out why they want the nurse to come in there. You see, because that's the only thing I could think of.
Yep. I will get on that.
But good, very good, very good. That's all I want you to do. Just talk to your pediatric medical assistant and ask them about, you heard something about a child supposed to speak X amount of words by a certain age. What's the age and how many words? That's all you want to know.
Okay. I will do that.
Okay.
All right, Austin. You have a good night, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Nice meeting you, Austin.
All right. Well, there we had it, Herbert.
Okay.
Another one, another story in the books for us to say, look, what the hell's wrong here? And these people are just trying to get this kid.
There's something that I can't put my finger on. I mean, it was almost adding up when the school, the nurse, and I thought about, I asked him, how can his child speak 20 words or more? He said no. And I was like, okay.
Right.
I'm wondering if it has something to do with that.
But I guess
if he had said to me, are you kidding me? My kid can speak 50 different words. Then I would say, it's not that. It's not that. But when he said, no, my child can't speak 20 words, and he's 3 years old, that's when I immediately thought about what somebody told me about a kid speaking 20 words or more.
Right. It's just, but again, that goes back to, first of all, Minnesota law says they don't have to be educated in the education system until 7, so the kids shouldn't even know these words.
That's the education part. But the infant thing with speaking is totally different. Has nothing to do with school.
But
nothing to do with school.
Right, but I mean, we have the right to raise our children how we deem fit. That means that they're putting expectations on at every age that they're supposed to speed bump and be tested. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying. This is their way that they're prying themselves into the system. I mean, it's not saying it's right or wrong, but this is how they're doing it. They're working their way in by finding these party little things.
Yeah.
Which I don't see. What does that have to do with imminent danger? You know?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
But
something.
All right, Herbert. Well, I'll catch you on the flip side. Catch you tomorrow for another episode of this. I'm sure I'll talk to you later on.
Well, don't say that because I believe you.
I will. I promise you. I promise you I will speak to you later on. All right?
Look, you know what? Why don't you talk to me after you look at some of those videos I sent you with the police involved? Because I really worked hard. I worked hard.
There are questions that I want for that. There are questions that I want to ask you about.
I literally worked hard at putting those videos together and focused mostly on the ones with police. Not the ones without police, but the ones with police.
Right. I have a question about the one with the head of CPS. So I'll call you right after this.
All right. Take care.
All right, Herbert. All right, everybody. There it was. You heard it. Another story of people that aren't really breaking the law. Look, education is important. Sure it is. But there are kids that are slow learners. There are kids that, that just don't grasp it yet. That has nothing to do with the danger of your child. That has nothing to do with your child being in harm's way. That has nothing to do with anything but them trying to pry and get their way into your family, into your life, and get that money from the fundings. That's what we all forget, that all boils down to them being able to collect a check from Title IV funding. And that's what's happening, and it's not right. It needs to be stopped, and that's what we're aiming to do, guys. That's what we're trying to get done, and that's going to be our quest for all that until we do get it done. As far as anything else goes, oh yeah, check it out. On the this side of me here, my left, right, whatever side, the side with the guy that looks good in the red hat. Those are the hats that you can get at abolishcps.com. They're Make Parenting Great Again hats. It says Stop CPS Corruption. I can't zoom in on it, but all you gotta do is click this little QR code. It'll bring you right to Abolish CPS, where you can get one of those hats to show your support for stopping CPS corruption and what's going on. That's it. And Kenneth Alt, get in touch with us, man, so we can get you on here and we can hear your story, because I know you got a lot to say. Everybody else, I'm CPS Punisher. Keep CPS out of your house. Have a good night.